Memory's Blade, Infinity's End, Book 8, by Eric Warren. Narrated by Larry Gorman. 1. Caspian Rabot stared at the ornamented piece of metal, which once meant so much to him, but now seemed hollow. It seemed to stare back, taunting him, challenging him in a way, and he had to turn away from the garments he'd laid out on the bed in his quarters. It had been 2 days since they had arrived at the border planet of Sisk in the Hamel system, on the edge of what used to be Coalition space. But since there was no more Coalition, he figured this was open territory, ready for anyone to do with it as they wished. 18 years had passed since the Athru had invaded and decimated the Coalition from the inside, attempting to eradicate every human in existence. Worse yet, there was a good chance the humans left on the ship temporarily under his command, the Tempest, were the last in existence. Cass turned to the uniform. He'd been going back and forth about putting it on again, trying to decide if wearing it even made a difference anymore. The rest of the crew still wore their uniforms, still adhered to the command structure of the Coalition, still performed their duties to the best of their ability. They were an exceptional group of people. Now it was his job to command them. But putting the uniform back on had never felt right, not since his arrest. He'd already tried this once, when he tried to pretend like the last 7 years, 7 for him, 25 for anyone not on his ship, hadn't happened. And he'd sworn never to go back. At the time, he'd been sure it was the right call. The notion of even returning to the Coalition had been a bad idea. It seemed fate had a sense of humor, because here he stood, right back where he'd been before, facing a similar choice. Cass tapped his comm to check the time. It wouldn't be long before Evie was ready to leave for the planet, and he couldn't afford to dawdle any longer. He picked up the uniform, removed the metal insignia denoting the rank of captain from the breast, and affixed it to his civilian jacket. It was crooked, but it didn't much matter. He was in a hurry, and it would have to do. He passed the mirror on his way out, which was something he'd done 100 times before. But his reflection held him a moment. In the mirror stood the acting captain of the USCS Tempest. Before this, any hope of captaining a Coalition starship had left the realm of what he considered possible years ago. But here he was, in command of what might be the last of the Coalition fleet. Had anyone asked him if he was proud that he'd finally made it, he would lie and tell them yes, despite the terrible situation, he was stepping up to do his duty. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel like an imposter, even if part of it had come to him by accident. Becoming a captain of a starship had been one of his dreams from a young age. Though if someone had told him what he would have to go through to reach this point, he would have run away screaming and cursing. Cass adjusted the insignia just a smidge, so the light caught it, and he frowned. It didn't look right on him, but he wasn't sure why. Instead of spending any more time in front of the accursed mirror, he turned and strode through his door. Had he been moving any faster, he would have collided with Saturina Yan, who stood just on the other side, her hand out to the call panel. "Whoa!" She jumped back. "In a hurry?" She took stock of him. "Where's your uniform?" Cass maneuvered around her, trying to make it look like he'd known she was there and was deft enough to avoid the collision on purpose. Decided against it. Too itchy. "Wait a second." She came up beside him as he walked with purpose down the corridor. "You told me it was better if the crew felt united, and wearing the uniform would help you do that." Those had been his words, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. It was as if putting that uniform back on represented a betrayal of who he had become ever since the Coalition had tried and convicted him for treason. He wasn't an officer anymore, even though he'd been acting like one ever since they'd begun this journey. "It doesn't matter anyway," he said. "It's only temporary, until all this," he gestured around them, "is over." You can't be serious about relinquishing command back to Diazol, Saturina said. Her voice hardened. She hadn't witnessed it, but by now most of the crew knew their former captain, Evelyn Diazol, had killed 7 members of the crew, and many of them didn't care that she'd been under an alien influence at the time. I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it, Cass replied. With everything going on, I've barely had time to sleep, much less ponder a future without the Coalition. Right now, we just need to focus on surviving. I'll worry about all the little details later. Despite arriving in orbit of this planet 2 days ago, Cass had put a hold on any visits, since the last planet they'd visited had threatened to blow them out of the sky, and they had been one of the original framers of the Coalition. He wasn't sure what kind of reception they might get heading down to a border world. That's a little detail? Saturina ran her hand through her cropped platinum hair. He could tell she was frustrated by his lack of a decision, and he didn't blame her. She was also under a lot of pressure, having taken over what remained of the Space Corps, those that weren't dead or in the brig. Was there something you needed? He asked, realizing she hadn't been outside his door without a reason, though he hated how harsh his own voice sounded. She seemed not to pick up on it. I just spent 6 hours in the brig, interrogating the prisoners. A good look at her eyes told him everything he needed to know. Went that well, huh? She shook her head. They are determined to stay loyal to Ravenkel. I think they see her as a martyr now. All any of them would say was Diazol should be in there with them. Cass scoffed. Right. So they can beat the hell out of her? I don't think so. You have to admit, it looks pretty strange, Saturina said. The one member of the crew who actually killed— Okay, I get it, he said, talking over her. Actually killed people is still walking around free, Saturina finished. I know you don't want to hear it, but they have a point. She needs to be confined. Cass tried not to let his frustration show. He and Saturina had decided to begin a romantic relationship only a few days before. But before they'd barely begun, this contention had come up between them. Despite Saturina not agreeing with Ravenkel's drastic move to wrest command of the ship from him and Evie, she wasn't convinced their former captain wasn't still a threat. It made Cass think the whole attempt at a relationship might be doomed from the start. I don't know how many times we have to go over this. It wasn't her. She thought they were the enemy. And how long until she makes that mistake again? What happens if it's you beside her next time? Or me? Are you really willing to put the lives of the crew at stake on a belief? He stopped in the middle of the corridor, turning to her. I know you think I'm playing favorites here, but I trust her. She's not dangerous. Not anymore. Saturina's eyes slid to the side. If you say so. That doesn't mean I don't value your opinion. I know you're just looking out for the crew, he said, softening his tone. One of us has to, she countered. But despite the unspoken accusation, there was a smile in her voice. I'm just relaying the will of the masses. Cass headed back down the corridor again. Good thing this isn't a democracy, then. She caught up with him again. You can be a real ass sometimes. Trust me. It was Box's favorite thing to remind me of back on the reasonable excuse. It's one of my defining characteristics. Just be glad you didn't know me back when I worked for the Sargans. He'd been aware the past few days just how much had changed for him ever since he decided to come back to the Coalition. He wasn't sure if it was seeing his society decimated, or just the possibility that everyone he knew from his old life was dead and gone, that had made him roll around in the memories of that harsher life. But he had, nonetheless. Saturina rolled her eyes. I'm glad I didn't. He could sense her frustration only growing. Once we understand what this beacon is, and why it has brought us here, I promise I'll make her go through a full diagnostic with Zax. And if the doc finds anything out of the ordinary, we can put her in stasis. But look at it from her point of view. She feels worse about it than anyone. After all, she killed the woman she loved. I guess. Saturina kept her eyes down. The prisoners did say one other thing. They want better accommodations. Cass almost laughed out loud. What do they think this is? A luxury cruise liner? It's called the Brig for a reason. She shrugged. How about you put yourself in their shoes? We know there was no local magistrate or court to hear their case, so they can't be tried. And we can't drop them off at a starbase where the cells are larger and better equipped. For most of them, they figure they'll be spending the rest of their lives behind force barriers. Would you want to do that in a 20-by-20 cell? Cass considered it. Okay, you're right. I know. They couldn't keep them in those tiny rooms forever. At some point, they needed to have some sort of freedom. He just hadn't been expecting to take on 6 prisoners all at once. Though, if the situation had been reversed, and Chief Raffenkill's plan had worked, Cass suspected she wouldn't have bothered with the formality of the Brig, and instead ejected anyone into space who didn't agree with her taking control of the ship. Once we figured out what we're dealing with on the planet, I'll assign an engineering team that can perhaps convert one of the cargo areas into a more permanent and larger Brig. Will that satisfy them? Probably not. But it's the best they can hope for given their situation, she replied. If they weren't human, I'd pick a rock and leave them on it, Cass said. But given what they knew about the Athru and their insane desire to destroy humanity, Cass thought that might be too cruel. On this ship, they had a type of dampener built by a group of humans who had spent 18 years evading the Athru, which meant every human on the ship was safe, or as safe as they could be given the circumstances. But if he were to drop them off on some planet, it would be a death sentence. Any other good news? Saturina hooked her arm around his for just a moment. Nothing that can't wait until later. Then she let it go. Despite the fact they operated in different parts of the military, what was left of it, they didn't want to give the appearance of impropriety, since, technically, the head of the Space Corps was supposed to report to the captain of the ship on which they were serving. Though Cass had made it clear, as soon as he was in command, that rule had gone by the wayside. He didn't want to have to order Saturina to do anything. If she disagreed with his decision, that was fine. They would find another way. But he wasn't going to put her in that situation. They reached the doors of the hypervator. You headed down to the base too? He asked, hopeful. He liked being in her presence. She had a silent strength about her he found reassuring. Nope. I've got to go bust Riot for being late yesterday, which means he gets extra duties this morning. I'm headed back that way. She hooked a thumb behind her. And Cass realized she'd just made that whole walk not because she wanted to relay news, but because she liked being around him, too. He grinned. Make sure you give him an extra kick in the ass for me. You can count on it. She was halfway back down the corridor when the hypervator doors opened, and Cass stepped inside. 2. Evelyn Diazol sat in the pilot's chair of the shuttle Calypso, her head back against the headrest, trying not to think about the possibilities of what might be on the planet below them. She'd spent the past 2 days agonizing over what or who might be waiting for her down there. More than once she'd snuck down to the bay to steal the shuttle and find out for herself, only to turn around and go back to her quarters when she thought about betraying the crew again. Cass had put his faith in her that she wasn't a danger to the ship, and that was something she needed to respect. Sometimes she still felt like she had the potential to be dangerous, despite the fact she'd excised the Athru part of herself that had been responsible for so much death. That dormant aspect of her psyche that had been awoken when she'd encountered the other Athru, Dagnya, was a vile, ruthless monster, and Evie was glad to be rid of her. She drew a deep breath in through her nose and let it back out again while she rolled the small black marble Cass had given her around in her hand. While the orb brought her a level of comfort, it also carried with it a shadow. Who had it belonged to? And what had Marshall wanted her to do with it when he gave it to Cass with his dying breath? It was obvious it was a beacon, as she could practically sense where on the planet it wanted her to go. But what did that mean? Was it Athru technology, or something else? All these questions had been burning in her mind, and at the moment it took all her willpower not to fire up the engines right now and blast down to the planet to find out. Her comm chirped. "Diazol here," she said. "I'm on my way down. Are you sure I can't persuade you to take a security team with you?" Cass asked from the other end. She shook her head, even though she knew he couldn't see it. "I'm not putting anyone else at risk. All I need is your authorization to leave. You don't even need to come down." "Yes, I do," he said, and ended the transmission. Evie huffed. She hoped he wasn't planning on making a speech about how he needed to come with her. While she wouldn't mind the company, this was something she needed to do on her own. And now that Cass was in charge of the ship, his place was up here. She might have to remind him of that fact. Evie leaned over the shuttle's main control panel and entered a series of codes that brought all the main systems online. No sense in not being prepared. She double-checked all the comm lines for the shuttle and took note there was still no communications traffic coming from the planet. That in itself was odd, since Sisk was a fully developed world and had been for hundreds, if not thousands of years. The planet was unique in that more than one intelligent species had evolved, 12 in fact, and each had somehow not killed the others in competition for the planet during its long and troubled history. It was quite a marvel all 12 species had managed to find a way to work together, at least in theory. But power changed hands quickly on Sisk, which made getting things done difficult. It had been one of the primary reasons the planet had never been admitted to the United Coalition. By the time they were ready to apply, another government would take power and change their minds. Fortunately, these days, most of the fighting was done on the floors of the Senate, rather than in a battlefield. But with 12 different Senates situated all over the planet, the comm waves were almost always full of arguments. Which was why Evie found the silence so unsettling. "Hey!" Evie jumped, then turned in her seat to see Cass had poked his head inside the door. "By Garth, announce yourself next time or something." She held a hand to her chest. Her heart, which had already been beating faster than normal, was now running like a drive capacitor on overload. He gave her a sheepish smile. "Sorry. I figured you heard me. I know you said you refused to take a security team down with you." She held up a hand. "Don't start again. I told you, I'm not putting anyone else at risk." He arched an eyebrow. "At risk from what might be down there, or at risk from you?" "Both," she said, before she thought about what she'd said. "I just don't want to see any more of the crew get hurt on my account." He nodded. "Well, I can't exactly let you go down by yourself. Not only is it a breach of regulation," she scoffed at this. Since when had he been so strict on regulation? "But allowing you to go alone would put you at risk, and that's not acceptable either. So you get a travel buddy." She screwed up her face. "A travel buddy?" Before she could finish, the metal body of Box pushed past Cass and strode into the cabin, walking confidently toward Evie and taking a seat in the seat adjacent to hers. "Captain?" Box nodded, as his eyes blinked in an errant pattern. "Wait a second," Evie said, standing. "I can't take Box. He's just as vulnerable as anyone else. Don't you remember what I did to him back in that pyramid?" "Ah, but you are forgetting a very important point, Captain," Box said, his voice dripping with superiority. "You do not have your insanely sharp sword with you this time, and I am armed with 12 types of poisons, each that could kill a Tetrian rhino." Evie took a step back. 12 poisons? Box's eyes blinked again, in a pattern she recognized as amusement. "I'm only kidding. I have 2 poisons that could kill a Tetrian rhino. The other 10 would only increase his sexual prowess, make him more virile for the females." "Box," Cass said, warning in his voice. "Okay, fine. I have no poisons, just a sedative." He held up one of his fingers, which partially retracted to a needle. "But don't worry. I'm sure we won't need to use it." Evie shot a side glance at Cass. I'm not going down with him. Why not? I love field trips, Box whined. She turned to him. It's nothing personal, Box. I enjoy your company. But this message, whatever it is, it's meant for me. How many times do I have to say it? I don't want to put anyone else in harm's way. You mean you don't want anyone to get in the way, Cass said from behind her, having entered the shuttle properly. I didn't say that, she replied. But it's true. She didn't want to have to worry about anyone else down there. Sisk had been her home at one point. She felt like it was her birthright to return on her own terms. Bottom line is either he goes with you or nobody goes, Cass replied. Minimum levels of redundancy. If I send you down there without an escort and we lose contact, what then? I'll have to tell Saturina to prep for a rescue mission. Saturina, huh? I've never heard you refer to her by her first name before, Evie said, failing to keep a smile from forming on her face. Something you want to share with the class? The boss and Captain Jan have decided to enter into a sexual contract, Box said. It was bound to happen eventually. His self-satisfaction routine is woefully inadequate. Cass sputtered, and Evie almost burst out laughing, but managed to contain herself. His self-satisfaction routine? Oh, yes. Back on the reasonable excuse, you could hear everything if you put your audio receptor to very specific points on the hull. There was often a lot of thumping, followed by a lot of crying, followed by a lot more thumping. Very unhealthy. Thank you, Cass said through gritted teeth. Say one more word about it, and I'm taking your voice processor for good. Box leaned over to Evie. He's very sensitive about his alone time, so a new relationship should be good for him. She glanced back to Cass, whose face had gone a bright shade of red, though the deep breaths he was taking helped lessen the color. Can we just agree on this arrangement so I can get back to my duties? Whatever you say, boss, Box said, spinning in his chair so it faced the large window on the shuttle. I'm ready to go. Cass stared at Evie a moment, and his features softened. Are you sure you don't want to take any weapons? Not even a pulse rifle? She shook her head. She'd purposely left the sword in her room. If it hadn't belonged to her grandmother, she would have already thrown it in the recycler and had it melted down for component molecules. But as it was, she couldn't quite find a way to part with it, despite all the death it had caused. But that didn't mean she had to carry it with her anymore. I'll be fine, especially if Mr. Needlefingers over here is quick. I don't get the sense there is anything on that planet that will hurt me. It's not like I don't know where I'm going. Cass nodded. We'll keep an open comm line just in case. Both you and Box will be connected to the bridge at all times. He turned to the robot. And keep the personal stuff to a minimum, huh? The entire ship doesn't need to know your every inner thought. No promises, Box said, throwing up a waving hand without turning around. Cass rolled his eyes, turning back to Evie. Good luck down there. I hope you find what you're looking for. And if for some reason you do run into trouble, let us know. Thanks. The glint of metal caught her eye, and she was drawn to the captain's insignia he'd pinned on his jacket. She'd missed it before, but it looked like he was finally taking steps to becoming the ship's new commanding officer, even if they were baby steps. She approached him and drew him into a hug, and she felt him go rigid. In all the time they'd known each other, they'd kept physical contact to a minimum, so she didn't quite know why she'd taken the extra step to hug him. It just seemed like the right thing to do. She pulled back, and without saying anything else, returned to the pilot's chair. She heard him exit, and once the shuttle's sensors confirmed he was clear, she closed the hatch on the side. Box leaned back over once the pressure had sealed. Well, that was intense. 3. The shuttle rumbled under them as Evie brought it through the top layers of Sisk's atmosphere. The system's star Hummel burned white in the distance, illuminating this side of the planet. Below them, Sisk itself stretched wide, its browns and greens mixed to form the land, which abruptly ended at the few light blue seas that dotted the landscape. Whereas habitable worlds were typically more water than land, Sisk was the opposite, as it only had one ocean, which cut through the main continent of the planet from pole to pole. The rest of the landscape was peppered by what looked like small lakes from high above, but were actually massive seas in themselves up close, though most were cut off from each other, except for a few connected by giant artificial waterways built by the indigenous Sisk species hundreds of years ago. It was a view Evie was used to, and coming back to it after having been away for such a long time sent a pang of nostalgia reverberating through her. Once she'd passed her pilot's test and had her license, she used to see this view daily, after taking up the rentable shuttles as many times as she could afford in a month. She'd spend hours up here, watching the planet below as she practiced her skills, becoming as familiar as possible with the controls until the shuttle itself felt like an extension of her body. It was the one part of her adolescence she'd really enjoyed, and diving back through the atmosphere brought it all back to the forefront. "You lived in Lacal, correct?" Box asked, as the last remnants of the inkiness of space disappeared and they were enveloped in bluish-green atmosphere. "Outside Lacal, but yes, it was the closest port. We'll have to land there. Sisk doesn't permit private landings, as all—" She broke off, a disturbing thought crossing her mind. "Captain?" Box asked. "Where is all the air traffic?" Evie asked, realizing no other transports were flying through the atmosphere. Usually, the sky would have been full of them, each in their designated lanes. The lanes themselves were still there. She could see the hovering markers floating as she took the ship lower into the atmosphere. "I don't know, but I'm guessing this isn't normal." Evie shook her head. "Not at all." She'd never seen the sky so empty, except when a large storm had been approaching. But as she checked the atmospheric sensors, everything on this side of the planet was projected to be clear all day. "This doesn't make any sense. Cass did say he detected life forms down there, right? The planet isn't empty. I didn't dream that, right?" "As far as we could tell, there should be 6 billion life forms down there," Box said. "That's what the initial population scan showed." A pit had formed in Evie's stomach, and grew heavier by the minute. For the first time since she thought about heading to the surface, she was glad Cass insisted someone come with her. What if the Athru had killed everyone on the surface and replaced them with nothing but Athru soldiers? But Sisk wasn't strategically important. If it had been, one of the other factions would have snapped it up hundreds of years ago. There was a reason it was a border world. It was remote, had few resources, and the population was just volatile enough to discourage tourism. Sometimes ships used it as a stepping stone to reach Okar or Beta Strongren, but it was rare. "Well, unless they want us to land in the middle of the street, they're going to have to respond," she said, tapping the comm. "Sisk Control, this is Calypso, requesting landing access for Lacal. Please direct." Silence on the other end. Evie's heart started to pick up and pace again, and this time it wasn't because she'd just been startled. "Should we turn back?" Box asked. No. Evie hadn't come all this way and gone through all she had just to be turned away now. She was landing this ship and following the orb's beacon if it meant dropping down right on her old house, or what was left of it. Just as she made a course adjustment, the comm sparked to life. "Shuttle Calypso, you are cleared for Pad 4. Lacal Primary Terminal." The voice was harsh, yet smooth, a trait Evie recognized as belonging to one of Sisk's indigenous species, the Ashkazians. They were the species which she had first thought Regis species might be related to, as they shared many of the same characteristics. She couldn't help but wonder if it might have been a good idea to bring him along too, just so they didn't stand out as much. It wasn't as if there were a lot of humans on Sisk, even when she was young. "At least that's something," she said, adjusting the heading to match an approach vector to Lacal's primary terminal. "I've never had the pleasure of seeing Sisk. I understand it's a very diverse place." Evie kept an eye on the readings. but the computer would do most of the landing from here on out.
That's putting it mildly. Until I came to Devil's Gate to find you and Cass, I had never seen another place with so many different species working together.
The city of LaCall rose before them over the horizon. Being one of the smaller towns, it didn't have a lot of large buildings, though there were a few that topped out at 40 or 50 stories. Yet the business district was very compact, encompassing only about 5 square city blocks. Beyond that, small complexes dotted the landscape around the city itself, with farms and houses taking up equal measures not far from the tallest buildings. The primary terminal itself was the second tallest building, with a myriad of pads jutting out from the building at different heights, only about half occupied. Evie brought the shuttle around and landed on the circular pad with the CISC number 4 painted on it and began the shutdown sequence. She took a deep breath, regarding Box.
I guess it's time to see what's out there.
Or who? Box lowered his voice. Evie turned up her nose.
Do you have to make everything seem so menacing?
Hey, Box replied, if I'm going to be your bodyguard, it means I need to act tough. I can't decide if I should go with mindless automaton. An ear-piercing siren sounded through the cabin, and Evie clapped her hands over her ears to shut out the sound. Citizen, move away. It was Box's voice, but like it had been shoved through a loudspeaker. The siren ceased. Or do I go for silent but deadly? He stood, quicker than she could follow, and within a millisecond his face was millimeters from hers, his yellow eyes boring down on her.
Did you just threaten my friend, punk?
He said in a low growl. She shoved him away, uncomfortable with him so close.
How about you just act normal, and if someone tries anything, you stick them with your poisons or whatever you've got.
Ah, Box whined. But I really like the menacing one. I've been practicing. And let me tell you, Zax does not like to be intimidated.
I'm sure she doesn't.
Evie turned in her seat and headed for the main hatch.
Come on.
The hatch opened to the CISC air, which was dry and warm. But as it was still early morning on this part of the planet, it wasn't as hot as it would get once Howell got high in the sky. CISC sat closer to her star than many other planets in the habitable zone, which meant the planet was hot and stayed that way. The only place it ever snowed was at the extreme poles. Evie led the way to the connecting hatch, which took them into the building itself. She placed her palm on the small pad beside the door, which registered her genetic ID and tagged it to the shuttle, in the event it was lost or stolen. The screen below flashed, asking for compensation for parking.
Damn it, Evie said. I forgot they still use Cassope here. I hope my account is still active.
Box perked up. If not, I'm sure we can arrange a simple forgery. Cass would never let me do it back when we worked for the Sargans. But this might be...
Got it, she said, triumphant. I can't believe I remembered my old code.
She led him to the closest hypervator, which would take them down to the street level. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Certainly nothing to explain why there wasn't any air or comm traffic.
I kind of expected more of a greeting.
Perhaps they're all too busy to care, Box said. How often did you greet every person who came on board while you were captain? It hadn't been a long enough stint for her to give him a proper response, but it did bring up another point.
When you're addressing me, I'd appreciate it if you don't use my rank anymore. I'm not exactly regulation.
What should I call you? Box asked.
How about Evie?
I'm not sure we're there yet. She stared at him, sighing.
Fine. What do you think's appropriate?
He shrugged his metal shoulders. Parolee?
Very funny.
I'm serious. It's weird not having a title for you. He paused. Evie. Evie. I suppose I could say human Evie. Though that doesn't work either, because you're not fully human. Person, perhaps?
What do they say here? Similist?
She nodded.
It's the generic term everyone uses for groups, since there are so many different kinds. And often groups are made up of many different species.
Why not just say Siskians, or people?
They stepped out of the hypervator into the large lobby, which was likewise empty. Usually, it would be bustling with the activity of people coming and going. But there was still no one around. "It's a Sisk thing," she replied, not thinking about what he was asking. "They prefer the term because they feel it sets them apart from other planets. It may be the only thing all 12 species agree on." There wasn't even a guard keeping watch over the place. Evie glanced out the doors and could see individuals walking by, but the streets were relatively empty. "I bet you can't name them all," he taunted. And before she could even disagree, the words came out of her mouth automatically. "Ashkazian, Krillik, Orungu, Ub, Pitarax, Kral, Kormorph, Bedru, Locula, Hidehorn, Virlulis. And the one no one has ever had any contact with, except in the history books, Modix."
"Oh," Box replied, "I guess you can."
"It's one of the first things we learn in school here." She motioned for Box to follow her. The door slid open, and they were greeted with a warm rush of Sisk air again, though this time it was grittier, not as buoyant as it had been up above. "This is really weird. I've never seen Lakal so deserted." On the other side of the street, another Ashkazian strolled away, his head down and shoulders hunched under his cloak. To their left, Evie caught sight of a Kormorph go into a nearby building. She wasn't sure, but she could have sworn the Kormorph looked at her first. It was hard to tell with them. Their eyes were so small. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but something sinister hung in the air, and she didn't like how it made her feel. "Let's get going," she said, glancing back at Box, who only stared at her. "Whatever you say. This is your show. My job is to administer first aid, or an ass-kicking, whichever comes first." "Let's hope neither," she replied, heading down the main thoroughfare that bisected Lakal. She thought about hiring a ground transport, as a few sat meters away from them, but decided against it. It wasn't a far journey to her old house, and she liked feeling the air against her skin. In her pocket, the orb seemed to vibrate with energy. So far, they were on the right track. "Your business?" Startled, Evie turned to see a Bedru security officer standing off to the side, and her heart pounded in her throat. How had she missed him before? His singular black eyes seemed to bore right into Evie. "Human, state your business on Sisk." "Personal," she replied, trying not to stare at his 6 identical gills set below his long nose, which itself sat below the black eye. Right behind the eye, 2 identical fleshy ridges flared out along his back, where they tapered at the end, though along this entire ridge was a set of spikes, almost like teeth, curved inward, giving the impression that the ridges were jaws that could clamp down on something that might be unfortunate enough to find its way in there. He stood on 4 legs, each of them long and lanky, but still he wore a modified security uniform. Bedru didn't typically speak, so it took Evie's brain a minute to process the fact he was still talking to her. "Your personal business here?" he asked. "I'm sorry?" Evie replied. "I said, how long will you conduct your personal business here?" She hadn't considered it. Maybe a few days, or even a week? She couldn't be sure. "Not long," she lied. "Half a day." This seemed to satisfy the security officer, and he uttered a harumph before trundling off in the other direction, his set of legs working in tandem to get him down the street. "So, that's a similist?" Box asked. "Yup. Bedru species." "Fascinating," Box replied. "I can't wait to meet the others." 4. The hypervator doors opened, and Cass strode onto the bridge. "Do we have eyes on them?" he asked, rounding the captain and executive officers' chairs that sat in the middle of the room. His new first officer, Commander Hank Graydon, stood from the captain's chair and moved to the XO station. "They entered the atmosphere a few moments ago," he said, keeping his steely eyes on the main view screen that took up the front wall of the bridge. "We're tracking them as they're approaching the city.
Hank was a no-nonsense soldier who joined the crew when Tempest had returned from unexplored space. He was one of the few survivors of the Athru attacks, along with Cass's former crewmate, Samaya Geisen, who now occupied the bridge engineering position. Cass had only recently found out it was Samaya who was responsible for sabotaging the SIL weapon he tried so hard to keep out of Coalition hands. Cass glanced over to his Utuburo operations officer, Zal. "Any word from the surface?" "No, Captain," Zal replied. "Still nothing. They are down there. They're just not talking." Cass settled into his seat. They have to be worried. A Coalition starship showing up in their airspace out of nowhere 18 years after the Coalition was supposedly destroyed? It would unnerve me. "Everyone responds differently," Samaya said. She was right. When they tried to approach Zal's home planet after returning, they'd been met with a small armada of ships and a threat to leave the system immediately. Samaya had told Cass of other instances where once friendly planets had fired on them. The collapse of the Coalition had produced a dire effect on all of the species who had once been members, sowing distrust, hate, and fear throughout the quadrant. It was hard to believe, after nearly 2,000 years of solidarity, things had fallen apart so quickly. "They're landing at Lacal's primary port of call," Graydon said, checking his screen to the side of the executive officer's chair. "Any resistance?" Cass asked. "Nothing. Though I've noticed a lack of air traffic in addition to the silent comms." Cass addressed his helm officer, Lieutenant Rond, a man who at one time had been complicit in attempting to disassemble Box and get Cass kicked off the ship. Cass hadn't had much interaction with him since, but Evie had seemed to trust him, so Cass had extended that trust as well. "Lieutenant, are we in a stationary orbit? If we need to go down there, I don't want to circle halfway around the planet before we can descend." "Adjusting heading now, sir," Ron said. "We'll be locked in just above Lacal." He nodded to the navigation officer to his right, Ensign River. They often worked in tandem to keep the ship on track, and Cass thought he remembered seeing a report come through the captain's bulletins praising River for her exceptional work. He was still getting used to all the ins and outs of the job. There were sure to be things he missed. River's performance review might be one of them. Cass sat back, taking a breath. It felt like they'd all been running on overdrive ever since they'd left Coalition space the first time. So much had happened, and so many friends had been lost they needed some time to reflect. They needed time to mourn. Even though it had only been a couple of weeks from Cass's perspective, Captain Green had been in stasis down at the morgue for almost 18 years. He deserved a proper send-off, as did the rest of the crew who had died in the interim. But Cass had been reluctant to have any more funerals because of what it might have done to Evie. Now that she was in full control of her facilities again, perhaps it was time. When she returned to the ship, he would broach the subject with her. After all, they needed to perform a service for Laura as well.
Cass? Captain, sorry."
Samaya piped up. He blinked, coming out of his reverie, turning his attention to her.
"I think we have a problem."
Cass and Hank walked over to her station. "What happened? Is it something with the shuttle?"
"No, but Hank, you remember when we picked up those trace filament trails a couple of years back, and they turned out to lead to Athru ships?"
Hank forced out a laugh. "Yeah. We thought we might have found a way to track them." Samaya turned to Cass.
"It turned out to be nothing more than a side effect of the Athru entering and leaving their time bubbles. All it really told us was they had been in the general area lately. But I'm reading the same thing from the surface."
"Shit," Hank said, turning to Talia, their tactical officer. "Ensign, any indication of hostiles in the area?"
"Not that we can detect," Talia replied. "So they might be in those damn bubbles."
Cass kept his attention on Samaya's screen.
"So this means they've been on the surface recently?"
She nodded.
"And close. Look, the filament isn't far from Diazol's old house."
Cass tapped his comm. "Evie? Box? Come in. We're seeing potential Athru activity in your area." There was no response. He glanced at Zal, who double-checked his instruments. "I'm sorry, Captain. Someone is blocking our transmitters at the source." Shit. Cass tapped his comm again. Chief, prepare to scramble the squad. We might have a problem.
What kind of problem? Saturina asked.
The only kind that matters, he replied. Is it just me, or are they avoiding us? Box asked, as he and Evie made their way down the main thoroughfare of Lacal, the buildings on both sides of them growing shorter as they walked. Above them, the sky was clear, and the oppressive heat of Hamel radiated down on them. The back of her neck warmed, and she adjusted her hair to minimize the sunburn. They're avoiding us. Back when I was a kid, it was rare to see a human on Sisk, but the Similists didn't go out of their way to walk around me. But now, it's like you've got the plague, Box offered. Ahead of them, a Locula woman crossed the street, keeping her head low. Don't worry, she's not infectious, Box called. I'm a doctor. The woman only hurried along faster. Don't do that, Evie hissed through her teeth. What? Assuage anxiety? I can't help it. I'm designed to help. For some reason, that doesn't make me feel any better. Let's just get there. Evie rolled the orb around in her hand, still inside her pocket. It practically thrummed with energy, as if it were being called home. And somehow she didn't think it was a coincidence it was being called back to her home, the only place she'd ever known before leaving for the Coalition. They continued on for another 15 minutes, leaving the tall buildings of Lacal behind for the open and deserted roads of the outskirts. In the distance, the Selassie Mountains rose, their caps as bare as she'd always remembered them. During one of her first trips with the shuttle, she'd landed on the cap of one of the mountains, only to find the air still warm and the ground hard, with little growing there. She'd hoped it would be cooler the higher she flew, but even the mountains couldn't escape the oppressive heat. She glanced back at the star rising higher in the sky. In a few hours they'd have to get inside. The heat would be unbearable. She only hoped it was enough time to do what they'd come for, whatever it was. Here we are, she said as they approached the long drive off the main road. At one time it had been well kept, but now overgrown spike grass and weeds encroached on the edges, and the drive was cracked and brittle, like the shell of an egg. Evie gripped the orb tighter. Nice place, Box said, staring at the long path up to what was left of a house in the distance. Don't start, Evie said, heading down the drive. The house itself had once been a 2-story, but a fire sometime after she'd vacated had put an end to that. Only part of the frame of the first floor remained. Charred remains of the building were strewn around at different angles, as if no one had even bothered to clean up the mess after the fire. She remembered walking up this drive every day after lessons, dreading returning to that house, but complying anyway. And now here she was, anticipating returning, but still feeling that hollow pit in her stomach as they approached. She drew her ponytail over her shoulder with one hand and palmed the orb with the other. It continued to resonate in her hand, and she didn't want to let it go for fear it might not start again. She was finally back home. It was time to see what this was all about. So, do we just stand here looking at it, or do we go in? Box asked. Evie gave him the side-eye, though she doubted he realized it. She took the first 2 steps up to what used to be the front door, and stepped over the threshold, the charred remains of what had been inside crunching under her boot. She could picture the house in her mind, with a large open foyer in the front, and stairs leading to the second floor, while the kitchen and conservatory were through the hallway that led under the 90-degree turn stairway. To her right, where an open room and wall should have been, stood only the charred framing with a few polycarbonate supports still up. It didn't seem as if the fire had occurred too long ago. The dust and sand would have settled more. Sisk was known for its dust storms, which came through at least 6 times a season, which meant the fire must have come through within the last 60 or 90 days. It was too fresh otherwise. "Hello?" Evie asked, even though she could see the rubble. The orb's vibrations intensified. She couldn't let go of it now, not unless she wanted to lose everything. It had wanted her to come here, to see this. But why? She took a few more steps forward through what would have been the connecting hallway to the back of the house. A strange duality played in her mind. Not only did she see this place as it had been in her youth, but she also saw it as she had in her hallucinations. This was always the last place she would come with Sester. And there, in the desk that used to sit against the far wall when she walked into what used to be the kitchen, would be some strange creature, not quite human, and not quite Athru either. But it always wore a black robe, and had on occasion seemed otherworldly to her. But now that she was here, there was no desk. It had been destroyed long ago, or perished in the fire, and there was no hooded figure to meet them. Nothing but a burned-out shell of a home where she'd once laid down her head. Evie glanced up to what would have been her bedroom, as it was situated over the kitchen, and was greeted by nothing more than the bluish-green sky above, and Hammel's unrelenting rays beating down on them.
"I don't understand," she said, gripping the orb tighter. "There should be something here, something to explain all this."
"Should we start digging?" Box asked, surveying the rubble. "Perhaps what you're looking for was buried when the house burned down." She shook her head.
"I don't think so. I don't think this house was supposed to be destroyed. I saw it in my mind, just as I saw the Athru planet itself.
But that didn't turn out exactly like you thought, right? There was no hill you stood on." She swiveled to him.
"How do you know about that?"
Box was silent for a moment. Let's go with lucky guess." Evie narrowed her eyes.
"Cass told you, didn't he? That worm. I told him that in confidence."
No. He didn't tell me. I did a brain scan when you were out, and had a copy of your memories that I watched in my free time." Box tapped the ends of his long metal fingers together over and over, his eyes blinking wildly.
"You watched my memories? In your spare time?" Evie said, deadpan.
"Oh, yeah. I'm perverted. I love watching people's deepest secrets," he trailed off. She gave him a dismissive wave.
"It's fine. I should have guessed he couldn't keep his trap shut. Was there anything else he told you about me?"
"Despite my prying, no. He's remarkably tight-lipped about you. This was when he was trying to decide how to proceed as far as your memories were concerned. He was trying to work out if you prophesized the whole thing, or if it was just coincidence." Box stopped tapping his fingers together, and instead leaned back against one of the remaining polycarbonate supports.
"That's something, at least."
She looked around once more, willing herself to see something that wasn't there.
"I don't think what I'm looking for is here anymore. Maybe it was at one time, but something happened. I don't know what."
"Perhaps it was an accident," Box said, turning and leaving the same way they came, when he saw Evie heading back for the entrance. "And it's just bad luck."
"Maybe,"
she replied. She couldn't help but think something about all this felt wrong, though. It had felt right until they landed. Before that, it had felt very right. She was supposed to be on Sisk, and she was supposed to have the orb, and as best as she could tell, it had led her right here. So what was going on? "Don't worry, we'll keep looking," Box said, leading the way. Evie kept her head down, pondering the possibilities, and she didn't see Box had stopped ahead of her and ran right into his back. "Ow! What the—" She peered around him to see 4 Sisk security officers, each with a weapon drawn. Behind all of them was the Bedrew officer they'd encountered back in Lakal. She stared at them, and they stared back, unflinching and unforgiving.
"Shit."
5. Zenfor stared at the schematics before her, as she'd been doing for the past half hour. No matter how many times she tried to concentrate, her mind wouldn't stop wandering off on its own. It was a condition the humans called distraction, and one she'd become adept at over the past 18 years. There had been a time when nothing could have broken her concentration. Her focus was like a laser, always precise and on target. But in the year she'd been on the ship, it seemed she had picked up some undesirable habits, despite all her attempts otherwise. It wouldn't be long until her length of service aboard the Tempest would eclipse that on board Syl ships, at which time her conversion to full traitor would be complete. Commander Wolf had given her the opportunity to return to her people when the Tempest had first come back to Coalition space 14 years ago, and she'd refused. By that point, she had bonded herself to Sester and had become accustomed to the freedom being in the Coalition provided. Did that mean she had turned her back on her own people? Of course not. Or, at least that's what she told herself. But deep within, she knew the truth. The point of no return had long since been passed. Going back would mean inquiries and eventually death for abandoning her designated role as consul. Zenfor huffed and slammed her hands down on the control panel. Not enough to crack it, again, but enough so that she felt better. The truth was, she didn't miss the Sill. Not all that much. But she did miss her home planet. It would be difficult never seeing Thesleia again, and its beautiful night sky, or to traverse the familiar tunnels of the space beneath. But life on this ship had been good to her. It had given her the ability to expand her horizons past what she considered possible. Though she'd never admit it to anyone, she enjoyed it. She only wished Sester was here to enjoy it with her. Zenfor locked down her console and left the weapons bay, where she'd been working for the past 30 hours, without rest. Caspian had ordered her to spearhead a team to reproduce his custom-built boom cannon, as it seemed to be the only weapon effective against the Athru. And while she'd been working on it, she was distracted, which made the work go slow, and those few people she'd assigned to her team more annoying than they already were. 12 hours in, she'd dismissed them all, before she ended up putting her fist through Alaksha's smug face. Maybe it wasn't her face. For all she knew, all Dorsai looked like that. But something about Alaksha's inquisitive demeanor had grated on her, and she didn't work well when she couldn't concentrate. Better to go it alone than risk causing an incident. Back when Caspian had confined her to quarters for assaulting Commander Geisen, she hadn't found the experience pleasant. She'd become too used to going where she wanted and when. It was in stark contrast to back when she and Meless had first come aboard, when it had been difficult to even prompt them to leave their room. But 18 years had a way of changing one's perspective. Zenfor could only hope Meless didn't suffer much when the Athru destroyed the Coalition. She'd been stationed on Starbase 8, the same one they left to go on their mission, which was only supposed to last 4 or 5 seasons at most. And here it was, nearly 2 decades later, where the companion she'd chosen had had decided to fall into a coma. She couldn't help but bite back her resentment. The door to engineering rolled away, and Zenfor headed for her station, trying not to look at the curled-up form of Sester off to the side of his massive cradle near the back of the room. More times than she could count, she tried to reach out to him, to find a way to break through the psychic barrier keeping his thoughts from leaking out, but each time finding it too strong. If he was still in there, his barriers were unbreakable. She hadn't consulted Zax, but it was possible he died in there, and only his living shell remained, barely registering on any medical device. Had it been up to Zenfor, she wouldn't allow this to continue. But he'd been very clear, and she needed to respect his wishes. That was what this whole thing had been about. The torment he'd undergone finding out the Coalition had collapsed, and his people were most likely subjugated. She didn't think she could imagine what that felt like, and she didn't care to. If only he were dead, perhaps she might be able to clear her thoughts. But the whole problem was he was still there, still within her orbit, despite the barriers. She saw him every day, and every day she was reminded of what she'd lost. It was maddening. "Hey, Zen?" Zenfor slid her eyes to the side, just as she unlocked her engineering station. "Tyler. Sophie told me you dismissed everyone from the team. What's going on? Did you finish already?" "If I were finished, do you think I would be out here running structural analysis of composite materials?" she snapped, pulling up the schematics on her station. The truth was, she could do this in the weapons bay, but she needed a larger space around her. Weapons was too enclosed. Engineering was large and cavernous, She could already feel her pulse slowing. "Was there a problem with the team?" Tyler asked. "We could always assign new—" "The team was fine," she replied. "It is better if I do this on my own." "Ah," Tyler replied. She slid her eyes to the side. "What?" He was unperturbed. "Nothing." Zenfor took a deep breath. If there was one thing she had learned about humans, it was their relentless pursuit to make others happy. Tyler wouldn't leave this alone until he received a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, he would keep pestering her until he'd found a way to fix the situation. "I am almost finished anyway. Any other assistance would have been redundant." She tried to focus on the schematics in front of her. It wasn't as if this was a difficult project. But her mind only wandered to the next closest thing, which was Tyler's look of disbelief. "If there's nothing else, I prefer to finish this today." "Okay, but if you need to talk to someone about anything that might be bothering you, Your concern is unnecessary. Now leave me." She took a breath, remembering her manners. "Please." Tyler scoffed. "You may not think you need help sometimes, but you do." He turned to go. "And work on that, please." Had anyone else heard it, they would have taken it as a death threat. That's how it was meant, she thought. She hated Tyler knew so much about her. It had come as a natural side effect of them spending so much time together. He'd been out of stasis longer than any other human, nearly 12 years, and he'd spent most of that time in engineering, helping her to redesign the undercurrent system. It worked perfectly, but the unfortunate side effect was she had made a friend. She allowed him to walk away. Any further interaction would only encourage similar behavior in the future. It had been harder than she'd expected, getting used to the entire crew being back. For so long she'd been able to roam the empty corridors, reveling in her solitude. But now she could barely take a step outside engineering without running into someone, and the only place she seemed to find any solace were her quarters. And yet there she felt closed off and trapped. Perhaps that was why she had been more irritable ever since returning to Coalition space for a second time. Not to mention, it put them near Sill space again. Back when they'd been in orbit of that planet, her home had seemed so far away, almost as if it was out of reach. But here, using their advanced drive, it wouldn't take more than a few days to reach the border. There might even be Sill ships close, exploring what used to be Coalition territory, though it was doubtful. The walls of the Sill Alliance had stood for 10,000 years, never growing, never shrinking. There was no reason to think they would start now. Zenfor took a deep breath and tried to focus on the images and text in front of her. But she only ended up staring into space. 6. Human, place your hands on top of your head. You are under arrest. Robot, drop all weapons and extend your arms out to your sides. You are also under arrest. Evie grumbled under her breath. What the hell was the Sisk security force doing here? Had they been following them ever since Lacall? And if so, how had they managed to do it without them noticing? "We didn't do anything," she yelled, using Box as a shield. His body could take the impact from their weapons. Probably. "Evie, do I initiate bodyguard procedures?" Box whispered. "Your presence on Sisk is disruptive to the native population," one of the officers called out. Something sparked in Evie's memory, but she couldn't be sure what. "Then why did you let us land?" she called back. "Come out from around the machine with your hands on top of your head. Do not resist, and do not give us a reason to fire." Something in the officer's voice sounded urgent. It was a kind of urgency Evie recognized that could potentially set off a powder keg. Her best option was to comply. There was no way Box had enough sedative in his "Citizen, move away!" Evie had to clamp her hands over her ears, otherwise she thought her eardrums might burst. The orb fell to the ground, rolling a few meters away. Box's warning continued on repeat. She glanced around him again to see 3 of the officers covering their own ears. But the 4th, Acrylic, still had his weapon trained on them. Acrylics had only rudimentary auditory canals, preferring to communicate by hand signal or visual medium. Box's warning would do no good against him.
"Box, call it off," she yelled over the din of his booming voice. "It's not working."
"Oh?" Box asked, his sonorous voice gone. "I thought it was quite effective." Evie removed her hands from her ears.
"I think a class in the functions of all the different species on this planet before we came down might have been helpful."
"It's not my fault I wasn't properly briefed."
"Last warning."
Evie glanced back to the group. They'd all trained their weapons on them again. And now Evie was out of cover, having needed to get within Box's visual range to shut him up. She cursed and slowly raised her hands. She needed to find the orb again. But instead, her eyes focused on one individual in particular, standing off to the right. He was Ashkazian, and now she realized why his voice had sounded familiar.
"Runak?"
she prompted, not needing the confirmation. It was him, all right. The dark blue scales, the short tank-like body with a long tail, and those dark orange eyes she remembered staring into as a child. She was glad to see he'd become a security officer. He always had been a good soul. Though her heart panged a little upon realizing he'd been stuck on this planet while she traveled the stars. Runak squinted, and when he did, she could see how similar he was to the Bulak if he turned just the right way. It was the same thing she'd seen in Vrij.
"Evelyn?"
He took a step closer.
"It can't be. You're too young for a human."
She shook her head.
"It's me. I've been through a few strange events recently. I can't—" "How have you survived?" he asked.
"It's a very long and complicated story," she said.
"One that you are not privy to,"
Box added in one of his accents.
"Top-level brass only."
Runak glanced at Box, then back at Evie, his face awash with concern.
"I'm sorry to do this, but we have to arrest you. As I'm sure you know, humans are outlawed on Sisk."
He turned to Box.
"As are any collaborators."
Box made a noise like he was inhaling sharply, despite not having lungs.
"I didn't know," Evie replied. "But if it's illegal for me to be here, why allow us on Sisk at all?" "That was my supervisor's idea,"
Runak said, motioning with his head to the Bedru officer behind the line, the same one they met in the streets.
"He wanted to make sure you weren't meeting other humans. If we had a secret cell anywhere on the planet, it would put us all at risk. Now, please."
He flicked his weapon up, and Evie huffed, placing her hands on her head.
"Do what they tell you," she said to Box.
"Wow. I am a terrible bodyguard," he said to no one in particular. He extended his arms out to the side. Evie caught the glint of the orb on the ground, and immediately had the urge to grab it. If she focused, she might move fast enough to avoid their blasts. But then what? Once it was back in her possession, what was she supposed to do? Leave Box there by himself? Take on 5 Sisk security officers by herself? The last time she'd done something like that, the wrong people had died. And these officers were just doing their duty.
"It's because of the Athru, isn't it?" she asked.
Runak nodded.
"Who else?" "I don't guess you just let us get back in our shuttle and leave. We have a ship in orbit."
"We know," the Bedru officer said, his voice carrying over the other officers. "All planetary traffic was ceased the moment you came into the system. We will not risk Sisk for the likes of a rogue human. Once we have transmitted the circumstances of your death to your ship, they will leave." Something like a chuckle bubbled out of Box, though it was mechanical and oddly even in its nature. "You don't meet many humans, do you? Killing her will only enrage them. You'd be asking for a minor war if you allow anything to happen to either of us." Runak turned to his commander.
"Sir, maybe we can just—"
"No mercy will be given, Runak. You know the law. We must take care of this before the syndicates get word of it." "Unless you want another incident on your record," the Bedru said. Runak cast his eyes downward, but his face was turned in a snarl. "No, sir." He approached Evie, cautious, but with his weapon pointed to the ground. "I'll need to put you in restraints so we can take you to the station. You'll be processed, then put to death." "Just let us leave. The Athru don't need to know," she said. "If all those years we spent together as kids meant anything, just let us go." "What are you even doing on Sisk in the first place?" he asked, stopping a meter in front of her and stowing his weapon. He withdrew a set of electronic cuffs. "I came looking for answers," she replied. "What happened to this place?" He leaned forward, but a metal hand shot out between his face and Evie's. "That's close enough, hot stuff," Box said. The sound of weapons charging filled Evie's ears, and she froze. "Box, pull your hand away. Slowly." Evie gritted her teeth. Box looked at the firing line, then back at Evie. He retracted his hand, moving it back to its original position. "Lieutenant, get that robot in some restraints," the Bedrew said. The Kryllic officer pulled out 2 sets of electronic cuffs and shuffled over to Box, his long, spindly legs carrying him quickly over the ground. "I never said anything," Runak said, placing the cuffs on Evie's wrists as he brought them down in front of her. "They wanted to rid the planet of any perception of help. About 6 months ago, they found out you used to live here. Within a day, they moved the people out and raised it." 6 months. That was about 2 seasons in Coalition time, and that matched up with the amount of dust she'd seen in the house. They destroyed it just because at one point she'd lived there? Talk about overkill. Runak led her away from the front of the house, and she looked back to the orb laying on the ground. She had to figure a way out of this. She hadn't come through hell just to be summarily executed on her home planet. They might have no choice but to overpower the officers. Evie glanced at Box, who looked at her for instruction. The Kryllic had bound both his hands and legs, but if she recalled, electronic cuffs probably wouldn't hold against him. "Again, I'm sorry about this," Runak said, leading her away and to their patrol transports. "Yeah." She only hoped this time they could get away without killing anyone. Just as she was about to signal Box, there was a sonic boom overhead, causing all of them, security officers too, to look up. Evie gasped when she recognized the ships. "Coming through the atmosphere now, Captain," Rivers said, controlling the shuttle. Inside, Cass and Talia armed themselves with pulse weapons, and Cass double-checked his boom cannon that he'd retrieved from the lockup of the ship. It was fully loaded, and it was the only thing that he'd found could kill the Athru. For some reason, Zenfor still hadn't finished replicating the design for mass production yet. "Caspian, to all ships. Keep an eye out for surprises. We don't know what they might have up their sleeves, and we don't want to be caught off guard." He adjusted his holster so the boom cannon fit snug under his arm, right where Cass liked it. "How are we supposed to watch out for anything if they can hide inside time?" Ryant asked over the comm. Cass glanced to his left. 3 space wings flew in formation outside the window. To his right, 3 more. Saturina had scrambled all the remaining space wing pilots for the mission. "Quit your whining, Ryant," Edra Blackfield chimed in. "If they know there are humans here, they'll come out." "Couldn't have put it better myself," Cass said, focusing on the call ahead of them. His heart hammered in his chest. But truth be told, he was glad to be out of the ship. Hank had nearly had a heart attack trying to keep him on the bridge. But this was Evie, and Cass wasn't going to abandon her a second time. "Sir, I'm getting some comm traffic. They're telling us to return to our ship and leave Sisk territory," Rivers said, pointing to the info coming across the shuttle scanner. "Looks like they decided to get chatty all of a sudden," Talia said. She'd strapped a pulse rifle to her back and had a pistol version ready in hand. "Do you have a lock on Evie and Box?" Cass asked. River pointed to a small dot on the screen ahead of them. "Just pick them up. They're outside the city in a rural district. I think it's the house the captain pointed us to originally." Of course. Cass had figured it would be the first place he'd go. Whatever that orb was telling her, it was leading her somewhere. and in conjunction with her hallucination showing the ghost or whatever it was of her father in her old house, it made sense that would be her first stop. Any indication of why we can't contact them?
There's a jamming field in place.
Talia accessed one of the side consoles.
Looks Sisk in origin.
Let me guess, Cass said. No sign of the Athru.
Nothing yet.
He shook his head. They'd hide until the last minute, hoping to ambush their prey. If Samaya was right and they had ships in orbit or on the surface, they wouldn't reveal their hand until it was necessary. Cass's plan was to land, grab Box and Evie, then get the hell off this planet and out of the system before the Athru could pursue. He wasn't leaving anyone behind.
Captain?
River turned in her seat, indicating the primary scanners. Cass leaned over the console, reading the information.
Rings? I hope you're ready for this, he said into the comms.
Ahead of them, a small fleet of Sisk patrol craft approached from Lakal.
Ah, he called you Rings, Ryan said.
Stow it, Saturina said. Captain, you and I are going to discuss decorum when we return to the ship, she said, the menace in her voice unmistakable. Until then, yeah, we got this. Go get our people. Wing 1, engage the hostiles. Wing 2, protect the shuttle.
3 of the Space Wings pulled ahead of them, aiming at the approaching swarm.
Where do you want me to set down? River asked.
Right on top of them. Don't even cut the engines. The ensign and I will jump out and grab them, then straight back to the ship. Understood?
Yes, sir,
River replied, setting the coordinates. The shuttle pitched down, headed straight for the surface. Cass estimated they were probably traveling twice the speed of sound. Weapons fire peppered the hull.
Armor is holding for now.
Talia took a seat and configured the station for tactical.
But without offensive weapons, it's up to the Space Wings to keep them off us.
Remind me when we get back to put you in charge of getting some guns on these damn things, Cass said, grabbing the nearest handhold as the ship shook from the blasts.
Sorry, River said. This is going to be bumpy.
Cass noticed her mechanical fingers had split from 10 into 20, so she could more accurately control the rate of descent. They moved so fast he could barely keep up.
We've engaged them, Saturina yelled. Utley, break off from the shuttle and get up here to help us. These bastards are everywhere.
Cass craned his neck up to see the Space Wings engaged in a dogfight with the Sisk ships, pulse blasts firing everywhere.
Acknowledged, Chief,
Utley said, and one of the Space Wings escorting Cass's shuttle peeled off, headed back up.
1 minute, River said. I can see them, but...
What? Cass asked, leaning forward. He could see the dots of houses spread out along the long road, but he couldn't yet make out individual details. But River's ocular enhancement made it so she could.
They've got trouble. Sisk security has them in cuffs.
What the fuck is going on here? Cass said to himself. First they get an Athru signal, and as they're coming down to rescue their crewmates, they find the Simulus are all over the place, and we're the ones blocking their signal.
Still no sign of the Athru?
River shook her head.
Nothing but Simulus down there, she said.
Fine, Cass said, pulling out his boom cannon and switching it to the pulse setting. If he had to take out some Sisk security officers instead of an Athru army, that was fine with him, as long as they got off this planet before someone decided to blow it up. River performed a perfect maneuver of the shuttle, bringing the nose up at just the last second and extending the landing gear so they would land right in front of the Sisk vehicles. The move stirred up a lot of dust, and everyone outside the shuttle covered their eyes, save Box, who only looked at the shuttle, his eyes blinking in the pattern that normally meant ecstatic. Like I said, keep it running, Cass yelled as River opened the primary hatch in the back. Dust scattered everywhere, peppering Cass's face. He had to cover his own eyes as he and Talia ran out into the fray, their weapons out. This was a lot more dust than he would have expected. He took aim at the first person he saw, a long-legged Simulist he didn't recognize, but it had tiny eyes and was already wiping them clear from the dust. The blast hit him square in the chest, lifting him off his feet and sending him flying backward. Cass only hoped the setting was low enough not to kill him. He hadn't taken the spindly creature's weight into consideration. "Box, grab Evie. We need to go," he yelled into the dust storm. He couldn't see what was what, and with the shuttle's engine still running and kicking up dirt, it might never settle. but that worked to his advantage. Above him, the space wings that had escorted the shuttle buzzed the surface, their weapons blazing. He didn't know how long Saturina could hold them off, and he didn't want to find out. "Boss!" Box called back from somewhere in the dust. Purple flashes lit up the cloud. "They're firing at us!" "For course sake," Cass mumbled. "Ensign, head around and flank them. We don't have time." Talia, barely visible in the cloud with her hand shielding her eyes, nodded and disappeared into the dust. Cass glanced up to see a large shadow approaching through the dirt. At first, he thought it might be Box. But when the one-eyed, four-legged, teeth-ridden creature emerged, screaming at him and galloping at full speed, Cass screamed himself, falling back and firing 4 times at the thing. The first 2 hits glanced off him, but 3 and 4 connected, and he went down, face and long nose first, into the dirt, his back legs lifting up as his face skidded to a stop. He slumped over, his eye closed, and caked with dirt. What in the hell was that? He asked no one, though he was having flashbacks of the bear things from the Athru planet. Though this creature wasn't nearly as large. "That," said a female voice, "was a bedrew." A hand with a broken cuff dangling from the wrist reached down and helped him up. Evie grinned, though her clothes were covered in dirt. "I guess I should have paid more attention in exobiology," Cass replied. "Box? Ensign, we need to go." He turned back to Evie. "Are you okay?" She held up her wrists with the broken cuffs. "No worse for wear. But I have to go back for the orb. I dropped it." He shook his head. "There's no time. Saturnina's barely keeping it together up there. We need to get back to the ship." "Cass," she said, warning in her voice. It was a tone that told him she wasn't going back without it. "Fine." He checked the boom cannon again. "Full charge. Let's make it quick." She ducked low, and he stayed with her as she navigated the dust, seeming to know exactly where she was going. Cass couldn't tell where they were, though the dust was thinning, which meant they had to be moving away from the shuttle. "It's here somewhere," she said, her eyes plastered to the ground. Cass kept looking behind them to make sure none of the other security officers were following. He didn't see Evie stop, and he ran right into the back of her. "What the—" He stopped and looked ahead of them to a figure in a dark robe, its long gray hand outstretched, and in it, the orb. "Looking for this?" it asked. With its free hand, it pulled back the hood of its robe to reveal the unmistakable features of an Athru. 7. Evie stared at the creature before them. There was no mistaking it. It belonged to the same race of creatures that had detained and tortured her on the planet, who had destroyed the Bulak homeworld, and who had decimated the Coalition nearly 2 decades ago. And yet, there was something different about this Athru. Embedded in the center of its forehead was what seemed to be a pink crystal in the shape of a diamond. Evie couldn't tell if it was ornamental or embedded deeper, but it seemed to almost hum with energy similar to the orb that now sat in the outstretched hand of the alien. Its long gray fingers were straight out, but Evie was sure if she tried to take the orb, those fingers would clasp around her wrist, and something terrible would happen. "Back up." Cass aimed his boom cannon directly at the alien, his gaze intense. "Drop the orb and back away." "My, you are a fierce friend, aren't you, Caspian?" the Athru said. And for the first time, Evie heard it as female, not just a generic it. "How do you know my name?" The Athru seemed to make a dismissive motion with her shoulders. "Your exploits are well known. Who hasn't heard of Captain Caspian Rabot?" Cass's face was awash in confusion. "What?" The Athru leaned forward, but his grip on the weapon had loosened. "All of my people know your name. You're infamous." "Now, wait a second," Evie said, stepping in between them. "Who the hell are you?" She tensed her body, preparing for a fight. If she had Athru blood running through her veins, she had a good chance of stopping this one, as it appeared she was alone. The Athru's face softened, and she smiled. "Evelyn, I am so glad to meet you. I'm Esterva.
Your mother. Your true mother.
My mother? Evie said. It felt like the world was spinning away from her, like she was being yanked from reality back into her hallucinations. Could she dare to hope? She'd spent so long searching for information on her mother that she'd abandoned the prospect to oblivion. But then, after what had happened with Osborne and the name he'd given her, Amanda Lawson, she thought her search was over, despite the fact there was virtually no information on Amanda Lawson at all. And then she'd ended up in that pyramid, where the Athru had told her the truth. But as she stared into the eyes of the tall alien standing in front of her, she couldn't believe it was real. After so many false starts and broken hopes, did she dare to believe what was staring her in the face? What if she was unconscious or dreaming? What if she was still unconscious, stuck in that stasis unit on Tempest?
I promise I will explain everything if you'll convince your friend here not to kill me.
Evie pushed Cass's weapon the rest of the way down, so it pointed at the ground without hesitation. He only gave a small amount of resistance, seeming somewhat dazed himself. Esturva smiled.
But first, we have some housekeeping to take care of.
For some reason, Evie thought she meant the actual house behind them. But instead, she glided past them, depositing the orb in Evie's hand, while a strange sound seemed to emanate from beneath her robes. The dust settled, and Evie finally got a good look at the battlefield. Fox and Talia were hunched down behind one of the security vehicles, while the 3 remaining security officers fired at them from 3 different positions, having pinned them down in one place. The Krillic officer lay off to the side, as did the Bedru, both of their faces in the dirt. She could see Ensign River through the paint of the shuttle, holding it in place as it hovered slightly off the ground. She'd assumed the shuttle had made the dust storm, but had it been this Athru? And how sure could Evie be that she was who she said she was?
I appreciate all this effort,
Esturva said in perfect universal, something that Evie found odd, as the others she'd met spoke in their own language.
But there is no need to execute these humans today.
Runak turned, and upon seeing Esturva, immediately dropped his weapon, his body going stiff.
"Oh, my core,"
he said. He fell to his knees, bowing his head before her.
"Please. We didn't know they were coming. We weren't going to kill them, I promise."
Evie couldn't help but feel a strange indignation at hearing her former childhood friend was willing to murder her so easily, just for the crime of setting foot on this planet. The other 2 officers had stopped firing as well, but hadn't prostrated themselves in front of Esturva like Runak had. Now was their chance to get away.
"Talia, Box,
get to the shuttle," Evie yelled, stepping forward. Talia made a dash, but Box only stood, looking at Esturva, his eyes a solid yellow. Evie glanced to her side, where Cass seemed to have come back to his senses. A scowl formed on his face, and he raised his weapon to Esturva's back. Evie stepped between them again.
"You can't."
He stared at her with an incredulous expression. "She's an Athru."
"She's my mother. I mean, she might be. And I didn't come all this way for you to kill her."
"How can you be sure? It's not like they never lied to you before." He wasn't dropping the weapon, but he wasn't trying to get around her either.
"I don't know. I just want to hear her out first," Evie said.
She had no reason to believe this woman, other than the fact she hadn't tried to kill them yet, and hadn't subjected Evie to any torture techniques. Not to mention, the orb had led her here. This had to be the reason.
"Thank you, Evelyn. I appreciate that,"
Esturva said, still facing the Cis guards.
"Officer
Runak," he said, glancing up from the ground.
"Officer Runak, please collect your associates and leave. I have this under control," Esturva said.
Runak stood, stowing his weapon in his belt.
I'm sorry. I can't do that. The law states all humans on the surface are to be put to death. I need to take them into custody. These humans are not part of that doctrine. On my order, Esturva said.
Runak seemed to be struggling with something internally, as his face went through a few different emotions.
I'm sorry, Great One, but I feel like you are testing me. And if I don't kill these humans, you will deem us collaborators and destroy our planet. Now, what would give you that idea? Esturva asked. Because the Athru are ruthless in their goal. When you spared our planet, you told us in no uncertain terms the nature of the agreement. Any humans were to be eliminated. If we did this, we could continue to live in peace.
A thought struck Evie, and seeing Cass had become interested in this exchange and dropped his weapon again, she turned to Runak.
How many humans have you killed, Rune? Over the past 18 years, how many? Enough to save countless lives on this planet, Runak replied, indignant. I'm sorry, Evie, but your people are a plague, and I'm not sacrificing every symbolist on Sisk just to keep a few humans alive.
He drew his weapon again, pointing it at her.
Officers, kill all the humans.
Esturva stepped forward.
I don't think you understand me. If you harm this woman or any human in your immediate proximity, I will have no choice but to enact our final solution. Do I make myself clear?
Runak screwed up his features.
I don't understand, Great One. You're serious. I am not to kill these humans? No. You wouldn't disobey a direct order, would you?
Runak glanced around. One of the other officers, also an Askazian, had his sights on Cass. But his hand trembled, and his finger hovered precariously close to the trigger. In a flash, Esturva was beside him. The weapon was gone from his hand, and his neck set at a strange angle, almost as if he didn't realize what had happened to him yet. As his mind caught up to the trauma his body had endured in those few milliseconds, he fell to the ground, immobile.
Now, Esturva said, do you understand?
Something flared in Runak's eyes, but he stowed his weapon again and turned to his remaining companion.
Grab the others. We need to leave now.
Esturva pointed above them.
And call off the aerial attacks.
Runak ground his long teeth and tapped a small device on his wrist.
Air units, stand down. Return to base. But, sir, don't argue with me, Genoa. Just pull back and return to the station, Runak screamed.
Gone was the man of composure Evie had seen only a few minutes ago. It seemed time had not been as kind to him as he first assumed. How could he have gone so wrong? Back when they were children, he had championed Sisk becoming part of the Coalition. It was part of why they hung out so much. He'd always been interested to see places and people beyond Sisk, to get out and explore the galaxy, to learn about new and interesting cultures. But she could see now he had stayed right where he was and shrunk to fit this small place instead of expanded. Gone was the bright, curious child she'd known, and standing in his place was a scared, ruthless man. A man who would murder innocent people just because he was told to. Evie may not be perfect, but at least she hadn't fallen that far. Runak and his remaining officer took a few minutes to gather their 3 fallen compatriots, including the one Esturva had killed, and stowed them in the transports. The small group watched them depart down the dusty road until they came to the main thoroughfare and headed back to the city.
Is everything okay down there?
Jan asked. Evie turned to see Cass answering his comm. I don't know yet. Send one of the squads down to land, and the other back to the ship.
Be right down,
Jan replied. Above them, 3 space wings set themselves into formation, then descended until they hovered above the desert floor. They landed with a soft thump. The cockpit of the ship in the middle opened up, and Saturina Jan stood up, her eyes wide.
Holy!
Her hands went to her controls. Cass walked past Evie with his hands up. Hold your fire, for now. We're still assessing the situation. Jan shook her head.
This is lunacy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is one of the aliens who tried to kill us back on that planet?
Cass nodded, his hand still up. That's what we're trying to find out. He turned back to Evie. Well? Evie addressed Esturva, who was now looking at her, smiling.
Are you really my mother?
Yes.
How do I know you're not lying?
Esturva paused, the smile not changing.
If you're looking for me to produce a special talisman that makes everything clear, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Trust takes time, and I'm willing to spend that time with you to convince you I am telling the truth. Why are you here?
She placed her long fingers together, holding her hands in front of her.
Let me guess. Marshall is dead?
How did you know that? Cass asked. Evie noticed his weapon was still out, though no longer pointed at anyone. Behind him, Box and Talia came walking up. Talia's weapon was out as well. Esturva pointed to Evie's hand.
His beacon. It would only go off if something happens to one of us. Otherwise, we only meet at pre-planned times and places. He was set to return here, and when I got the signal, I knew I would find you.
You're the Athru we picked up. Cass regarded her for a moment before turning back to Evie. It's why we came down to get you. Samaya picked up Athru signals near your location. We thought it was a trap. Esturva raised her almost indiscernible eyebrows.
Had it been a deception from my people, you never would have survived.
Her eyes, like all Athru, were large and set further up on her long head. Her nose and mouth were smaller than a human's, though she was at least as tall as Zenfor, if not taller. But there was something different about her from the other Athru they'd met, though Evie couldn't quite put her finger on it. She didn't look like Rockron, or the Athru that had attacked them on the planet. For one thing, she was wearing clothes. All the others had been naked.
Still, I didn't anticipate you picking up my signal, Esturva said, cutting her eyes to Cass.
She turned back to Evie, her tone lighter.
Marshall and I deliberately agreed on this location in case of emergencies, and I mourn his loss. He was a loyal member of our group. I figured if anything ever happened to him, leading you here would give you a sense of security. The only drawback being that the planet is very hostile to humans.
Wait, Cass said. Just so I understand, you know about Marshall, and you claim to be Evie's mother. But how does that make you different from all the others? Why aren't you trying to kill us right now?
Because killing you is not my goal. I belong to a rogue sect of Athru, she said, scanning the group. We do not believe in the destruction of humanity. Quite the opposite. We are explorers who wish to understand your species better. The rest of the Athru do not approve, so we must work in secret. Though I will say we strive to know some humans more than others.
She eyed Cass. He seemed to let the comment pass, though Evie sensed a lot of hostility coming from Esturva, all of it directed at Cass. Was that normal for an Athru? She'd only had the opportunity to speak to one other, but at the time she hadn't been in any state of mind to assess his emotional state. Being restrained to a stone table tended to ratchet up her panic levels. But it begged the question, if this was her mother, and she'd been in contact with Marshall, where had she been the past 31 years?
Why now? Why show up after all this time? She asked.
Esturva hesitated, her small lips drawn in a line.
After everything that happened, and my people's invasion of your territory, I fear we don't have much time left. I've been waiting 18 years for an update. Before the beacon was activated, I had to assume you and everyone on your ship was dead, though I could find no evidence of the ship's destruction. I've spent the last 2 decades attempting to track you down.
So then, what is it you want? Cass asked.
Isn't it obvious? I thought my presence here was clear. I'm here to help you find a way to destroy my species.
8. Can I speak to you a moment? Cass pulled Evie aside so they were out of what he could only assume was the Athru's hearing range. For all he knew, she had the hearing of a Garuffian. But they couldn't walk 2 kilometers away to speak.
What?
Evie hissed, once they were just beyond Saturina's space wing. Are you buying this?
She hesitated. I'm not sure. She knows about Marshall. Only someone in contact with him would know he wasn't human, right?
I think any Athru might know. I think they have an extrasensory perception toward each other. Didn't you tell me back on that planet you could feel them around you? She shook her head.
That could have been Dagnya messing with me. There's so much I'm not sure about with her.
Do you feel anything like that toward her? He looked back over his shoulder. Esturva stared at the two of them, the ends of her small mouth upturned. I mean, what if she's nothing more than a mole trying to get aboard the ship? Think about it. The last coalition ship, the only one that can outrun the Athru. It has to be a tempting target.
I agree. We can't just take her on her word. But you heard her. It isn't like she can prove she is who she says she is. And if she's offering to help us, can we afford to refuse her?
Cass had to suppress a grin. I had the same thought about Diamant, and we both know how that turned out. Not so easy when you're the one under the gun, is it? She scoffed.
Just because you're a terrible judge of character doesn't mean I am. I had my concerns about Diamant from the beginning. But this feels different. I don't know. But I think you're right. We need more to go on.
Satisfied, Cass nodded, and returned with Evie back to the group. He noticed Talia hadn't taken her eyes off Esturva, and her weapon was still drawn. But if the alien could move as fast as she had against the Sisk officer, none of them had a chance.
Finished?
Esturva narrowed her eyes at Cass. We need more, Cass said. We're not about to let you on the ship without some kind of assurance you can't or won't destroy us. Esturva regarded him.
Direct? And who said anything about returning to your ship? I have a perfectly capable craft of my own, stowed not far from here. I neither need your permission nor your approval, and I can leave whenever I wish.
She turned, the diamond embedded in her forehead catching the light and sparkling. Sweat ran down Cass's back. It was only getting hotter out here.
Wait.
Evie took a step forward.
You understand our concerns, right? Especially given our history with your people, with my people.
Esturva faced her, holding out her hand.
May I see that orb of yours?
Evie plucked it from her pocket and placed it in her hand. Immediately, runes appeared on the orb and glowed a light blue. Cass's eyes went wide, and he reached for his weapon, nodding to Talia.
Wait.
Evie held her hands out. The glow on the orb faded until it was black again. Esturva handed it back to Evie.
My poor, strong daughter, she said. You've been through so much. I am so sorry.
She reached out for Evie, but thought better of it and withdrew her hand.
What do you mean?
How much do you know about me? Evie asked. Cass motioned for Talia to lower her weapon. Neither Evie nor Esturva were paying them any more attention.
The orb was not just a beacon, but an information-gathering device. It was how Marshall kept me up to date on your activities. It took his thoughts and memories and recorded them, allowing me to absorb them. You've been up to a lot since I last received an update.
Which was when? Cass asked. He was curious to find out if any other spies had been present on the ship.
More than 18 years for me, but only about 3 seasons ago for you, Esturva huffed, not masking her annoyance. Before she was sent on her mission to find you.
Had it only been that long for him? Cass could have sworn it had been years since Evie had shown up at Devil's Gate. He had a hard time picturing the same self-absorbed ass sitting at one of the stools, drinking his meager wages away from a job he couldn't escape. It was as if that life had belonged to someone else.
So, then you've seen everything I've ever done?
Evie asked, staring at the black orb in her hand.
Not everything. Those early years I was away and didn't get back often. My updates became more regular once you became a teenager. I trusted your father could take care of you, and I allowed him to.
So then he really was my father, Evie said in a small voice. It wasn't a question, and it wasn't aimed at Esterva or anyone else. Instead, it had been meant for her, Cass thought.
"Did you doubt it?"
Esterva asked. Cass couldn't help but remember when he had to plow into Evie's father to get him off her. How such a frail wisp of a man had been so strong, he still didn't know. Evie glanced around. Everyone had their eyes on them at the conversation. Cass tried to motion to her not to say anything else. He knew how fiercely she guarded her privacy, and in this emotionally compromised moment, she might say something she'd end up regretting. She blinked a few times, regaining her composure.
"I think we should let her on the ship."
Cass winced. He didn't want to argue with her out here in front of everyone and under this oppressive star. But allowing Esterva to come aboard Tempest was a massive security risk. And now that he was captain, he wasn't sure he could authorize such a move. He addressed Esterva. "Is there anything else you can give us to prove you are who you say you are?"
"I'd be happy to submit to a medical test. I'm sure your technology has something that can confirm my daughter's lineage."
She said it with a bit too much saccharine in her voice for Cass's taste. Did she suspect they'd have to get her on the ship to perform the test? And by that point it would be too late? He wondered if he could bring Zax down here, have her bring the equipment she needed to make a proper determination. Cass glanced to the sky, squinting. The star had almost moved directly overhead. They needed to find some shade, and soon. Human bodies weren't designed to stay out in this heat long. Cass turned to look at Talia, who gave a very subtle shake of her head. He looked back behind him to Saturina and the other two pilots, standing beside their ships in what little shadow remained. Saturina squinted at him, but didn't offer an opinion one way or the other. Good. She was staying neutral. That was what she needed to do. Cass turned back around. "I've got an idea," Bach said. "Why don't we just sedate her before returning to the ship?"
"I think that's a little extreme,"
Evie said, the strength in her voice having returned.
"Don't you think if she was going to attack us, she would have done it by now? What's she waiting on? We're here, the ship's up there, and isn't going anywhere."
"Can you do that?" Cass asked. Bach shrugged. "I can try. I have a variety of sedatives which work on most humanoid beings. I'll just keep poking her until she faints."
"You will not,"
Esterva said, frowning.
"I don't know why I'm standing here listening to you anyway. It isn't as if you make the best judgment calls."
"Just what does that mean?" Cass asked, heat rising on his neck. She shook her head.
"It isn't important. What matters is I am offering my assistance. Do you want it or not?"
"Cass," Evie said. She had been with him on this only a few minutes ago. But in his opinion, the risk was too great. They were the last coalition starship as far as they knew, and they were the only ones with the technology to outrun the Athru. It was too much of a tactical advantage to risk on the word of one of their enemies. He shook his head.
"It seems your decision has been made," Esterva said, vitriol in her voice. "Good luck to the rest of you. I'm sure you'll all live long and fruitful lives under your captain's command." She turned to Evie. "You can accompany me if you like. We have a lot to catch up on." But Evie wasn't paying attention. Instead, she was boring holes into Cass's head with her gaze. They weren't going to see eye to eye on this, but he had to do what was best for the ship and the crew. And despite the fact this woman had saved their lives, or at least prolonged them, allowing her on board was too risky. "Yeah," Evie said. "I think I'll do that." "You can't be serious," Cass said, stepping forward. "You're just going to abandon the rest of us to go off with this woman you barely know?" "I do know her," Evie yelled. "I trust she is the woman she says she is. I don't know how to explain it. Something just feels right." She held up her right hand and pulled the first finger down. "She knows about Marshall." Second finger. "She knows about my father." Third finger. "She saved our lives and could have killed us whenever she wanted." Fourth finger. "And it doesn't help you're intimidated by her." Cass pulled his lips between his teeth.
I am not intimidated by her.
It's all right, Evelyn. You don't need to make excuses for me. Your captain has made his choice, and now we all must live with said choice.
It's the wrong one. She addressed Cass again.
What if she really can tell us how to beat them? Are you willing to give that up based on nothing more than the alternative involves a little risk?
It's more than a little, and you know it, Cass said, looking at her through hooded eyes. Cass glanced at Talia again, whose eyes were wide. This time she shook her head no more emphatically. But he couldn't rely on Talia to make this decision. He was the captain, and it was his call. If not bringing her aboard meant abandoning Evie, it changed the stakes. Despite their friendship, she was still a member of his crew. And he'd made an oath not to leave anyone else behind, which included her. "This is extortion," he said under his breath. "Very well. You may come aboard, provisionally, based on a medical exam. If the results bear out, you can stay." Esterva stepped forward, her features neutral.
"It seems you can make a rational decision after all."
"Meaning?"
"I think it can wait for another time," she replied,
and glided past him toward the still-open shuttle, where Rivers stood at the back, one hand at the opening. "No, please." "Indulge me," Cass said. Esterva stopped, then glanced over her shoulder.
"Very well. It was your actions that guided us to this point, and which brought your species to the brink of destruction. Had it not been for you, this entire war might have been avoided, and now it falls to me to clean up your mess."
9. How could his actions have led to this? How? By not being here when the Athru attacked? They were trying to preempt the attack, not cause it. The Athru were coming one way or the other. That much was clear from the long-range telescopes. Just because they didn't make it back with tactical information on them didn't mean it would have prevented the war. Are you saying if we'd returned with the information about your time bubbles or whatever you like to call them, this whole war would have been prevented? Esterva stopped in her place, turning on Cass and leaning down to look him in the eye. "Careful, boss," Bach said from somewhere off to his side. He didn't want to break her gaze. He didn't want to give her the satisfaction that she might see him distracted. But that didn't mean his right hand wasn't holding the butt of his boom cannon.
"Since you insist on going down this road, allow me to enlighten you. It is not your actions attempting to intercept my people, a venture that would have surely failed had it not been for dumb luck. No, I refer to the events in the depths of Syl space, where you refused to acquire a weapon that could have helped your people fend off an attack from a superior foe."
Cass furrowed his brow. "The Atlas?" Esterva nodded.
"The Atlas. Your desire to spare the lives of those Syl put your coalition at risk. Had you proceeded with the mission, perhaps your people would have had time to study the weapons more carefully, duplicate them, arm every ship and starbase with them. Perhaps those weapons would have been effective against my people. But I suppose we'll never know." She clasped her hands in front of her once more. It was as if he was barreling through a fog of emotion, unsure which to feel first, so they all came at once. Anger, resentment, fury, guilt, pride, anxiety, fear, and the granddaddy of them all, regret. It didn't work anyway," he sputtered. "No matter what I did or didn't do." Though he knew now that was a lie. Samaya had taken a cue from his actions and sabotaged the weapon so it would backfire, making the powers that be think it was a fruitless exercise. But would she have taken that action if he'd never mutinied in the first place? He couldn't say. "I'm confident, given enough time, your people would have figured it out. Who knows, with you there, being the engineer Marshall says you are, you might have even cracked the code yourself. But you decided 10 Syl lives were worth 2 trillion of your own. So, You'll excuse me if I don't necessarily trust your decisions."
It was like he had been stabbed in the heart. She had accused him of being the very thing he'd fought so hard to prove to everyone that he wasn't: a traitor. It wasn't like he invited the Athru to come invade. All he was trying to do was uphold the integrity of the institution he'd sworn to protect. Nothing more. How was he supposed to know the weapons they were trying to acquire, no, the weapons they were trying to steal, might assist in fighting off a superior foe? The Coalition had never faced anything like that in its 2,000-year history. What were the odds it would happen in his lifetime?
"My people are powerful, but they aren't invincible. Had you had those weapons at your disposal, it might have given you a fighting chance. But you were so ill-prepared, you never had the opportunity to find out."
She smiled.
"I'd say you, like you witnessed what happened. Which of course you didn't. Conveniently, you were away."
She turned and headed back to the shuttle.
"I'm not sure that's fair,"
Evie said. Cass appreciated her standing up for him, as he was too flustered to respond.
"You don't have to defend him, Evelyn. His decisions were his own, and he must live with them. Come, we have much to discuss."
Evie shot one more look at Cass, but he turned away because all he saw was pity.
"Hey!"
Cass looked up to see Saturina had come up beside him. Bach stood a few paces behind her. "If you're going to argue my case for me, you can save your breath." He didn't need to be patronized. Esturva was way off, and she knew it. You couldn't put the blame for an entire war at one man's feet.
"That's not what I was going to say. I just got a call from Takara."
She pointed up.
"She said she caught sight of a contingent of vehicles heading our way as she was heading back to the ship. You think the security changed their mind?"
"And go up against an Athru?" Cass asked, trying to compartmentalize Esturva's words into part of his brain he could analyze later. He wiped his brow. "They'd have to be suicidal. But I don't want to stick around and find out." He tapped his comm. "Tempest? Have you got eyes on us?" "Yes, Captain," Saul replied. "Keep it that way. We're coming back up with a guest, using the remaining space wings as an escort. I want full security to meet us when we arrive." "Understood." Cass ended the call.
"Bad idea,"
Talia said, walking by with a pulse rifle hanging from one hand. "What was that, Ensign?" Cass snapped, planting his feet. She stopped, frozen for a moment, before looking at him.
"Sorry, sir. Slip of the tongue."
"Is this going to be a problem? Do I need to find another chief of security?" Talia wiped her brow, her sleeve coming away soaked.
"No, sir. Won't happen again. I think it's this heat."
Cass stared at her a moment. "Make sure the Athru gets aboard the shuttle and is comfortable. I want eyes on her at all times." Talia nodded.
"Yes, sir."
She jogged off, following the others.
"That was good," Saturina said. "Nip that shit in the bud. I had to do the same thing with Utley when I took over. Started mouthing off like nothing had changed between us. When you're in command, it's always different."
"Yep," Cass said, Esturva's words still hanging in his brain.
"I sure hope you know what you're doing."
She slapped a hand on his shoulder. He barely registered it. "Me too." She nodded and headed back to her ship, motioning for the other two pilots to prep to move. Cass trudged toward the shuttle, which was still running at full power, as Box came up beside him. "What do we do about Calypso?" "Leave it," Cass said. They had plenty of shuttles, and he wasn't about to risk another incident over one small ship. "But it might have proprietary Coalition technology the Simulus aren't familiar with. Shouldn't we—" "Did you hear what I said?" Cass said, his tone clipped. "This isn't up for debate." "Yeah, okay," Box replied. When they were close to the edge of the shuttle, Cass stopped him. "I need you to act like a shield. You're the only one fast enough who might be able to stop her if she tries something. Stay close to her until we confirm her identity, and maybe even after that. There's too much at stake, understand? Box the living, breathing shield. Use him as you like. Need to fend off attackers? He can't be killed. He turned to Cass. Oh, wait. Yes, he can. Are you refusing an order? Cass asked. Box hesitated for a moment. Okay, but I get to administer the medical test, not Zach's. Fine. Box put out his hand. We have an accord, he said in a strange accent. Cass knocked it away. He wasn't in the mood. Instead, he climbed into the back of the shuttle where everyone else was already seated. Evie sat beside Esturva's statuesque form on the right side, while Talia sat opposite them, her weapon in her lap and her eyes trained on Esturva. Box shoved past Cass and plopped down beside Talia. Captain? I think we have trouble, Rivers said from the pilot's chair. Cass gave Esturva the side-eye as he walked past, but she only stared into space, as if he weren't even there. What sort of trouble? Hostiles. At least 20 headed this way. His eyes darted to the controls. Ground or air? Cass asked. Air. Those must have been the ones Captain Beard mentioned to Saturina. Get us back to the ship, and fast. He tapped his comm. Saturn, you see those? Yep. Do you want us to engage or protect the shuttle? Can you do both? I guess we'll find out. She ended the comm. River, what kind of makes are you getting on those units? Evie asked. 4 Type 6 slip speeders, 2 MKX hydrofoils, and at least 1 AM-55 Rhino, maybe 2. I can't tell from here. The others are smaller attack craft. Damn, Evie said under her breath. What? Cass asked. It's one of the local syndicates. Somehow they know we're here. They must have a mole inside the security forces. And they don't care about Athru law? Esturva asked. They don't care about any laws, Evie replied. One of the main reasons I wanted Sisk to enter the Coalition was so they could come through and wipe out all the rampant crime on this planet. Without a larger governing body, it's allowed to fester. When I was last here, there were only 3 competing mobs. There's no telling how many there are now. What do they want? Cass asked. Evie shrugged. Anything, everything. Ships, parts, hostages, slaves. No matter what they find, they'll manage to put her to use. Sounds like the Sargans, Cass said. Trust me. If they were on the other side of Coalition space, what used to be Coalition space, they would be. Can you outrun them? Cass leaned over the station beside Rivers. She shook her head. I don't know. Those are some serious mods. We might have trouble getting to the stratosphere. Her fingers split again and began working the controls faster. I'm going to try an erratic pattern to keep them off our tail. How do you know they're coming for us? Cass asked. Because we're the only target out here, remember? Evie said. Without any other traffic to blend into, we're easy pickings. This ought to be interesting, Esturva said. Hey, boss. I think she flinched a neck muscle, but I can't be sure. Could be the prelude to an altercation, Box said. Or I could have just been swallowing. But thank you for being so observant, the Athru replied. You're welcome, Box said. Cass rolled his eyes. Boss, she just smiled. Either she likes me or is about to kill me. I can't tell which. It's kind of an evil smile. I think... Box, shut up. Cass stared out the window as they lifted off, sending dust scattering. Esturva's motivations would have mattered if they didn't get back to the ship in one piece. The back hatch closed and cut off the intense heat that had been building outside. Cass had never missed standard life support so much in his entire life. Everyone, hang on. The negators may not be able to handle the G-forces, River said. Need some help? Evie asked. I wouldn't say no, she replied. Evie jumped up and took the station next to Rivers, forcing Cass back behind the main seats. The only one open was beside Esturva. Reluctantly, he sat down, slipping into his restraining harness. Talia did the same, while Box placed his hands and feet on the closest metal objects, the bulkheads, magnetizing himself to them. You better put on a harness unless you want to end up with a concussion, Cass said. If you even get concussions. I'll be fine, Esturva replied, remaining stoic with her hands folded in her lap. Cass shrugged. What did he care if her own stupidity gave her a head injury? At least then he wouldn't have to deal with another spy on board.
"Contact in 20 seconds, Rivers said. "Everyone, hang on."
The world outside flipped on its head, but inside the shuttle everything was normal. There was something to be said for gravity plating and negators that dampened the effects of a planet's natural pull on normal people. Evie had no doubt if either of those systems failed, every person in the ship would be dead, except perhaps Esterva. She still wasn't sure what to make of her, but at the moment it didn't matter. They were being pursued by no less than 36 Sisk vessels, though none had come close enough for her to identify which of the prominent crime families they belonged to. Often the families would soak up ships and personnel from other families, always in an unending tug of war for power, with the only currency being death. For a brief time she considered joining the planet's security like Runak, but realized she didn't want to be a cop for the rest of her life. She wanted to be a captain.
"Coming up to port,"
Rivers said. Evie checked the indicator, saw their pursuers were coming a little too close to port, and she input a diving sequence she'd come up with back before she'd even joined the coalition. All those days piloting planetary shuttles hadn't been for nothing, after all.
"Gramos, we'll hang back and see if we can't pull some of these guys off your tails," Jan said over the comm. "At least we have something to fight back with." "Understood, Captain. Thank you," Evie replied.
"Assistants are having trouble compensating," Rivers said, as the shuttle dove straight for the surface of the planet again. "You're pointing the wrong way," Box yelled from behind them. "Will you shut up and let them work?" Cass yelled back. "No, because I'm a pilot and I know about this stuff. All we need to do is get back out of the atmosphere. I don't see why we're—" An explosion cut him off, rocking the shuttle as the negators failed and everyone was jerked to the left side of the shuttle. Evie turned back to see Cass straining against his harness, while Talia was pressed back against the bulkhead. Esterva, however, hadn't moved, other than to position her feet in a way that braced her against the pole. She remained seated, with her hands folded in her lap. When Evie's eyes met hers, she smiled.
"You're doing great," she whispered.
Evie shook it off. She wasn't used to compliments by people she didn't know, especially people claiming to be her mother. And while she wanted to get to the bottom of this, a part of her said she should have just left the Athru back at the planet and run like crazy.
"Maybe you should take over," Rivers said,
holding on to the panel as the shuttle continued to careen toward the surface.
"I can plot us a course back to the ship better than I can fly."
Evie nodded, and River input a quick series of commands that flipped the controls on their stations. Evie now had full control.
"Let's see how you bastards like this," she said,
and pulled the shuttle up so it curved in an arc, blasting it back toward the bluish-green sky. The negators couldn't keep up, and the occupants of the shuttle were pulled back. Evie could even feel her chair start to give, but she pushed the thrusters harder, working to gain altitude as fast as possible.
"Course plotted,"
Rivers said. Her mechanical fingers had extended longer than normal to give her additional access as she was pressed back into her seat. Evie checked their surroundings to see a few of the Sisk ships had managed to keep up with her, something she found curious. The mobs didn't employ hotshot pilots. They were often more interested in enforcers, couriers, or sociopaths, because often jobs for pilots paid better than the syndicates. That wasn't to say it was unheard of, though it was rare. She needed to try something.
"Everyone, hang on," she said.
"What do you think we've been trying to do back here?" Cass said, his voice full of panic. She grinned. It was fun seeing him squirm, especially when he was out of his element. She pulled the shuttle into a corkscrew, plowing up through the clouds as the world spun in a perfect circle outside the main window. Once she was sure she had it perfect, she banked right, still in the corkscrew, and skirted along the upper edge of the clouds, leveling the ship out. She'd pulled some serious G's on that maneuver, and only the best Sisk ship would be able to keep up. When she checked the indicators, she wasn't surprised to see one last ship still on their tail. The others were back there too, but much further behind. Evie sighed, tapping the comm. On one of the monitors to her left, the image of a man appeared. Evie shook her head.
"What are you doing, Runak?"
Somehow he'd gotten in with one of the syndicates. At least now she knew how they found out about her and the others.
I'm doing what is best for my planet. You never should have come back, he replied.
There was vitriol in his voice that hadn't been there before. She wasn't sure if it was because one of his fellow officers was dead, or if he'd just been hiding well before.
I didn't have a choice. You could have let us go.
He shook his head.
Couldn't happen. The Athru made their directives very clear. They have the power to destroy worlds, Evie. What are a few human lives compared to the entire population of this planet?
We've got an Athru right here telling you different, Evie said, pointing behind her. From his vantage point, Runak wouldn't be able to see Asturva, but she was sure he knew who she was talking about.
Ah, that. Well, when the order comes from a traitor to the Athru cause, I'm not so inclined to listen, am I? You better watch it. Your vector is drifting.
A series of blasts to starboard caused Evie to jerk them back into position. She chanced to look back at Asturva, whose brow was done in confusion.
How does he know?
She asked.
I don't.
She put her finger to her lips instead of finishing.
Oh, do you mean how do I know she's not a true Athru and abandoned their cause long ago? Did you forget procedure, Evie?
There was a snarl, but also satisfaction in Runak's voice. Procedure? What was he talking about? She racked her brain. The only way he could know was if he'd heard. And the only way he could have heard was, fuck. She patted the back of one shoulder while keeping her other hand on the controls. Finding nothing, she switched to the other shoulder, finding a small black piece of cloth there. A monitor.
So you do remember. All CISC arrestees are automatically fitted with surveillance devices, so their testimony can be used to incriminate or exonerate them. Damn it.
She rubbed the piece of cloth between two fingers.
It's no use, Runak said. You can't destroy it. It's designed...
A metal hand reached over and plucked the cloth from Evie's hand and smashed it using the force of a hydraulic press. When Box opened his fingers again, little bits of the cloth fell away, fluttering to the floor.
Designed to do what now? Box asked. Go suck on an afterburner.
Captain? Evie? He's closing on us, Rivers said.
If Runak had been thrown, it was only momentary.
It doesn't matter. We have a lock on you now. You can't escape here, not with an unarmed shuttle. And think of what the Athru will give us for finding and killing one of their traitors. They may even grant CISC amnesty forever. That's not how my people operate, Asturva said over Evie's shoulder. You should have let us go. Because when they come and you don't have us in custody, they will destroy the planet.
Evie, concentrating on the controls and getting back to Tempest, dropped the ship into the clouds again, angling at 110 degrees. It was the opening gambit of something she called the fisherman's knot, because once the full sequence was done, it was as if she traced a knot in the sky. And she was sure Runak would recognize it. Right on cue, he made the same bank into the clouds. But instead of continuing along the path, Evie immediately banked the ship to the left, throwing the passengers up against the bulkhead again. She knew the shuttle and its systems just weren't built for this kind of punishment, but she didn't have a choice. She dropped down again, just below the clouds, coming around to where Runak should come out, and sure enough, his ship emerged from the clouds right in front of them. She hit the accelerator and shoved the front end of the shuttle into one of its primary engine pods, causing it to partially shear off, exposing the guts inside. On her screen, Runak cursed in CISC and turned around to see what was happening behind him. Evie swung the shuttle out to the side like a weighted ball on a string, and once she was sure she had the proper apex, flung the shuttle back down so it plowed directly into the engine pod. The pod exploded, and the image of Runak inside his shuttle disappeared. Outside, as the pod lost power, the ship tried to compensate, but with only one engine, which Evie guessed had also been pushed to its limit, it just couldn't stay up. It began a slow decline toward the surface, and unless Runak ejected, he'd die in the crash. At least you didn't plow straight through him, Cass said. She hadn't heard him come up beside her, but he stared out at the descending ship, no doubt thinking about the first time he'd witnessed her piloting skills. Now I see where you get it. Dealing with assholes like this all day long. Evie grinned.
How bad is it?
We have some structural damage, but the engines are okay. If we can get to Tempest quickly, We'll be okay. Evie nodded and jerked the ship up through the clouds again. It was time to be done with this bullshit and get back to the ship. Never did she think she'd have to fire on and maybe kill one of her best childhood friends. Then again, everything else about her formative years had been a train wreck. Why not this too? They emerged from the clouds, only to find 4 more Sisk ships waiting for them. Of course, Evie said under her breath. She'd been so focused on Runak she'd forgotten the others were still pursuing them. All around them, the Space Wings were attempting to keep the other Sisk ships engaged, and were doing a good job of it. Everyone, hang on, again, she said. Without Runak, there wasn't much chance of the rest of them keeping up with her again. But damaging Runak's shuttle might have left them vulnerable. She wasn't even sure if the ship could get all the way back to space. Instead of slowing, Evie hit the accelerator again. She flipped the ship on its side and skirted between the 2 closest Sisk ships, scraping the ceiling of the shuttle against one of them. Holy shit, Bach said. Even I'm not that crazy. Where are the Space Wings? Evie asked. Jan and Blackfield are above us. Sea is to starboard, engaging 3 different hostiles, River replied. Evie leveled the ship back out again, and following River's pre-programmed course back to the ship, headed up again. Maybe without Runak on their ass, they might actually have a chance. We've got another contingent coming in, Jan said over the comm. It looks like a swarm. I'm not sure we can hold them off. The screen to Evie's left flickered back on, showing Runak's bloody face. Smoke filled his cabin. I guess it really is kill or be killed, huh, Evie? You left us no choice, she replied, though deep within, guilt had already formed into a hard rock. There was no way she'd make it back to Tempest if she tried to save him. And even though she reminded herself it was either him or her, she hated she couldn't come up with a better solution. Runak coughed. It won't matter. I put a call in to every syndicate ship on the planet. You're not leaving here alive. To be frank, you're more valuable to us dead. The words stung, and she cut the comm, the screen going black. The only thing that mattered now was getting back to the ship. Remind me again why we didn't outfit these things with weapons? She called over her shoulder. Yeah, I know. Cass sounded so sure of her ability to get them home safe. It was an added layer of pressure she didn't need. Gramos, we're going to try and open a hole for you, Jan said. Once you're through, get back to the ship and don't stop. Evie's heart fell. She knew what that meant, even if it had escaped everyone else's notice. Jan and the others would have to stay behind to allow the shuttle to return. She shut her eyes for a moment. Acknowledged, Captain, she replied. Wait a second, Cass said. What is she doing? He come up right between Evie and River's seats, a hand on each chair. What she has to, Evie replied. She just hoped all this was worth it. Could she really justify a service presence if they lost 3 more crew members? Perhaps Runak was right. Maybe she was more valuable dead. Just as she was about to raise the Space Wings again, the shuttle's indicators went off, telling her a massive object had just joined the fight. Holy! Cass craned his neck up. Above them, the gigantic form of Tempest herself came into view, blocking out Hamel and throwing them into shadow. It trained its weapons on each of the smaller Sisk ships, taking them each out with one shot. They scattered. How are they keeping the ship up in the atmosphere? Box asked. I have no idea, Cass replied. Evie didn't know either, but she wasn't wasting any time. They'd been thrown a lifeline, and she wasn't about to lose it. She punched the accelerator, and the shuttle blasted back to Tempest, along with all 3 Space Wings close on their heels. She lined the shuttle up with Bay 1 and drove the ship inside. She hit the comm. Clear. Before she even set the shuttle back down, the rumbles from the engines were audible in the small cabin. She parked the Gramos in the closest space, then turned to see Sisk falling away from them outside the bay opening. Somehow, she knew she'd never see the planet she'd grown up on again. And she took an extra second to watch as it became smaller and smaller in the distance, until the familiar green of the undercurrent took over, and it was gone. 11. This is why a Cathan doesn't leave the ship. Cass rolled his eyes as he stepped out of the shuttle, coming face to face with an agitated Commander Graydon. His face had turned a shade of red. "Look, it was my prerogative. We had a situation down there. How did you manage to maneuver the ship into the atmosphere without crashing?" Hank's face softened, his hard edges disappearing, almost as if they'd never been there to begin with. Cass's first impression of the man had been he was a classic hard-ass, a no-nonsense soldier who always got the job done but took no shit. The truth was a bit more complicated. Hank had proved himself to be a thoughtful, compassionate person, and Cass was sorry he'd underestimated the man when they'd first met. "It was Samaya's idea. We saw them coming for you, and she worked with Zenfor and Tyler down in engineering to come up with a solution. By reversing the polarity on the—" "Wait a minute," Cass interrupted. "Samaya? Worked with Zenfor?" A knowing smile spread across Hank's face. "She's not the kind to hold grudges. Most of us aren't. We know what has to be done, and we do it." He was referring to the civilians and crew who transferred over from what had remained of Starbase 5 when Tempest had first returned to Coalition space. While they were still in the process of integrating into the existing crew, they'd managed to solve a few problems already. "I'm glad to hear it," Cass said. He wasn't sure he'd be so magnanimous in her position. After all, Zen did almost break the woman's back. "Yeah, she just went—" Hank's eyes went wide, and he stepped back, reaching for a sidearm that wasn't there. Cass turned to see Esturva emerge from the shuttle, Evie at her side, and Talia at her back. Cass appreciated Talia taking the extra precaution of keeping a weapon on her, even if she wasn't fast enough to use it. "Commander, stand down," Cass said, anticipating Hank's reaction. "I gave you plenty of warning." "I have hoped you weren't serious," Hank replied. Evie stayed in step beside Esturva as she stepped off the shuttle and examined the bay, craning her neck to take in the high ceiling and the long walls. Cass noticed all activity in the bay had stopped to watch the alien. The maintenance workers, the supply technicians, even the flight controllers up in the big window overlooking both bays stared down at them. The security team Cass had requested stepped forward, ready to take over from Talia. Evie approached Cass and Hank. "How do you want to handle this?" she asked. "Handle what? A psychotic alien killer on board?" "How about out the nearest airlock?" Hank said under his breath. "What happened to not holding grudges?" Cass asked. "Some things are unforgivable," he replied. "Listen," Evie said, stepping forward into the larger man's shadow. "This woman was not part of the invasion force. She doesn't want to kill humans. She belongs to a rogue faction. She's not like the other Athru." "I don't mean any disrespect. But how do you know that?" Hank asked. "What proof has she provided?" "None," Esturva replied, still standing a few meters away. Based on the level of their voices, she shouldn't have been able to hear their shushed tones. "I am here on a promise of trust." Evie turned back to Cass and Hank. "She's going to need quarters." "Commander, will you please arrange something with the quartermaster?" Cass asked. He had locked eyes with Esturva, who seemed determined to make him blink first. He wasn't about to give her the satisfaction. "I'll see to it," Hank replied. "And let's keep most of the crew away from her for now. The last thing we need is an incident from someone who can't control their emotions. People have a right to be angry. Most of them lost everything at the hands of these people." That did cause Cass to break his gaze with Esturva. Hank corrected, her people. He squinted. "What is that jewel in her head? I've never seen that before." "Neither have we," Evie replied. "But trust me, as soon as we've confirmed she is who she says she is, I'm getting some answers." "What's our heading?" Cass asked, checking his comm for the time and to make sure he hadn't missed any general alerts. "I set us on a course in the direction of Beta Stromgren, out of Coalition space, at least for now. I figured the further away we were from Sisk, the better." Cass nodded. "Good thinking. I'm willing to bet that Weasel sent out an alert telling the Athru exactly where we were." He paused, wincing at what he just said. He had to remember that had been one of Evie's childhood friends that she'd been forced to kill. "Sorry."
"It's fine," she replied. "He dug his own grave. He should have just let us leave. But what really concerns me is not only was he a security officer, but he was involved with one of the syndicates as well. That's a level of corruption Sisk hasn't seen in a long time. Back when I lived there was always a clean line between the two, never an overlap."
"An intergalactic war has far-reaching consequences," Hank replied, still staring at Esterva.
"Excuse me," she said, leaning forward. "Whenever you are finished, I'd like to take my medical exam, so you will stop treating me like some kind of diseased specimen." "You're the disease?"
Cass glanced around, looking for who in the bay might have yelled that. His bet was crewman Thorne, who was one of the transplants from Starbase 5. She stood off to the side with the rest of the maintenance workers. It was difficult to tell sometimes who said what in the bays, as all the walls echoed everything. But Cass was reasonably sure about this one. Still, he needed proof. "Box?"
"Yeah, boss?"
Box walked over, having been the last out of the shuttle behind Talia and River. "Voice print analysis." "Crewman Cassidy Thorne," he replied, then pointed at her. "She's right there." "Thanks." "Commander?" "Make sure the crewman is written up and temporarily relieved of duty." "Yes, sir," Hank replied, though Cass heard some hesitation in his voice. He turned back to Evie. "Let's get this over with already." It was a quick trip down one level to 14 where sickbay was located. Cass was ready to be finished with his nonsense already, but they had to go through the proper procedure. He was 90% sure her test would come back as negative, and all of this would have been an elaborate hoax to get on board the ship and destroy her from the inside. Cass made sure to station guards at all 3 sickbay doors once they were inside. If there was any trouble, their orders were to not only destroy sickbay, but everyone in it as well. Even if that meant blowing all the hatches and ejecting that part of the hull away from the ship. But she hadn't given them any trouble so far, except for a sneer every now and again at Cass. Once they were all inside, Zack stepped forward, her eyes alight with interest. She lowered her head for a brief second, then addressed Esterva.
"Thank you for coming here. I've been looking forward to examining one of your species ever since we found out about you."
Esterva took a step back.
"This was supposed to be nothing more than a DNA test, not an examination."
Zax glanced between Cass and Evie until Box stepped in between them. "Don't worry," Box said. "We are sworn to do no harm. Perhaps we should begin with the blood sample, then move forward, if necessary." He looked at Zax, who nodded. "Esterva, will you please hold out your left hand?" One of Box's fingers had retracted away, revealing a sharp needle underneath. When Esterva reluctantly provided her hand, Box inserted the needle into the skin, drawing out a small sample of blood. A crimson ring remained where he'd taken the sample. He ejected the tiny tube from where it had been nestled in his finger and gave it to Zax, who, if Cass had to guess, might be impressed with the improvement in Box's bedside manner, though it was always difficult to judge a Yax-Inax's internal monologue based on their facial expressions. "Skin is thicker than I would have anticipated." Box fell into his medical persona.
"My people can insulate ourselves from extreme cold," Esterva said. "Like an oven, we can regulate how much heat we lose and when."
"How cold?" Zax asked, feeding the tube into a small machine.
"We can maintain our temperature even in space if necessary. It is a simple process of increasing the amount of fat stored between our skin levels. It acts as a barrier to whatever environment we might be in."
"Did our people originate in space?" Evie asked.
"No. I know of species that have, but not ours."
To Cass, she seemed complacent, almost as if she were a teacher and Evie was her student, and she was happy answering whatever question popped into her mind. The fact she hadn't tried to attack them or escape yet at least gave him some hope. He turned to Zax.
"Still processing," she said without looking up. "This is some dense genetic material."
"Would you be more comfortable over here on one of the beds?" Box asked Esterva.
"No."
Box left her alone while the security team behind her stayed vigilant. Cass had dismissed Talia to return to her duties and to check on Zenfor's progress. If she could rebuild most of this ship, she should have no problem creating a new type of pistol for them to use against the Athru.
Well, that confirms it, Zack said, turning to look at the group. The mitochondrial DNA is a 100% match. There's no doubt. She is your mother.
Esterva smiled, but Evie didn't. She wasn't doing anything other than staring at Zax.
Are you sure?
Evie asked.
There's no doubt. You have some unique DNA, Evelyn, but it only shows up if you look closely. After what the captain told me about what happened on the planet, I took a closer look at your medical files. The information is in there. It was just covered up well.
That would have been me, Esterva said.
For your own protection, she added, glancing at Evie. I didn't want everyone questioning your heritage. Had I not made certain adjustments, the issues would have showed up at your first pediatric checkup.
How do you know so much about us? Cass asked. You speak our language, you know about how we take care of children, and you have a suspicious amount of technical knowledge about humanity. She eyed him.
Not that you'd understand this, but I deliberate carefully on my decisions before taking action. I spent years studying humanity, understanding their culture, their rituals, what was important to them, and the worst parts of their past. Because only when you're informed can you make a valid decision.
Cass gritted his teeth. He didn't appreciate the insinuation he'd gone off half-cocked with no concern for the consequences of his actions. That's all he'd been thinking about. Even if he had been informed, even if Rutledge had clued him in on the whole plan, he never would have gone along with it. It just seemed wrong. But he wasn't about to stand here in the middle of sickbay and argue the point with a member of the race that was trying to wipe them out.
So, not only have you been studying me, but you've been studying us as well.
All of us, Evie said.
Esterva nodded. For a long time. I remained hidden, of course, but you could say humanity was my pastime.
Evie turned to Cass.
Well, she's proven she is who she says she is.
Cass cocked his head over his shoulder, talking out of the side of his mouth. Is there any chance you could be wrong? Zack shook her head.
If nothing else, she's telling the truth about being Evelyn's birth mother. At least as far as I understand it. Though I can't figure out how she and Evelyn's father were genetically compatible, or why Evelyn looks human when there are obvious physical differences between the species.
That was a question behind his understanding. His specialty was based on how machines worked, not humans. But none of what he'd heard made him warm to the idea of her being on board. He couldn't decide if that was because he'd made such a grievous error when he'd allowed Diamant to come on, or if there really was something else he couldn't put his finger on. Could all of this be little more than envy? Zax excused herself and walked behind the rest of them, engrossed in something on a personal screen. Now that she'd made the discovery, he supposed they could all breathe a little easier. But Cass was put off about her attitude. He figured she'd be as interested in obtaining answers from Esterva as Evie was. Cass stepped forward. I suppose we'll try this. Welcome to the USCS Tempest. We're happy to have you aboard. Her granite-like face didn't betray a hint of emotion, and if Cass squinted, he could almost believe she was a statue. We should schedule a debrief, Evie said. Yeah, Cass replied. Samaya might be a good fit. She had an easygoing manner and could keep her cool when other officers panicked. But she had 18 years of prejudice to move past first. It might be a good opportunity for her, or it could end up being a powder keg. Regardless of who he chose, it was bound to be a long and complex session. He might even assign 2 people to the job. He just hoped she had her daughter's best interest at heart beneath that hard gray skin. Everyone was too preoccupied with their newest addition to the crew that none of them saw Zax leave sickbay, a small vial enclosed in one hand. 12. Evie's mother. He never thought he'd see the day. From everything she told him, her mother had been a mystery all her life. And now they knew why. Cass hoped she could finally get some answers. He really did. But in the meantime, he had a ship to run and a crew to protect. Not only that, but he had to protect Sturva from those on the ship who might have a grudge against the Athru, and decide she would be the best person to help them purge that grudge. Crewman Thorne might have just been the beginning. Having a Sturva aboard might be like throwing antimatter into a jar to see what would happen. Vreej was the new head of internal security, overseeing all the potential onboard threats, while Talia still remained their tactical officer. Cass had essentially split the role in two, as it seemed too much for one person to handle while they were in the middle of a war. He'd never been in a full-blown war before. Sure, there had been skirmishes back when he'd been an officer, but nothing so dire to require structural changes to the chain of command. All of this meant guarding Sturva technically fell under Vreej's authority. Though given her people's history with his, Cass decided it was best if he left Vreej out of it. Thankfully, Hank had come to the same conclusion. Otherwise, Vreej would have been there in the shuttle bay when they arrived. But if he couldn't take care of it, who could? There were few people on the ship who had the capacity, much less the desire, to spend their time in the presence of an Athru. There was really only one choice. "Box?" Cass asked. "Can I see you a moment?" Box was in the middle of studying Sturva's sample on the monitors, but looked up, his eyes blinking in curiosity. He followed Cass to the far side of the room. "I've never seen DNA like this before. As far as genetic instructions go, there's a lot in there." "Great," Cass said, not really paying attention. "Look, I need to assign you to watch over her, at least until I don't know when, but we can't have her roaming the ship unguarded." Box let out an audible sound like an exhausted sigh. "Do I look like a babysitter to you? I am a doctor, and... Wait a second. That means I have authority over you. I can have you relieved if I feel your judgment has been compromised." "Box," Cass warned. "You assign me to watch over her like some kind of nanny, and I'll make sure you're in here for mental degradation." "Listen to me," Cass said, his voice hushed. Though he knew it probably wouldn't do any good, he was sure Sturva could hear everything in the room. But that didn't mean Evie could. Did you see how fast she was down there on the planet? There are very few people on this ship that could counter someone that quickly, and you're one of them. If she decides she's done with all of us, or this does turn out to be an elaborate ruse, I need you there to give the rest of us some kind of warning." He placed his hands on his hips. "What makes you think I can stop her? You saw what Evie did to me back in that pyramid. I was lucky to get out of there alive." "Because you don't have to worry about not killing her like you did with Evie. If it comes down to us or her, it has to be us. We're the only chance our people have left." He glanced over to see Sturva staring at him, but she made no motion as to whether she had heard what he'd said or not. But he wasn't taking any chances. He was counting on her hearing. "Ugh," Box replied. "Fine. I don't know why I keep doing favors for you. It isn't like it gets me anywhere. And I still don't have my medal." He looked down at his chest. There was a small area indented in the shape of a typical Coalition medal for exceptional heroism in the face of danger. Cass hadn't even noticed it until Box stared at it. "I'm the temporary captain," Cass said. "Maybe I can take care of that for you, as a thank you." "You'd better. I don't put my life on the line for just anyone." He turned to the rest of the group, still huddled on the far side of sickbay. "Good news. I'll be accompanying you on your tour of the ship." Evie narrowed her eyes. "Why?" "Because I'm knowledgeable, funny, and most important, charming," Box replied, walking over to them. "I can tell you more about this ship and the Coalition than you could ever imagine." "I really don't think that's necessary," Sturva began. "Oh, it's absolutely necessary," Box replied. As I am the primary alien ambassador aboard this ship, it is my duty to ensure your comfort and ease while you travel with us." Evie hadn't taken her eyes off Cass. While Box pontificated further, she strode over to him. "What the hell are you doing?" "My job. Why?" "Primary alien ambassador?" Cass shrugged. "I didn't tell him to say that. He came up with it himself." Which, Cass had to admit, wasn't a bad fib, and Box was typically terrible at lying. Perhaps he was picking some things up. "Can I see you outside for a moment?" Evie asked. There was a glint of fire in her eyes, but Cass was determined to stay resolute. Given what had happened both on Sisk and to Evie back on the Athru planet, allowing an Athru free rein was unacceptable. Still, he followed her out into the corridor, his eyes in the back of her head, until the door closed behind them. "Is this really necessary?" "You tell me." "Even if she wasn't Athru, I make sure she had an escort. It's standard procedure." "These aren't standard times, and she's not a threat. She's my mother." Cass shook his head. "She can be both at the same time." Evie's face soured. "Maybe that's what you think, but I know better. She's not here to hurt us. She's here to help." She must have seen the look on Cass's face, because she continued, "Look, I do feel a strong connection with her, something I've never felt before, not even when I was back on that planet. I felt it before I knew we were related. It was like something pulling at my insides." "How do we know that's just not her trying to influence you, like Dagnya did?" She shook her head. "I don't think it works the same way. Dagnya was internal to me. Esturva is external. I don't think she can make me do anything I don't want to." "Are you willing to bet the lives of the entire crew on that assumption?" He was doing his best not to get angry, but she was being so obtuse. If this had been him, she would have seen it for what it was immediately, instead of trying to justify Esturva's presence on the ship, no matter how many red flags it threw up. "There's nothing to bet, because there's no risk," she replied. She took a deep breath. "I need you to trust me. I'm not under her spell, and my decisions haven't been compromised. There is something different about this one, and you owe me, for Diamant." That stung. He'd known at the time it was a bad idea to bring that zealot aboard, but they'd been so desperate, and there were few other choices. He'd done what he thought was right for the ship. "Evie, you're too close to this. You can't see what she's doing to you." "What? You mean because she's the person I've been searching for my entire life? You think just because we're related that I can't make an informed decision about who and what she is?" He stared at the ground. "I didn't say that." "You're right not to trust her," she continued. "I don't either. But I know in my heart of hearts she's not here to hurt us. Though she is holding something back, something big. And it's my plan to get close and stay close enough to learn whatever it is she doesn't want me to know." Cass glanced back up into her eyes. She was serious. "Back down on the planet, I thought you might have actually left with her," Cass admitted. "Would you?" She nodded. "Because discovering what she knows would be more important than whatever risk might be involved. I don't know if she's truly split from the other Athru or not, but with enough time I can find out. But it's going to be hard to do that with Box on top of us all the time." "I'll tell him to keep his distance. But Evie, we must have someone as a barrier while she's on the ship. If not for her sake, then for the crew's. Thorn could be just the beginning. What if someone tries to go after her in the corridor? Box can disable and put them to sleep before they even get close." She pressed her lips into a line. "I hate to admit it, but you're right. I hadn't considered that. Damn." "Are you sure you can maintain your emotional distance from her? That you won't get drawn into whatever she's telling you and forget to see it from all angles?" Her eyes searched his. "You're going to have to trust me.
You owe me that much, at least. As soon as I learn something, I'll share it. That way, we're both in the loop."
She was right. He did owe her. He gave her a nod and a small smile. "I guess all I can say is good luck."
"Thanks," she replied. "I think we're all going to need it."
He held her gaze for a moment. "Hey, I'm sorry about what happened down there, with your home and your friend." She shook her head.
"He obviously wasn't my friend. I saw very little of the boy I used to know. Time and desperation had corrupted him. Who knows, he might have been a member of the syndicate before the Athru came along."
Cass hadn't considered that. They'd already seen so many instances of disruption among the people of the Coalition that any extreme almost seemed normal now. He fully expected any other planets they visited to greet them with guns out and blazing. "I think we need to head to Sill Space," he said, abruptly changing the subject. Ever since Asturva had mentioned something about how if they'd only had that Sill weapon, the Coalition might have stood a chance against the Athru, he'd been rolling it around in his mind. Did that mean the Sill could beat them? Prevent them from destroying any more planets or stars? He could only hope so.
"That may be the only course of action left open to us. How do you think they'll respond when we show up on their doorstep again?"
Evie asked. He couldn't say. All he knew was they couldn't stay in Coalition-held territory anymore, since the Athru had regular patrols. And staying in open space looking for a place to settle was no future either, because who was to say the Athru wouldn't expand their new empire after a few hundred years of rule? Or maybe even only a few decades. There was a good chance they'd already taken Sargan territory, but no way to know for sure. It was clear on the other side of Coalition space, seasons away at best speed. We'll just have to hope they're sympathetic. Maybe Zen can help us in that area.
Do you think she'd be willing, after abandoning them?
I don't know, but it's worth finding out. He turned to leave, but stopped himself. Good luck with your mom. I hope she has all the answers you're looking for.
Thanks, she said,
bringing the ponytail over her shoulder again.
We'll find out, one way or another.
13. When Cass reached the weapons bay, he was surprised to find it empty, with all the control stations shut off. Hadn't there been a team of people working in here when they'd left for the surface? Working on a new type of weapon to help them fight off the Athru if they were ever in another hand-to-hand combat situation? Zal? Where is Zenfor? Cass asked after tapping his comm. I believe she's in her quarters, Zal replied, though she's scheduled to be on duty. I know she's on duty, Cass thought. I'm the one who put her there. Thanks. He tapped his comm again. Lieutenant Denna?
Yes, Captain?
You were on the engineering team assigned to design those new weapons, correct? Cass walked as he spoke, heading for the nearest hypervator. There was a slight hesitation in her voice. Yes, sir. What's the situation?
Oh, well, Zenfor dismissed us. She said she had everything under control. Though I'll be honest, we hadn't made much progress. She kept wanting to go back to the drawing board, redesign the casing from scratch. None of us wanted to argue.
No, it was better you didn't, Cass said, stepping into the hypervator to his left. It was empty inside. While he'd seen her temper mellow, if something was bothering Zenfor, it was better no one else confront her. At least not until he could get a better read of the situation. I'm assuming, then, the weapon isn't finished.
When she removed us from the team, she revoked our privileges. So I can't say for sure. But I don't think so. It didn't seem to be going very well.
This should have been a simple assignment. He wouldn't have given it to Zenfor at all, but he'd wanted her innovation to design something special, something that would be infallible. Did she say anything? Or was she acting weird at all?
Nothing that I would consider worth reporting, sir, but she did seem distracted.
Cass pinched the bridge of his nose. Thank you, Lieutenant. Will you please gather the original team members and begin working on the design again? I'd like to have it done as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. Shall I contact the consul again as well?
She sounded enthusiastic at the prospect of working on the problem again. Of course she did. All engineers love figuring out puzzles. It was their defining characteristic. No, Cass replied. Leave her to me. Rabot out. He turned off the comm and waited for the hypervator to take him up to level 6. He was not looking forward to confronting what might be on the other side of her door, but he had no choice. He stepped out of the hypervator and made his way down the corridor to her quarters. It had only been a few days since he'd done this once before, when escorting her to confinement over her altercation with Samaya. At the time, he'd been impressed with her ability to adapt and handle the accusation. It seemed like she'd managed to rein in her temper and see a situation for what it was. So, what was the problem? Zen, it's Cass. May we speak? He asked once he pushed the call button beside her door. There was no answer. Zen? I'm busy, she said from the other side. It wasn't an admonishment, but it wasn't cheerful either. Let me in, Cass said, his heart beating harder than normal. If you must. The doors opened and Cass entered the darkened room. All around her quarters, Zenfor had spread schematics and engineering specifications, each one of them drastically different. Cass stepped over 2 just to get inside the door. In front of him, she was hunched over the desk in her room, working on yet another schematic, drawing it by hand on a large sheet of parchment. Where did you get paper? Cass asked. I had them printed for me down in resources, she replied without stopping. It was my medium of choice as a child. You had paper on Thesleia? Cass never would have believed a civilization that purported to be 10,000 years more advanced than any other would use something as simple and fragile as paper in any capacity. On Earth, it was only used on rare and special occasions. Cass couldn't help but think of his maps stored away in his room. It's a luxury, she replied. Cass decided to test the water. Lieutenant Denna tells me you dismissed the team before the work was finished. Lieutenant Denna and her colleagues were in the way. She scribbled on the paper faster, her back hunching even higher. Does that mean you managed to finish once they were gone? She didn't reply. The only noise in the room was the scratching of her instrument on the page. Cass couldn't see over her massive form, but based on how fast the instrument was moving, he couldn't help but think the entire page was black with markings. Is there a reason for this interruption? She finally asked. Cass wasn't sure he would get anywhere with a weapon design, so he decided to drop it. Yes, I'm taking the ship back to Sill space, and we may need your assistance. The scribbling stopped. Why? Our new guest has informed me Sill weapons potentially have the ability to stop her people. She insinuated. Cass hesitated, not wanting to repeat her accusation. But he didn't have much choice. Had the Coalition been outfitted with Sill weapons at the time of attack, they might have been able to fend off the assault. The Athru said this? Yes. And there's something else. She's Evie's biological mother. Zenfor turned in her seat. Her normally sparkling gray eyes were a shade darker, as if fatigue had set in the pupils themselves. So that's why you allowed her to come aboard. She wants to help us destroy the Athru, or at least that's what she says. Zenfor hunched back over her sheets. As if it will do any good now. Perhaps she should have tried to help 18 years ago. The point is, Cass continued, if the Sill can help, I have an obligation to seek out that help. They won't help. You already know this. Cass hadn't wanted to admit it to himself, but she was probably right. Seeking help from the Sill was the last act of a desperate man in an impossible situation. But what other choice did they have? Head for open space? Or take on the Athru alone? We're out of options, he said, even if it is pointless. You will reach the border and be rebuked,
if not destroyed. If they consider the Athru on board a threat, they could destroy any coalition ships on site to contain that threat. Heading for Syl space is suicide.
My hope was you would help us. Zenfor chuckled, an actual chuckle. He didn't think he'd ever heard one from her before.
You think they'll listen to me, an outcast? Someone who turned her back on Syl culture? Who broke our most basic tenets?
She turned all the way around in her chair to face him.
Having me aboard hurts your chances. It doesn't help them at all.
You must have contacts. Old friends? What about K4? Or anyone else on the crew of your old ship?
They will treat me as I am, a deserter. Someone who left the serenity of Syl culture to join the chaos of the Coalition. Make no mistake, they'll recognize this ship. They will know what I've done. It's unavoidable.
Cass tamped down his frustration. She was being intentionally negative. And if he played her game, she'd only drag him down with her. I don't know what's going on, but this is the only option open to us at the moment. And it's the only way we could potentially help Sester. She roared out of the chair, grabbing him by his lapels and slamming him into the wall, his feet a meter off the ground.
Don't you dare try to emotionally manipulate me into playing your game, she seethed. I am not some pawn you can move around at your whim.
He grabbed her thick wrists with both hands, holding himself in place while he tried to concentrate. The slam had knocked his head and his back against the bulkhead, and they both throbbed, his head more than his back. I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm telling you a fact. We can't get anywhere near Claxia Prime or Earth without help. Where else are we supposed to go to find that? Every Coalition world is too concerned with themselves, too walled off. She held his gaze for a few moments before releasing him, dropping Cass to the floor. His knees nearly went out from under him, but he managed to stay upright. Zenfor closed her eyes and took a deep breath in through her nose. When she opened them again, they were brighter, more like herself.
I'm having trouble reacclimating. There are so many crew members now, and so little space. Without Sester, things are harder.
I can understand that, Cass replied. If you have a better plan, I'd be happy to listen.
No. But...
He could see the gears working behind her eyes.
I knew a few people who I used to see as less than patriotic. At the time, I wrote them off. But if they're still alive, perhaps they may assist us.
Great, Cass replied. He indicated the ground littered with paper. How was everything else coming?
If you want your weapon, leave me alone.
Cass could take a hint. Plus, his back and head ached all the way down. It might not be a bad idea to get Zax to check him out, especially after what happened with Samaya. Which brought up something else. You can't lose control like that again. If it had been anyone else but me. She nodded. And for the first time he thought he saw a semblance of regret coming from her. But it could have been a trick of the light. She kept it dark in her quarters, he assumed, because it reminded her of the blackness of her own ship.
It won't happen again. To anyone.
He hesitated to leave, sensing there was something else she wasn't sharing. But not sharing was what she did. It was difficult enough to get her to open up about non-personal topics, saying nothing of matters which she considered personal. And he wasn't about to interrogate her. He left without another word, intending to swing by sickbay just to make sure. Once Caspian was gone, Zenfor collapsed into her chair, feeling the anger drain out of her. She'd allowed herself to lose control and nearly killed Caspian in the process. She was supposed to be better than that. It had been years since she'd lost her temper. Even when she'd confronted the Geisen woman when she'd first come aboard, Zenfor had managed to keep her cool.
The fact she'd accidentally fractured the woman's back was beside the point. What was wrong with her? She leaned over the desk, staring at the scribbling she'd done for the 70th revision of this pistol weapon, and she still wasn't happy with it. Was there a limit to how many different ways this weapon could be designed? She was sure she'd exhausted them all, and she was no closer to coming up with a final, workable design that could mimic Cass's original weapon. It wasn't a question of functionality. Building a projectile-based weapon was simplicity itself. No. It was building something that reflected her level of skill as a sill, something the humans had never seen before, something that would impress them, as the ship had done. Zenfor screamed out loud. Was that who she'd been reduced to? Someone who needed the approval of the humans to find meaning in her life? Was that really what was keeping her from creating something for them? The need for praise? Perhaps it was because no one in Sill society had ever considered anything she'd done extraordinary. Why would they? She performed a necessary function to the best of her ability. It hadn't even occurred to her she might be able to do something others would find impressive. Among these people, she was closer to a god. She'd given them the ability to travel distances they'd never imagined, technology centuries ahead of their time. In effect, she had become like the Klaxians. Perhaps that was why she and Sester got along so well. Had he seen that within her when she hadn't? "I am a fool," she said aloud. Sester had figured her out before she'd even known there was anything to figure out. And then he'd left her, despite saying he didn't want to. She needed his guidance, his wisdom, and his solace to navigate this ship. She'd been able to manage when there weren't so many people around. But now that the crew was whole again, she was having a harder time adjusting. Last time, when she'd first come on board, he had been there for her, even if she hadn't quite realized it. And she had become dependent on him, on his presence in her life. But once he found out what happened to Klaxia Prime, he just curled up and... She wanted to say died, since that's effectively what he did. But it wasn't accurate. The fact was, part of her hated him for his selfishness in leaving her like that, after promising to be there for her. If she could stand being away from her own people, then he should have been able to stand it as well, no matter what happened on his home world. But he hadn't. And now she had no one. She thought back to Caspian's request. Of all people, he should understand negotiating with a Sill would be questionable, if not completely impossible, especially after what she had done. Perhaps if it was another ship, or there was evidence of her death, there might be a chance. But the Sill would give her no opportunity to explain. And she didn't want to. She had long ago decided they were too close-minded, and she had broken free of those restraints. They would never accept her point of view. No, they would consider it weak. They would tell her she chose the wrong side. And if she needed proof, just to look at the evidence. The Sill had remained strong, while the coalition had fallen. And the Sill would say they deserved it. They were inferior, and everyone would go back to life as normal, as if the loss of everything the coalition had accomplished meant nothing. Zenfor turned back to the myriad of designs strewn over the floor. She picked up the one closest to her and re-examined it. She grabbed both sides of the paper and ripped it in half, the sound like music to her ears. When she was done, there wasn't a regular-sized piece of paper left in her room. 14. So, Evie tried to fill the silence while she walked alongside Esturva. We haven't really had an opportunity to talk. 10 meters behind her, Box trudged along, dragging his feet. He didn't want to be with them any more than Evie wanted him there. No, we haven't, Esturva said. Tell me more about what happened after you returned to the ship. Marshall's memories only lasted as long as he was alive. Once he died,
so did any further record.
Evie tried not to think about Marshall's face, though it hadn't been the face she'd seen when she attacked him. She'd seen what she thought was the face of an enemy, one of the Athru that had rushed her, except it was just an illusion generated by Dagnya. There had only been 2 Athru out there, and still Marshall had died from the wounds inflicted at Evie's hand. She was responsible for so much death, it made her want to throw up.
I woke up, and that thing was still inside me. Only it took me a while to remember. They blocked out my memories of her to protect me.
Interesting, Esterva said, her voice even and not showing any outward reaction to the news.
Tell me more. I'd like to hear about how you and the other part of yourself interacted.
Evie had been waiting all her life to meet this woman, and all she wanted to talk about was the past week?
No, we need to start at the beginning, the very beginning. How did you meet my father, and where did I come from?
Esterva sighed.
I don't think that's too much to ask for, considering how long I've been waiting for this.
I suppose not, Esterva replied.
Though I wish we could have some more privacy.
She glanced behind her.
You should retake your rightful position as the captain of the ship. Then you could make whatever policy you wished.
Evie shook her head.
I've lost the trust of the crew, and for good reason. This will have to do.
As if to underscore the point, a passing crew member didn't even look at Evie, though she threw a surprised glance toward Esterva.
Very well. First, you must understand, me, and others like me, have always worked in secret. And we come from a long line of individuals upset with the status quo of the Athru. We never believed in the destruction of humanity.
Wait a second, Evie said.
How long have you known about us? We've known about humanity for a very long time. Finding you, however, took considerable resources. But the point is, the ship I served on was crewed entirely by people like myself, who never had any ill will toward humanity at all. We were more interested in finding and studying you.
Why? Evie asked.
Imagine being told about something forbidden from the day you were young. This obscure thing is, and has always been, out of reach. You're told it is evil, undeserving, rife with corruption, and to be destroyed if ever encountered. Wouldn't that pique your interest?
Evie shrugged.
I can't argue with you there.
She couldn't help but think about the space-borne creature that had almost destroyed the ship. In that case, they had been so interested they hadn't seen the danger it presented. It had almost cost them the lives of everyone on board. But there had been part of her that wanted to understand the creature, to learn more about it.
33 of your years ago, we were on a survey mission. Wait, allow me to amend that. It was classified as a survey mission, but we all knew what the true purpose was. The only reason the Athru engaged in survey missions was to find inferior species. Once found, a new species was either subjugated and stripped of any useful information, or they were destroyed.
That seemed overly harsh and unnecessary. What was it with this culture? Even the Sil didn't go to such extremes.
Why? My people believe they are the ultimate life form in this universe, and anything that flies in the face of that viewpoint needs to be eliminated. More often than not, it's the former. In the rare case they encounter a superior force, that force is often given a wide berth.
Esterva cast her eyes down as she spoke. If she were human, Evie would say she was ashamed.
My ship detected a nearby vessel, and we modified our course to investigate. As you've probably guessed, we encountered the USCS Austin. My father's ship. Yes. I didn't know it at the time, but he was an officer on the ship. Because we can shroud ourselves, they couldn't detect us. We managed to shadow the ship for months." "You measure time by months?" Evie asked. "Of course. It's more accurate than using seasons. I'm not sure how the Coalition got into that habit." She paused, furrowing her brow. "Anyway, there was a great debate on board my ship about how to proceed. No one wanted to report the finding back to our peers, as we knew the directive would come down that we would shadow the ship until we found where it had come from, then destroy it." "Wait," Evie said. "I thought you said you already knew about humans. How could you know about them if you'd never encountered any?" They turned the corner into another corridor heading toward the aft of the ship. "We had found evidence of human activity on other, older worlds. Old ships, computers. But nothing that told us more than that. We didn't know where you were. But you managed to find Coalition space. You found the Austin." Esterva shook her head. "No, we didn't. We didn't know it at the time, but the Austin was far outside Coalition space, past what you know as Epsilon Lyre. They were a good 2 months from Coalition territory." "What?" Evie asked. That didn't make sense. She'd gone over all the Coalition records on her father's old ship. Nothing had ever mentioned a deep space mission. Esterva caught her eye. "What did you think they were doing when the ship was destroyed?" Evie stumbled for an answer. Now that she thought about it, everything about the Austin's mission itself had been vague. She'd been so focused on finding the who, she hadn't paid much attention to anything else. "I'm not sure. I guess I assumed it was a survey mission or exploration. The Austin was a research ship, but the report did say it succumbed to an unknown space anomaly near Kretak, at the border, not 200 light-years away. The surviving crew ejected into escape pods and spent over a year drifting toward the closest planetary system until they were eventually found and picked up. Up until I learned about you, I had always figured I'd been conceived in a tiny escape pod." Esterva took a deep breath. "Very little of that is actually true. I don't believe they spent more than a few days in the escape pods, to say nothing of a year." Evie tried to comprehend. "But the records, we modified those. It was part of a well-crafted ruse to obscure our existence." "Obscure their existence?" Evie stopped in the middle of the hall. Esterva continued for a few paces, then stopped as well, turning to her. Behind them, Box had stopped as well, though closer. Evie finally realized the wisdom in having him here. He could corroborate anything she'd learned from Esterva, and he'd keep recordings of it as well. If everything she knew about her father's mission was false, well, it wasn't as if she could bring a case against the Coalition itself, but at least she could set the record straight, even if the people on Tempest were the only ones who ever knew. "Your father's ship was returning from negotiations with a species known as the Hydra Lagul. They were a paranoid xenophobic race the Athru wiped out years ago. But what the crew of the Austin didn't know was the Hydra Lagul had planted explosives on their ship while they operated under the guise of diplomatic negotiations. We detected the problem only moments before the ship exploded. Had it not been for my ship being there, all hands would have been lost." "I've never even heard of the Hydra Lagul," Evie said. "From my understanding, for a time every ship that entered their system was destroyed. Your Coalition worked long and hard to build a peace with them, to at least prevent a war. Or that's what they thought they were doing." Evie couldn't believe it. Had the Coalition Council even known? And how had she never found even a mention of this in any records? Was this just another one of the Coalition's clandestine missions, outside the normal range of operations? Like Cass's mission with the Sill? At least in this case, the goal had been peace, even if it had been unsuccessful. She turned to Box,
no longer pretending like he couldn't hear them. "Do you have any record of this in anything you've downloaded?" "No. If what she says is true, it was buried deep." "She might be lying." His eyes blinked twice. "Keep going," Evie said. Box was right. All of this could be a fabrication, especially since there were no records to back it up. But she was reserving judgment until she'd heard the entire story. Isturva had been staring at Box, but returned her attention to Evie. "We managed to save 12 of them, your father included. We brought them aboard, tended to their injuries, and woke them back up. There were only 9 of us, but we decided the risk was worth it, especially knowing how bad the primary Athru line wanted them destroyed. We wanted to find out just what was so special about these humans that made them a target. Osborn was the first we met." Evie bit back a retort about how it must have been an explosive first contact if Osborn had been humanity's ambassador, knowing his attitude toward people. Instead, she motioned for Isturva to continue. "I liked him. He was gentle, possessing a soul that saw the world differently. He wasn't like any of the others, at least not to me." Her eyes had gone wistful, as if she were remembering a pleasant dream. Evie couldn't help herself. "Are we talking about the same man here? Osborn Diazol?" She was thrown back to her last encounter with him, when he'd accused her mother of killing herself because she couldn't handle Evie, when he'd attacked her and Cass had to knock him off because he was so strong. That was when Evie had first learned about a woman named Amanda, who hadn't been her mother after all. But he'd said something about a promise. "The same," Isturva said, oblivious to the storm raging in Evie's brain. "We don't have artists in our society. So, to meet a painter and to watch him work, it was new and exciting. None of us could understand the reasoning behind the Athru's desire to destroy these people. We allowed them to stay on our ship, and your father and I became close." "Excuse me, as a doctor, I have to interject," Box said. "How did you overcome the genetic incompatibilities during copulation? Do the Athru even have genitals? And if so, what are their shape and size? Were there any additional tools necessary in the process? And if so, how were they used?" "Box," Evie said, "that's not an appropriate line." "No, he's quite right," Isturva said, "and it is relevant. Osborn and I discussed the possibility of coupling before we ever understood the act. Creating a hybrid life form was not only of interest to us as researchers, but we wanted to push the bounds of what we thought might be possible." It was as if Evie had been slapped. "So that's all I was, a scientific curiosity." She should have known as much, knowing her father. "No, we wanted a child, and we wanted each other's child. But we weren't even sure it was possible. I worked with a geneticist on my ship to determine how we could proceed, and we developed a range of techniques to make the union possible." She turned to Box. "No additional tools were needed. Our genitalia are similar to humans." Box's eyes blinked in rapid succession. "That is fascinating, Evie. Can you imagine the odds of similar genitalia in 2 species opposite of each other? Think about how they must have developed. I must get a record." He moved toward Isturva. "Nope," Evie said, holding Box back. "Not out here in the corridor. Now is not the time. Understood?" "But Evie, my database. Think of what this could mean to my research." She ignored him. "You used genetic manipulation to create me," Isturva nodded. "We had to. All our projections said a fetus wouldn't survive otherwise. Were there any others like me? Any other humans who mated with Athru?" She'd been thinking about the possibility of others like her ever since Isturva had mentioned the 12 survivors. At least that much was accurate. Knowing they had all been on the Athru ship for an extended period of time meant her case might not be unique.
No. No one else experienced the attraction Osborne and I shared, though we all exchanged ideas and information. It was where most of my knowledge of your culture comes from.
Evie dropped her shoulders. Not that she needed someone else to be like her, but it would have been nice not to feel so alone. But then again, if anyone else had that Athru personality inside them, it would have come out long ago.
And then, once your embryo was viable, you were cultivated and born in only 7 weeks.
7 weeks? Evie asked.
How was that possible? We have advanced techniques that speed the rate of development. The entire ship was involved in creating you. And your father and I stayed in the lab every day while... Wait. I was grown in a lab?
All Athru children are, Esterva replied.
Didn't I mention? It's deadly for an Athru female to give birth naturally.
She looked from Evie to Box, then back again, as if they were being intentionally obtuse.
An unfortunate side effect of our species. The process kills us.
15. In the command room, Cass stared out at the starfield beyond, tinged green from the undercurrent as it flew by. Sachs had given him a clean bill of health, saying he'd be bruised, but with no lasting damage. But she'd seemed distracted the entire time. He'd considered asking what was up, but if he was being honest, he didn't have the headspace for it. Cass was more concerned about Esterva and her presence on the ship. Not to mention he'd been waiting over an hour for an update from Box, and had heard nothing. He could only hope the Still could offer a solution, or at least an avenue toward one. Maybe they didn't have to help him so much as they needed to point him in the right direction. Because Zenfor was right. If they hadn't been willing to help the Coalition when it was at its strongest, why would they now? For the first time, he finally felt the weight of command pressing down on him, and he tried to remember what it was like back before life had become so stressful. Hadn't this been what he wanted? Because what was the alternative? Ferrying rich people across star systems in Sargan territory? Though he doubted if there were any couriers left after the Athru had come through. They'd never said they were specifically after the Coalition. No, it had been humanity. And a great many humans lived in the Sargan Commonwealth. Hell, it had been founded by humans 1,000 years ago. Those who had been upset with the way the Coalition ran things, at all the corruption. And it had taken him a while to catch on. But when Cass finally had, he saw what all those people had been talking about. But instead of uniting in their efforts and putting them towards something good, the Sargans had decided to live by their own rules, except for one: me first. You had to assume every person you encountered in the Commonwealth was looking out for number one, and number one only. If you went in with that mindset, you'd be fine. Compassion was seen as weak, which was why it was probably good Cass had gotten out when he did. Word would have spread that he spared Maddox's life again, and Vina would probably have taken him off his ship and dropped him on a planet somewhere. So, in a way, Evie showing up when she did was a blessing. There was no comparison. He never wanted to go back to that life, or anything resembling it. He was home here on this ship, and with these people. It was a difficult thing to admit, but even after they'd excised him, he'd always wanted to return, no matter what he told himself over a stiff drink at the bar. This had always been the ultimate destination, and against all odds, he'd made it back. And now that he was captain, it was time to prove himself, just like he always said he would. Cass tapped his comm. "Box, status update. Where are you?" "In the corridor on level 5. But I can't talk now. I just learned some juicy gossip." He ended the call. Cass shook his head and tapped his comm again. "Box, stop fucking around. What's happening?" "I'm trying to find out. Just give me a few minutes. Oh, and by the way, they're coming to see the bridge in a few minutes, so FYI. He ended the call again. "God damn it," Cass said, reaching for his comm a third time. But before he could tap it, the chime of the command room door sounded. "Come in." The door opened to reveal Samaya and Hank, both with grave faces glowering at him. "What is it? What happened?" Cass asked, his pulse quickening.
"May we speak freely, Captain?"
Samaya asked. He couldn't believe she was asking that of him. Even though he'd been her commanding officer back at the Atlas, they'd always been open and honest with each other. Cass had at the time seen her as a kindred spirit. And now that she was almost 2 decades older than he was, he couldn't help but feel like she had transformed into a mentor. "You can always speak your mind to me, Samaya. You know that." She glanced at the floor. "I didn't want to overstep my bounds, not with all the changes we've had to deal with over the past few days. I'm still getting used to being aboard a functioning ship. I accidentally took the service corridor down to 11 yesterday, and didn't realize the hypervators hadn't been destroyed until I was halfway down." "I've done something similar," Cass said, remembering how disoriented he was as soon as he came back aboard the newly repaired Tempest. And he'd only been gone a day in his own time. Samaya had 18 years to get used to doing things the hard way. "Captain, we need to discuss this Athru situation," Hank said, his voice hard, like it had been when Cass first met him. "The commander and I have spoken, and we believe bringing her on board is an error." Cass glanced at Samaya, who nodded. So much for his ideal person to debrief her.
"What if she's here as a spy to ascertain our capabilities? There's still so much about them we don't know."
"I had a similar thought," Cass said, "but the medical test proved out. She's Evie's mother." "Which means nothing," Hank replied. "For all we know, the Athru could eat their children. This might just be her way of infiltrating to take down the last Coalition ship in existence." Cass huffed. They didn't know Tempest was the last Coalition ship, but he'd had his suspicions. The Athru would have long ago taken care of any others that hadn't left for open space. Either that, or commandeered them to do with as they pleased. Some, he supposed, had been retained by some of the former Coalition members, like the Untu, who used them to patrol their planet. But once they became the property of a particular planet or system, they ceased being Coalition ships, and instead became mercenary vessels. There was no more fleet. "I hear your concerns, I really do. I had them myself. But the fact is, we are lost without some way forward, and this woman can potentially expose weaknesses the Athru might have. She's already told us SIL weapons would be effective against them. I think that's a good place to start."
"And if it turns out she's lying, and we're headed for a trap?" Samaya asked.
"I don't know. But there's not a lot else we can do. I've tried to take every precaution." Without warning, the whole room shook, and Cass had to grab the side of the table to keep from toppling over. Samaya buckled, but Hank was there to grab her before she went down. He'd braced himself immediately, almost as if he knew what to expect. "Report," Cass yelled into the comm.
"One Athru ship. It just came out of its time bubble and is in pursuit," Talia said. "The undercurrent drive is down."
"Damn it," Cass said, looking at Samaya and Hank.
"Not a word. Take your stations."
They both nodded, and Cass followed them out onto the bridge. "Where did it come from?" Cass asked. Talia checked her screens.
"Heading 905, Mark 20. 1 minute it was there, the next it wasn't. I don't know if it was lying in wait, or just a random ship on patrol we happened to hit."
"I assume we're still running with the armor up?" Cass asked.
"Yes, sir. Commander Graydon told me not to drop it for any reason."
Cass nodded. "Good thinking, Commander. Zal, send out a ship-wide alert. Everyone to their battle stations." "Aye," Zal said. "Rond, what's our heading?" Cass asked. "Still on course for the nearest edge of SIL space," he replied. "But even at our current speed, we're over a week away." "Switch it up," Cass replied, "and get us out of Coalition space as soon as you can. I'm sure they'll chase us to the Kretos Nebula and back, but my bet is there aren't as many of them out there as there are in here." "Yes, sir," Rond replied, nodding to River, who plotted a new course. It showed on the main screen along with the relative positions of Tempest and the Athru ship. "All stations are reporting battle ready, Captain," Saul said. Good. Do we have anything that will make a dent in that chip? The screen in front of them veered wildly as energy blasts shot past them. Sorry, Ron said. Just trying to keep us out of their line of fire. All we have is the transdimensional weapon, Talia said. It's the only thing that stopped them so far. You can't use that, Samaya said. Any species in this region of space will be cut off from any faster-than-light travel for centuries. They needed another option, something that wouldn't tear apart the fabric of space-time. Give me something else, Ensign. There is nothing else. We don't have weapons that can penetrate their shields. Our only hope is to tear a hole in space and hope we don't get caught up in the shockwave pulling everything in. They're gone, Rivers said. Disappeared from the screens. Cass looked up. The screen flashed a proximity warning. Hang on, Ron said, banking starboard. Cass felt the pull of gravity as the negators strained to keep their molecules together. They just came out of nowhere. Is it possible that's a second ship? Hank asked. No, sir. Same markings as the first. They must have entered their bubble, then re-emerged to catch us off guard. Cass barely heard the hypervator doors open behind him. He was too focused on figuring out a strategy that didn't involve destroying space as they knew it. If we could just get back into the undercurrent, he said. Cass to Tyler. How long will it take you to fire up the drive again? 2 minutes. It only requires a minor adjustment, Captain. 2 minutes. That could be an eternity in a firefight, especially one where they didn't have anything to defend themselves with. Rond, keep up the evasive maneuvers. Talia, throw everything you've got at them, even if it doesn't make a dent. We need to make sure we're out of options. Out of the corner of his eye, Cass caught the flash of light on metal. He turned to see Box standing with both Evie and Esturva watching the action. He kept his curses to himself, but turned to see Hank had locked eyes with Esturva. Commander, Cass whispered, not now. Hank stood, addressing the Athru. You want to help? Tell us how to defeat that chip out there. Your best bet is to run away. Your weapons won't be effective against them, she replied. And how are we supposed to survive the next 2 minutes without a way to defend ourselves? He demanded. Ensign, how much more can the armor take? Cass asked. Another hit, maybe 2, Talia replied. If it weren't for Zenfor's upgrades, we'd be space dust already. Cass looked to Evie for any help, but she shook her head. Their fate was in Ron's hands. What if we used the shuttle as a mine? Samaya asked. Loaded it with explosives and dropped it out of the bay. We could even program it to head for the Athru ship. They're not stupid, Esturva said. They detect what was aboard and throw it right back at you. As I said, your only chance is to run. With this ship's speed, you can outpace them. Mr. Rond, it's up to you, Cass said. If you can hold them off for another minute or so. Yes, sir. He hunched over his control panel. Outside, space swung wildly from one side to the other. Blasts of purple and red flew past the ship, and each time Cass thought it would be the one to end it all. He turned to Esturva again, who seemed as calm as someone on vacation, as if all their lives were in danger. Captain, Tyler said over the comm, bad news. Zenfor's advanced drive was damaged when we came out of the undercurrent. We can re-enter at normal speed, but the drive won't be fixed for a while. How long's a while? Cass asked. The situation was spiraling fast. Maybe 3 hours. She's down here now working on it. Cass glanced at Evie, who had just gone a shade paler. To their credit, the rest of the bridge crew didn't miss a step. But there was no way they could do this for 3 more minutes, much less 3 more hours. Cass was back down to his original choice. Ensign, load the transdimensional weapon. 16. You can't. Esturva had lost all her previous composure. Panic now colored her alien face as she stepped forward. Cass tried not to let a surprise at seeing her outburst show. It's either that, or we die. You said yourself a SIL weapon would be effective. We've done this before. We know it works.
You've done this before?
She was almost screaming. Beside her were the only two people who might be able to restrain her if she decided to try something. But it didn't give Cass much reassurance.
The weapon is ready, Captain, Talia said.
As soon as you have a lock, fire, Cap tapped his comm. Tyler, we need that undercurrent right now.
I'm coordinating with him, Samaya added. The standard undercurrent is ready.
Cass nodded.
You fools! You don't understand what you're about.
Before Esturva could finish, Talia fired the weapon at the Athru ship. It struck it dead center, creating a bright flash of light, which the monitor automatically dimmed. When it returned to full luminosity, it looked as if the ship was being pulled within itself, while what Cass could only describe as an electrical storm erupted around the impact point. "Hit it!" Cass yelled. Samaya activated the controls on her station, and the ship slipped into the undercurrent easily, leaving the Athru ship to disintegrate by itself. But before the ship disappeared off the screens, Cass could have sworn he saw a black tentacle made up of what he could only describe as darkness wrap itself around what remained of the ship. He turned to Hank. "Did you see that?" Hank frowned. "See what?" Cass turned to Evie, whose eyes had gone wide. He glanced over to Zal, but since his facial range was limited, Cass couldn't tell if he'd recognized it or not. "Zal, tell me you got a scan of that." "I did, Captain," Zal replied. "It matches the description of the creature we encountered at the XL Nebula." "Son of a bitch," Cass uttered under his breath. Had that happened when they'd used the transdimensional weapon back at Starbase 5? Was this how these creatures manifested themselves in their universe?
"I told you not to use it," Esturva said. "And now you've opened something that is very difficult to close."
Cass turned to her. "We've closed one before. I don't see why we couldn't come back and close this one, too."
"Because," Esturva said, hatred in her voice, "they're interconnected. The more holes you rip in space, the stronger the creatures become. The Athru once encountered an entire region full of them, where the barriers between dimensions had become so thin, thousands of the creatures had come through to feast on this universe. We did what we could, but even our weapons were only mildly effective against them. We barely managed to contain them."
Cass slumped back in his seat. They'd sealed the fissure at the XL Nebula, but they may have just contributed to two more, both within Coalition space. And if others were using transdimensional weapons, such as the Sill, or perhaps even some desperate individuals from the Sargan Commonwealth, they might have a real problem.
"You have no business as the captain of the ship," Esturva said. "Your decisions are reckless, and you don't consider the consequences before you take action. How you ever became a captain is beyond me." "Mother, please," Evie pleaded. "Cass has all the necessary training as well as the experience to captain the ship. None of us knew about the fissures. I wouldn't trust anyone else with the safety of this crew."
Hank walked up to Esturva. "Did you just threaten the captain?" Samaya stood to join him, and Cass shook his head. She didn't need to add any more flame to this fire.
"And if I did? For all I know, you would be better equipped to lead this group."
Esturva looked like she might pounce out of her robes and begin attacking the crew at random. Cass needed to find a way to defuse this situation.
"Your captain just tore a massive hole in the fabric of space and time. What gives him the right to do that? Even the Athru aren't so reckless. If all humans were like him, I would understand why my people were so adamant about destroying yours."
"Yeah?" Hank challenged, matching her tone in outrage. "It's convenient how that Athru ship just happened to find us moving through space, and they happened to knock out our undercurrent drive, so we'd be forced to face them in a fight." He surveyed the rest of the bridge crew. No one said anything, though Cass was about to speak up when he continued. "What did they promise you for getting aboard our ship? What do the Athru cherish?" Esturva showed her teeth.
"I am not a spy. I am here for my daughter, and to help save what is left of humanity."
"I think you're here to destroy what's left of humanity,"
Hank said, stepping closer. That's enough, Cass said, squeezing between Hank and Esterva, which was no easy feat, since both of them were larger than he was. We're not doing this. Evie, take your mother off the bridge. We need to regroup and help fix Zenfor's advanced drive.
She should be locked up, Samaya said, until we can determine she didn't give away our position. Is it possible the Athru managed to detect one of their own aboard, and that's how they found us? Talia asked.
Samaya shook her head.
The technology we used on Starbase 5 that keeps Ms. Diazol shielded from the Athru works the same for this woman. They can't detect her on board, not unless she sends them a signal.
How dare you, Esterva said.
I am here to help you, and all you can do is accuse me.
Cass wasn't sure what to do. Every time Esterva accused him of making a poor decision, it took him back to that moment on the bridge of the Atlas when he stood up against Rutledge and put his ship and crew in danger. What if she was right? Back then, he'd always just assumed he'd make captain one day, that the qualities inherent in a captain were ingrained within him. But perhaps that wasn't the case. Maybe he'd never been captain material to begin with, and it had all been a fantasy. Though at the same time, he couldn't ignore Hank's claims. It was possible they just happened to come across an Athru patrol ship, and then again, it was possible the aliens had been lured to them by Evie's mother. Box, did you see or detect anything that might have given away our position? Cass asked. He shook his head.
Nothing that I saw. Unfortunately, what remains under the robe is a mystery to me.
Cass addressed Esterva. Would you be willing to submit to a search so we can eliminate the possibility you may have contacted your people? All emotion seemed to leave Esterva's face.
No, you may not. I have already told you I did not contact them. That will have to be enough. Your distrustful nature will be what gets all of you killed. I found a healthy level of distrust is good for survival, Samaya said.
She turned to Cass.
If she's not willing to submit to a search, we don't have a choice. We need to confine her until we can figure this out.
Cass tried to tell himself Samaya was being impartial, that she would have suggested the same course for anyone else. But he couldn't quite make himself believe it. She and Hank both had too much history with the Athru to be able to put that all aside. She'd lost her husband because of the Athru. There was no way this wasn't motivated at least somewhat by anger and retribution. And that was no way to treat someone, except for the fact a third of the crew probably felt the same way, and Cass had to keep the peace on the ship, if nothing else. I agree with Samaya. Evie, please escort her to the brig until we can rule out her involvement in this. To his own amazement, he managed to not drop his gaze, though what he saw in Evie's eyes made him wish he had.
You can't be serious. How are you planning on ruling her out?
Evie's face was a mixture between indignation and anger. So, Cass asked, we will need to coordinate with Zenfor, check all of the scanning logs for the entire ship leading up to the incident. We'll also need to perform detailed scans of our guest herself, as soon as she is willing to allow them.
Which will be never, Esterva said.
Why are you so hesitant to be scanned? Hank asked. What are you hiding?
My personal privacy, she replied. I will not say it again. But if you're willing to listen to his recklessness, she motioned toward Cass, then by all means, let us see how it works out for you.
Evie, we're going to try and clear this up as quickly as possible. Cass took the captain's chair again, wanting this entire confrontation over with already, though he did see satisfied looks on both Hank and Samaya's faces.
I don't believe this, Evie said. Couldn't we just confine her to her quarters until the investigation is over?
There are a number of devices and opportunities within each individual's quarters which could potentially give them access to creating a homing signal, Saul said before Cass could answer. The brig is the only place on the ship completely cut off from any possible modification. Esterva shook her head, apparently disgusted with all of them.
Evie looked like she might say something else, but instead she turned back to the hypervator, leading her mother back the way they'd come. Box stood off to the side, watching them. "Make sure they arrive okay," Cass said. Box nodded and got back into the hypervator with them. The look on Evie's face was one of palpable disgust, and yet Cass had made up his mind. This was the right call for the moment. If Asterva had anything to do with that ship attacking them, they needed to know. The hypervator doors closed, and the bridge seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Cass didn't look to anyone else for approval over what he'd done. He didn't need it. Even if Hank and Samaya hadn't brought it up, he would have considered restraining her. They had managed a week in Coalition space without running into any random patrols. The only time the Athru had found them had been when they'd been evacuating Starbase 5. While it was possible the ship had been nothing more than a random patrol, he didn't think it too likely. And it made Asterva's appearance back on Sisk more suspicious. Perhaps bringing her aboard had been the wrong call after all. They would find out soon enough. So, get started on the investigation. 17. The hypervator doors opened on level 9, and Evie stepped out ahead of the others, too mad to think straight. She'd managed to keep her calm at the bridge, but as they rode the carriage down, she'd only grown more and more upset at the current predicament.
"Try not to be too angry with them. They are small and scared little creatures, and they need our pity," Asterva said.
Evie hadn't realized she'd been that transparent. She thought she'd been holding her emotions in pretty well up until that point.
"Weren't you the one who was just up there getting upset at them for the same thing? And don't call them small. Humans may not be equal to the Athru on the evolutionary scale, but that doesn't make them any less valuable."
She hated Box had heard that. Now he was sure to report it back to Cass and the others, and it would only add fuel to the fire.
"You're right. I'm sorry. It's just that I've spent a long time observing humans and not interacting with them. In some ways, I've come to think of myself as their protector, a guardian for those who are left. And yes, that includes everyone on this ship. I can't help but feel for their situation, even if it does lead me to being locked up. It won't be for long, I'm sure. The truth will bear out,"
Evie said. Part of the problem was she could see where Cass and the others were coming from. It was suspicious. Only a few hours after Asterva had come on board, they were attacked by an Athru ship. But coincidence did not prove anything, except maybe bad luck. And she trusted Zal to perform a thorough and impartial investigation.
"We will see,"
Asterva replied. Her tone remained even, as it had been when they had been discussing Evie's conception. Oddly, the only thing she'd become agitated about thus far was the use of the transdimensional weapon. Evie couldn't say the same for herself. Listening to Asterva recount Evie's early history had seen her heart palpitating, and learning the answers she'd been seeking for so long, many of them only leading to more questions, was indescribable. It was almost like scratching an itch that had been plaguing her for years.
"I'll stay with you," Evie said, "until you're released. At least you won't have to be alone." "That's very generous. Thank you,"
Asterva replied. They turned the corner, coming to a stop in front of the outer doors that led to the office outside the brig. The door slid open to reveal Vreed sitting at his desk, working on a screen in front of them. He glanced up, did a double take, then shot out of his seat, hopping over the desk and making a beeline for Asterva.
"Vreed!"
Evie yelled, but it was no use. His face was contorted in anger, pain, and his razor-sharp mandible had come out from his back and was pointed directly at Asterva's throat. Evie tried to move to intercept him, but realized too late she couldn't make it in time. He moved faster than she had ever seen, never taking his eyes off Asterva. Panic filled Evie immediately, and she yelled something inaudible to get him to stop. But before the blade could pierce her skin, Box was there in front of Asterva, blocking Vreed's way and holding his mandible off to the side with one hand and keeping Vreed at literal arm's length with the other. Evie hadn't even seen him move. "Holy shit, you're fast," Box said.
"Move out of my way, machine," Vreed yelled. "Vreed has vengeance to exact. Vreed, please."
Evie took hold of his shoulder. The contact seemed to get his attention, and he turned to her.
"She isn't like the others. She is my mother."
"Mother?"
Vreed showed his teeth in a grimace.
"I'm sorry, but I can't." He paused. "Can't allow her to live. They destroyed my home." "Not this one. She's helping us to defeat the rest of them," Evie said.
She couldn't be sure, but she thought she felt Vreed relax under her grip.
"Box, let him go."
Box held on a few moments longer before allowing Vreed to step back. His mandible curled back on its joints, but remained out. Evie noticed it shook ever so slightly.
"If she's helping, why is she here, at the brig?"
"It's nothing more than a misunderstanding," Evie said. She turned to Box. "Would you please escort her into one of the cells inside while I finish speaking with our resident warden?" Box held his position for a beat, then turned to Esterva. "If you'll follow me, we have a variety of lavish accommodations. I'm sure you'll enjoy any one of them." He walked between them, with Esterva following along. For a moment, Evie thought Vreed might snap, and his mandible would slice Esterva across the neck. But he managed to hold his composure until they were in the next room.
"Misunderstanding?"
Vreed's eyes boring into Evie's. "We were just attacked by an Athru ship," she said. He slapped his chest twice.
"I saw the general alert. You pulled her off the ship that attacked us?"
"No. She came up from Sisk. She was waiting there for me. I've been looking for her all my life. And now I finally found her." Vreed glanced at the door separating his office from the cells.
"She is a liar. You cannot trust her."
"I have to," she replied. "She's the only person who can tell me about my past. She's already told me so much. And she's trying to help us destroy the rest of the Athru." At this, Vreed made a strange sound in his throat, and produced a grin much too large to be natural.
"That is a good one. Cass has told me of jokes, and I enjoy the concept. A deliberate lie meant to amuse. I am amused."
"It's not a joke, Vreed. She doesn't believe in destroying other species like the rest of them. She wants to help us." The grin left his face.
"The Athru are ruthless killers. They will do anything to destroy us. This ship and its abilities upset them. That is why she is here."
He tapped his left cheek with his right hand. She wasn't sure what that meant, but she could guess. Add that to the fact he was reverting to his native sign language to communicate, meant he was close to losing it. "Why don't you take a break for a few minutes?" she suggested. "No one wanted to upset you. I just wasn't thinking about what bringing her here would do to you."
"I am not supposed to leave my post," he replied.
"Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on all of them until you get back." He squinted, his eyes darting back and forth.
"Well, I suppose you were the captain. I just need to clear my head. I can be better."
She smiled. "It's okay. We all need a break every now and then. And this is a stressful situation, for all of us." Vreed took one last look at the door connecting the two spaces, then turned and left. Before Evie could even gather her thoughts, the opposite door opened, and Box stepped out. "She's secure in there. I figured you didn't want her in with the rabble, so I put her in her own cell." Evie mentally stumbled for a moment. And then she remembered. The Space Wing pilots who had helped Raffenkill were still in the brig as well. With so much going on, she'd forgotten they were even in there. Perhaps promising to stay with Esterva wasn't a good idea after all. She would be subjecting herself to a lot of abuse. "Something wrong?" Box asked. She shook her head. "It's been a weird day." "I'll say," he replied. "Learning that you were grown in only 7 weeks. And we never had any indication from your medical scans. These Athru do some good work, let me tell you. But I think what is more impressive is the fact you don't have any of their physical traits. No one would even know you weren't human. Yes, she'd been meaning to ask about that. But she also found it interesting the Athru couldn't conceive children naturally anymore. Were they so advanced they'd eliminated the need for that trait? She'd never heard of anything like it before. And it opened up a potential weakness in their society. If all their children were grown outside their mothers' bodies, all they would have to do was deny the Athru that technology to halt the expansion of their species. It wasn't much to go on, but at least now Evie had a starting point. Though it was buried deep, her desire to know more about her own personal history eclipsed the need to find a way to stop the Athru. She wasn't sure why she was so urgent about it, but she felt if she didn't learn these things now, she might never know. She'd been given an amazing opportunity, and she wasn't going to waste it. I hate to ask, but I'd like another DNA sample from you, if you have a second, Bach said, one of his fingers opening to reveal a syringe. I'd like to perform some deeper analysis on it, now that we know what we're looking for. Maybe later, Evie said, staring at the door. She hoped this investigation didn't take long. She couldn't afford to wait to find the answers to her questions, and she didn't want the other prisoners to overhear. She glanced over at Box, who had retracted the needle, but he was slumped over. Very well, when you have the time, I suppose. He turned and left her alone to the Briggs office. She could worry about Box later. Right now, her destiny was on the other side of that door. She took a deep breath and stepped through, and no sooner had she passed the threshold did the jeers and boos begin from the prisoners. Traitor! Collaborator! Murderer! Evie didn't look at them, instead walked straight past to the cell where Box had placed her mother. She sat serenely on the small shelf in the room, her hands folded in her lap. Don't kid yourself, Captain, Squire said. You belong in here more than any of us. Are you all right? Evie asked. Esterva nodded. What was their crime? She asked, indicating the people in the other cell. Trying to save the Coalition, Linkovich said, by preventing a murderer from taking over the ship. Oh, you mean Caspian, Esterva said. Linkovich furrowed his brow. No, I meant... After all, Caspian was the one who started all of this. He's the reason the Athru decimated the entire Coalition. I heartily agree. He should be removed from command and imprisoned. Linkovich was struck silent, a confused look on his face. I really wish you'd lay off Cass. He's doing the best he can with a difficult situation, Evie said. Yes, and he's terrible at it. Can't you see that? Even before the Athru managed to make it to Coalition space, we knew it wouldn't survive. And we knew it was because one man had single-handedly put a stop to a mission that might have given the Coalition an edge in their oncoming fight. Evie eyed her. He had no idea this kind of threat was coming. He should have. Do you think my people have survived as long as they have by being passive? By being complacent, that just because no one has challenged their authority yet, outside a few minor skirmishes, that it will never happen? The Sill didn't do you any favors when they decided not to engage in a full-scale war 100 years ago. Had you survived, at least you would have been better prepared. Evie scoffed. Yeah, right. Not even the Athru can stand up to the advanced technology of the Sill. How were we supposed to survive a war? Esterva shrugged. Many jeers came from the other cell. Evie's patience was wearing thin. She was already second-guessing her decision to stay in here with Esterva until the investigation was over. What if it took more than a day? Locking us up like animals, when there's only one killer in this room, and she's the only person free, Iavaron said, to the agreement of the others. That's not technically true, Esterva said, standing and addressing the group. She walked up to the edge of the force barrier and stopped. I am also a killer.
Just a few hours ago on the planet, I dispatched with a person who probably didn't deserve death. But it was necessary in order for me to survive. My daughter has done no less. The fact it was an illusion was not her fault.
Wait. You're her mother? Ialvaron asked. How?
It was a very complex process involving time and genetic manipulation. But if you'd like a detailed description, I'd be happy to.
So, not only are you a killer, Ialvaron said, staring at Evie, but you're one of them. How do we know you haven't been a plant this entire time?
Because if she had been, she wouldn't have waited this long to kill every last one of you, Esterva replied. The Athru don't waste time with subterfuge. We get right to the point.
Ialvaron stepped back, shock on his face. Evie gritted her teeth. She hated Esterva had to be in here with them, but she could handle herself. Wasn't Jan supposed to be working on more permanent accommodations for the pilots? They were her people, after all. At least all but Ryder, who had stayed in the back of the cell, his legs and arms crossed, looking down. Evie needed to follow back up with Saturina. Even if the investigation was wrapped up quickly, Evie didn't like the idea of them spending much more time cramped in that cell. It wasn't humane. She turned her attention back to Esterva.
I have something I need to do, but I'll be back.
Her mother nodded.
I understand.
As Evie turned to leave, she heard one of the pilots utter something under their breath. But instead of taking the bait, she just kept on walking. 18.
Okay, if that didn't convince you she needs to be removed from the ship, I don't know what will,
Samaya said, following Cass down the corridor. What? Her outburst? Cass asked. We used a transdimensional weapon. I'd be surprised if she hadn't tried to object.
Caspian, come on. We tried to warn you, and look what happened.
He stopped, turning to face her. Okay. If she's calling ships to us, where are the rest of them? Why just the one ship? Especially if they know what kind of engines and weapons we possess. Samaya fumbled over her words.
Well, obviously they sent one ahead, or it was the closest.
So then, why not wait until they had an armada, or spring a trap? Especially if she transmitted our heading and destination. Why just send the one ship and then no others? He knew why she was arguing so hard against Esterva being on the ship, but Cass didn't believe it. They wouldn't be here if Esterva had really wanted to betray them, and the encounter with the Athru ship had proved that.
You never know. There could be one waiting for us once we reach Sill space.
Could be, he said, but I doubt it. They wouldn't toy with us, especially if, like we suspect, we're the last of our kind. I don't think that's necessarily true, but I can't say otherwise. We're a big prize. They're not going to let us slip through their fingers if they can help it. I think we came upon that Athru ship by pure luck. Otherwise, they would have been better prepared. Her face grew hard.
You don't know these things like Hank and I do. You can't count on anything with them. They are ruthless.
Exactly my point. If Esterva was a spy, we wouldn't still be here. They would have been waiting for us around Sisk. I doubt we would have even made it back to the ship. She huffed.
I hope you're right. God, I forgot how stubborn you could be.
Right back at you, Cass said, heading back down the corridor. We all just need to calm down. We've got a long way until we reach Sill space, and we all have to manage not to kill each other before then. He looked over his shoulder as she walked fast to keep up. I heard you and Zenfor had a pleasant experience while we were on the planet. It's because of you we made it out of there. Samaya shrugged.
She's not so bad once you get to know her, and as long as you don't piss her off.
That's the attitude I need you to take with Esterva. She's here to help us, and I need the entire senior staff acting like we actually want her here. Especially since nothing I seem to do in her presence is right. She chuckled.
She really does seem to have it out for you. But you have to understand, we fought these things for almost 2 decades. I can't just pretend like all that didn't happen, or get over it. I saw the Athru slaughter our people. I saw them decimate our starbases and planets and everything in between. Asking me to just get over it is like asking me to reverse time. It's not possible.
He slowed. You're right. I can't imagine what you've had to go through for all this time. I suppose if I had been fighting and hiding from an enemy for as long as you have, I'd be angry too. But in a way it's a good thing I didn't, because it allows me to see what you can't. Her face turned sour, and she was about to say something when he stopped her. That's not an insult. You have been through literal hell, and survived, which is more than 99.9% of the people out there. But like anything, you've been in the trenches so long it's hard to see beyond the hill. Because I've never been there, because I've had the privilege of skipping all of it, I can see the blind spots. And I think Asterva has a blind spot. Had this been your ship, would you have let her aboard?
Hell no. I would have aimed the guns for the surface and blown her out of existence, she said with emphasis.
Yeah, that's what I thought, he replied. I wanted you to be the one to debrief her, but I'm having second thoughts. Samaya laughed.
You think?
Do you have a suggestion? Anyone who might be able to gather as much information from her as possible? It wasn't that he didn't trust Evie to tell him what she knew, but she was too close to the situation. He needed someone who could be impartial, whose emotions wouldn't cloud their judgment.
Belmont,
she replied, without missing a beat. One of your commandos from Starbase 5? Cass asked. He'd met the young man briefly when they'd gone over to the station to try and boot up the computers. He probably wasn't older than 20.
Commando is a loaded word, she replied. Technically, everyone over there was a commando if we needed them to be, or an engineer, or a waste reclamation supervisor. People did what needed to be done. But Alden Belmont has a gift for speaking with people. There's something about him that makes them trust him immediately. And he's good. He often counseled people back from the edge of despair. And let me tell you, it happened a lot. Even to me.
Cass nodded. Okay, Belmont it is. Tell him we need everything she can tell us. We're going to have to take all of it with a grain of salt. But the more information we can get, the better.
And what about Diazol?
Samaya asked. It wasn't an accusation, and yet there was an underpinning in her voice, something that told Cass Samaya didn't trust Evie at all. She'll have to stay out of the way for now. I'll explain the situation to her. We won't reach Sill Space for 6 days, assuming Zenfor can get the drive back up and running. So we have at least that much time to pry information from Asterva. Though I think if she's going to talk, it won't take that long. Samaya shook her head.
I sure hope you're right about all this. An Athru aboard the ship. I just don't see how it can be a good thing.
Cass smirked. People used to say the same thing about Zenfor. His stomach rumbled. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd eaten. Join me for a meal?
You know it. I'm low on protein today anyway. Gotta build those muscles, so the next time I get knocked into a wall, it doesn't cripple me.
Cass didn't say it, but he was thankful they'd found Samaya and the others back at Starbase 5. It was like he'd found a lost piece of himself. That in itself was worth more than he could vocalize, so they continued on to the mess in silence. The doors to the brig slid open, and Alden Belmont stepped in. His short blonde hair had fallen into his eyes, and he brushed it back without even thinking about it as he walked to the far side of the room. In the first cell sat 5 people who did nothing but stare at him as he moved past. He could only assume these were the traitors Commander Geisen had told him about. Ignoring them, he walked to the furthest cell, which held only 1 occupant. He'd never actually seen an Athru before, only heard about them from others or seen blurry images. He was relieved to find her features weren't nearly as monstrous as some of the people on Starbase 5 had led him to believe. Alden had been barely 3 years old when the first attacks came. He'd grown up on the run, hiding most of his early years. But he found it easy to make friends in each new location. Every place had different people, and every person had a story. Alden loved to listen. He found that most people just liked to talk, and if he let them, they would tell you their life stories with very little prodding. But of course, all of his experience had been with other humans. He'd had little contact with other species, though he did remember his father telling him he'd been friends with a young Yax-Inax when he'd been just shy of 5. But Alden had no memory of it. They'd had to flee Marxus to keep the Yax-Inax there safe. Ever since then, it had been mostly human settlements, or lack thereof. The fact he even found Commander Geisen and Graydon had been something of a miracle, though she'd gone by Captain back then. Alden stepped up to the force barrier, waiting for the alien to notice him. But she just sat in the cell, her hands folded in her lap. To him it looked as if she didn't mind being in there. She wasn't like the other prisoners, whose faces told him they'd do anything to get out of their cell. No, this one was content to be, which might make getting her to talk difficult. People opened up when they needed to get something off their chests, or if they wanted something in return. If Alden had nothing to offer other than a friendly ear, he might not get very far. "Hello," he said, keeping his face neutral and his voice as even as he could. He was nervous, but not so much that his hands were sweaty or his heart rate was out of control. "Hello," she replied, not looking up. "My name is Alden Belmont," he said. "The captain has sent me here to debrief you, and to ask what you might be able to tell us that will assist in our mutual goals." "That is a very eloquent way of telling me you want my secrets to destroy my people," she replied, her eyes still cast at the floor. "Isn't that what you told your daughter?" Alden asked. He hadn't brought any notes with him. He typically worked without them. Though he had read all the personal reports on what had happened on the surface and since they'd returned to the ship. All except for Evelyn Diazol, who had refused to release her personal records. He hadn't pushed her, as he could tell there was something very personal she had learned. To him, it didn't matter. This was her birth mother. It was expected there would be some personal information shared between them that should remain private. He wasn't interested in gossip, only what might help his new crew. "I suppose I did, but I'd rather not destroy all of them, if possible. I'd rather remove them from this area of space, to drive them out so they'd never return." "You can't trust her, Doc," one of the other prisoners said from the other cell. Alden turned to her. "I'm not a doctor, just someone who wants to help." "You want to help? Get us out of the cell." "We're not the traitors here. They are." She pointed to the Athru. Alden had also read the reports on what happened with the attempted coup aboard the ship. He'd been in his quarters at the time, had missed most of the action, only finding out about it once they'd come into orbit around Sisk. That was fine with him. He'd had enough of the constant barrage of crises brewing, and was just happy to have a warm and comfortable bed for the first time in at least 10 years. How everyone that had come over from Starbase 5 wasn't holed up in their rooms sleeping, he couldn't figure out. But the coup had spoken to a larger problem. He had never attended the academy, and had been gifted a field rank of lieutenant junior grade from Commander Graydon. But still, he intrinsically knew the forceful removal of the ship's captain was a pretty good case for mutiny, and subsequently imprisonment. "You violated your oaths," he said, "and you're right where you belong. Now, if you please, I am trying to have a conversation." He turned back to Esterva. "I'm sorry about that." She finally looked up. "What do you have to be sorry for?" He shrugged. "Some people seem to believe you don't belong on this ship." "And you're not one of them," she said. "I'm just here to listen. I don't have an opinion about it one way or another." Which was technically true. While the Athru had been systematically wiping out all of humanity ever since he was a little boy, Alden had never seen their destruction in person. At least not until Tempest showed up to evacuate them. It was as if all the truly bad things happened in far-off places like Earth, places he'd never visited or seen. In a way, it almost wasn't real, even though the logical part of his mind told him it was. He'd been told by most of his peers to hate the Athru, but he wanted to understand them instead of fly at them with blind rage. But he also realized this was easier for someone like him who'd never really known the comfort of the Coalition. He hadn't lost what everyone else had, and thus he didn't miss it.
"What would you like to know?" she asked.
She turned to face him, but only by a few centimeters. It was subtle, but he took notice. He considered the question, not wanting to constrain himself.
"What are you prepared to tell us?" "Anything you want. Consider me an open book."
19. Cass made his way to the conference room, aware he was already late. Being captain was more difficult than he'd imagined, and he spent more time than he would have liked on inconsequential things. The resource reports, for instance. They were critical to Tempest sustaining the crew for the long term, because they didn't know how long they'd need to go before picking up additional supplies. But he couldn't just do them once a week. He had to review the quartermaster reports daily. The quartermaster would inform Cass if anything looked out of place. Cass's analytical mind could take in the reports and see patterns where others might miss them, which might expose a blind spot somewhere. Just this morning, he discovered volume of one primary food ingredient used to make Regis meals was lower than expected, because the food synthesizers had been using the ingredient in some of Esturva's meals as well. Cass had told the quartermaster to inform food maintenance to make an adjustment to cut back on both so the supply would last longer. And then there were the personnel reports. He didn't even want to think about those. "Sorry, everyone," Cass said, walking into the conference room and straightening his jacket. Around the table sat Hank, Samaya, Zal, and Belmont, the counselor. Evie sat on the far side of the table by herself, while Zenfor stood in her typical corner, her arms crossed. Though technically no longer part of the crew, Cass had invited Evie to the meeting, since it concerned her mother and what tactical information she might have revealed. He was sure she was curious. He took a seat. "Okay, then. Lieutenant Belmont, you've completed your debrief of our guest?" He nodded, while Evie uttered a harumph, which Cass ignored. "She was very forthcoming. I've included everything in my personal reports, but Commander Geisen said I should give you the details, since they might be pertinent to our destination." Cass glanced at Zenfor, who remained stone-faced. It had been 5 days since they left Sisk and their Athru encounter behind. And while Zal still couldn't determine if Esturva had had anything to do with the attack, they hadn't come upon any more Athru patrols, which made Cass feel better. If Esturva had really wanted to trick them, wouldn't she have called more ships to their location by now? "Go ahead, Lieutenant," Cass said. Belmont glanced at Evie. "As you may or may not know, Esturva is a member of a group of Athru that do not identify with the rest of their species. They believe all life should be allowed to exist, in whatever form, and wiping it from existence is to diminish the overall value of the universe." "Sounds very politically correct," Hank grumbled. Cass couldn't blame his skepticism. He'd been fighting against the Athru for 18 years. Like Samaya, it was bound to have taken a toll on him. 30 years ago, the Athru discovered her group's betrayal, her word, not mine, and set out to destroy them as well. They were forced to split up and flee, and as of today, Esturva is unsure if any of the rest of her group is still alive. The last one she was in contact with was someone named Marshall, who I believe served on this ship. "Yes, he did," Cass said. "While she says she regrets what happened to the Coalition, there was little she could have done about it. The Athru number in the millions, all of them on board a vast armada of ships. She says it is their entire species, that they no longer live on planets, but instead spread themselves out. That way, if one ship is destroyed, many more remain." "That makes sense, coming from a species who destroys planets," Zal said. "Did she say what planet they come from? Was it the green-ringed planet we visited out beyond Omicron Terminus?" Belmont shook his head, his blond hair swaying back and forth. He pushed it out of his eyes. "She claims not to know. That information is lost to time. But she does know her civilization is millions of years old, if not older. The planet we visited was just one of 100 different planets containing the ancient time technology. She told me they didn't invent it, but they do use it for themselves.
Well, if they didn't invent it, who did? Evie asked.
Her face was flushed red, and at first Cass couldn't figure out why. Perhaps she thought she should have been the one to gather this information? She doesn't know. She said it was there when her people found the planet. And she says they used selective breeding over the course of millions of years on that planet to strengthen their genetic code with certain traits.
By Kor, Samaya whispered. They selectively bred themselves? Over that long a period of time? How?
Belmont turned his hands to the air. She says they are a very dedicated, a very focused people. Entire generations existed for nothing other than their strong genetic traits. Somehow they managed to avoid war, poverty, extinction, all in the pursuit of this singular goal. Did she say why they did this? What was the point? Cass asked. To evolve her people into the strongest, most resilient race in the known galaxy. As they worked to improve their physical and mental traits, they also improved their technology. She said they accomplished some great things. He paused. And yet, Cass leaned forward, they still haven't managed to match the Sill in terms of raw ingenuity. It took them millions of years to do what the Sill did in only tens of thousands. And even then, they never got quite as far. She doesn't know why. Cass eyed Zenfor, who he could have sworn had a grin on her face. But it was so insignificant, it could have been nothing more than a trick of the light. Which brings me to the point of all of this, Belmont said, tapping on the small data device he'd brought with him. A 3D image of a lethal-looking ship appeared in midair, projected from the middle of the table. It was the same design of the ship Cass had seen when he and Saturina had gone inside the time bubble back at Omicron Terminus. This is one of their warships, Belmont said. She's given us full tactical information on how to stop them, though at the present, we don't have the necessary firepower. He tapped something else, and some small sections on the ship turned red. These are the most vulnerable areas. But our current darts and blades aren't powerful enough to penetrate their armor. Let me guess, Cass said. A Sill weapon could. He glanced at Zenfor again. Belmont nodded. According to her, yes. Even though we have little experience with Sill weapons, we know they're powered using negative mass interdimensional particles. The raw force of something that powerful could penetrate their armor and their hulls easily. And according to Esterva, it is something the Athru are deathly afraid of. I guess it's a good thing we have a Sill aboard, then, Cass said. But Zenfor was already shaking her head. I can make a lot of improvements, she said, but I can't create negative mass particles out of thin air. They come from the space beneath, the underworld the Sill used to move from place to place. Do you remember it? Cass did. How could he forget? Moving through those tunnels had been unnerving. Despite the fact there was no light of any kind, he had felt as if there was something on the other sides, despite K4's insistence there hadn't been at the time. The particles come from the other side of the tunnels. In a way, yes. There are certain places where the tunnels open into the void itself. They are collected from there. But they are very volatile, and unless refined properly, unstable within this universe. And if they aren't properly stabilized, Samaya said, they will obliterate every living thing within half a light year. No doubt she was thinking about the Sill weapon she and her husband had sabotaged. There's no way to access the space beneath without using a Sill ship? Cass asked. Or facility, Zenfor said. They're interconnected as well. But no, it is a closed system. Cass slumped back in his seat. That left them with their original plan of asking the Sill for help. He'd hoped debriefing Esterva might have revealed some hidden weakness of the Athru, something they could take on themselves. But even if that were true, how effective could one ship be against an entire race? Not only did they need the means, they needed allies to assist them. Can we please let her out now? Evie asked. She'd held both of her hands beneath the table for the entire meeting, but now they were spread out in front of her,
like she did when she was particularly serious about an issue. "She's obviously not a spy. And I don't think Zal will ever be able to eliminate her as a suspect. No offense."
"None taken," Zal replied. "You're right. I can't definitively say she did or did not have anything to do with the Athru attack. There's just not enough evidence." His artificial visage changed before their eyes into one that resembled sorrow. Cass couldn't help but appreciate this new range of expressions he'd installed in himself. It made him easier for the rest of them to relate to. "If we were attacked again, I might have enough to prove or disprove a connection." Cass glanced at Samaya and Hank, both of whom were tight-lipped, but their nostrils flared and their eyes remained intense. They did not want Sturva out of the brig. But what choice did he have? He couldn't keep her locked up forever, and she had given them valuable intel, assuming it proved true. "I think, given we haven't experienced any more attacks, there's no harm in allowing her to leave the brig, as long as she remains supervised." He kept his eyes on Evie, who nodded. "Agreed," she said, her voice urgent. "I'll contact Vreej and let him know you'll be down to retrieve her momentarily." Samaya made a dismissive sound, but didn't say anything further. Hank turned and stared out the windows along the side of the ship. "Thank you," Evie replied. "I know it isn't a popular opinion, but I truly believe she's not here to harm us. She would have done so already." Cass's comm rang, and he tapped it to accept. "Captain, we'll be within range of Syl space in 2 hours," Ron said. Cass caught Zenfor's eye. She returned the look before averting her gaze. "Acknowledged," he said. "Thank you, Lieutenant. Everyone, dismissed." 20. The main view screen on the bridge showed a map of the entire sector, complete with borders for both what used to be Coalition space and Syl territory, which had not changed in thousands of years. A small blue dot represented Tempest, who had left Coalition space behind and rapidly approached the very edge of Syl space. There were no other markers on the screen, except for nearby stars or stellar phenomena. Zenfor was familiar with this area of Syl territory, having patrolled here decades ago. The nearest Syl outpost was the salt world of Turn, deep within Syl territory, but it was a virtual fortress. Not only did it have multiple outposts on the planet itself, but orbital construction stations, refueling ports, and massive hangars for Syl ship docking and redeployment. Other than Thisleia, it was the strongest Syl outpost within the confines of their territory. It was from Turn, Zenfor posited, any response to their intrusion into Syl space would originate from. That was, if they didn't encounter resistance immediately. A strange tickle ran down her back at the prospect of seeing her people again, at encountering their ships again. It had been so long since she'd interfaced with one. Would a ship even recognize her anymore? Or would it reject her outright? Not that it mattered. She'd already long ago decided to never go back. But that didn't mean she couldn't miss it. Her old suit remained in storage in her quarters. For the first time in years, she thought about donning it again, if for no other reason than the familiarity. "Switch to live feed," Caspian said, sitting in the captain's chair. Zenfor stood off to the side, near the back of the room, watching. 1,000 different thoughts ran through her mind. How would the Syl react to their presence? Would they even allow them to speak? And ultimately, would any of this help Sester? The longer he was in his self-induced coma, the further away she felt from him, almost as if their relationship hadn't existed at all. Perhaps if she focused hard enough, she could convince herself it was all in her imagination. All it would require would be the destruction of any evidence the two of them shared anything. Maybe then it wouldn't hurt so much to be separate from him. The screen ahead of them switched to a view of stars flying by at great speed, all of them tinged green. "Coming up on the border now, sir," Lieutenant Ron said. Zenfor steeled herself. Caspian had asked for her assistance, and she'd agreed, but she didn't like how little information they had going in. Caspian had wisely decided not to send out communication bursts to the sill, as they didn't want to give their position away to the Athru. "I want you to stop just short of entering their territory," Caspian ordered. "Don't give them an extra reason to destroy us before they hear us out." He glanced to Zenfor for approval, and she nodded. It was better they didn't cross the border until they'd had a chance to speak with the council. Would she know who it was? Or had so much time passed, a new breed had already been introduced into the system? She was still decades away from being retired had she remained the consul of Renglass. But Kafor was capable and would have managed things well until the sanctuary realized she wasn't returning and assigned a new consul to the ship. "Coming to a full stop, Captain," Ron said. The green disappeared from the screen as the ship slowed, the stars halting in their tracks. Ahead of them was nothing but blackness. "We're 200,000 kilometers from their border." "Good, hold there," Caspian said. "And now we wait to see if they respond." He turned to Zenfor again. "If they don't, will we need to cross the border to get their attention?" "They already know you're here," she replied. "They are trying to decide how best to respond. It may have been a long time since they've seen or even detected a coalition ship." He turned his attention back on the screen, scooting to the edge of his seat. "Ensign? Any movement out there?" "Nothing yet," Ensign Talia replied. "But I'm keeping the armor up just in case." "I'm getting something," Ensign Rivers said. "Coming in fast." Ahead of them, two giant forms exited parallel undercurrents. Zenfor was taken aback. These were no normal sill ships. These were behemoths, twice the size of a normal cruiser. Back when she'd been consul, there had been only 24 in the entire fleet. And they'd sent 2 out here to meet Tempest? She did not consider that a good sign. "Well, there's our answer," Caspian said. "Open a communication." "Sorry, sir. One is already coming in," Talia said. "Coalition ship. Do not cross into Sill territory under penalty of death. This is your only warning. Any further action on your part constitutes an act of war, which will be retributed swiftly." Caspian motioned for Zenfor to stand beside him. "Am I missing something here? Or are they more xenophobic than usual?" Zenfor bristled at the term xenophobic, but she let it roll off her back. If she took in the evidence objectively, it did seem like an overly aggressive response. The Sill had a policy of not allowing outside ships within their territory, but she'd never seen a response like this before. "It is out of the ordinary." "Open a comm anyway," he told Talia. When she nodded, he continued. "Sill vessels, this is Captain Caspian Rabot. I am the same human who visited your ship Renglass over 18 years ago and forged an agreement with Consul Zenfor. The consul is here and would like to speak with you." There was no response they could see. Caspian glanced to each of his bridge officers. All of them looked as perplexed as he was. All except for the first officer, Hank. His gaze was as hard as ice as he stared straight ahead. Zenfor stepped forward. "This is Zenfor, one-time consul of the Renglass. I am daughter of Masmal, daughter of Idlefor, the executioner. 18 years ago, I agreed to assist the humans in a threat I believed endangered us all. I return to you having seen that threat for myself, and to ask for your assistance." "We're getting a response," Talia said. Finally, Caspian said, "On the main screen, please." The ships in the distance disappeared, and were at once replaced by a figure clad all in black, runes decorating its body from head to toe. As was typical, the person's face and all their features were obscured by the suit itself. Above its head, suspended in midair, a light blue jewel glowed bright. Beyond the figure was a standard layout of a sill bridge, with other figures at their stations behind the person they were meant to speak with. "Consul Rotgal," Zenfor said. "It's been some time." "It has, Zenfor." His voice was husky and sharp, like the length of a twill blade.
I didn't know you were rated to be the consul for a behemoth, she said.
Because we never interacted beyond the training grounds. I've been a behemoth commander for almost 22 regulations. But enough stalling. State your business.
I am here speaking for the people on this ship. They are under my protection and will not be harmed by my hand or another's.
Rotgal didn't respond. Without being inside her suit, she wasn't connected to them and couldn't detect how he would react. All she could do was present their case and proceed from there.
Furthermore, stopping here is a formality. We will be allowed to cross Sil territory to speak with the Sanctuary. We wish to negotiate a treaty to assist in the elimination of the race known as the Athru, which have invaded and decimated what was once the sovereign coalition of aligned systems.
I see, Rotgal replied. We do not concern ourselves with the affairs of inferior species. You know this. And no human ship will be allowed to cross Sil borders, regardless if they are under your protection or not.
Human ship. He hadn't said coalition ship.
Rotgal? What are you hiding?
I hide nothing. The Sil have forged a treaty with the Athru, as they are a worthy species and deserving of our respect. We have held this treaty for nearly 8 regulations, and I will not break it to allow a single ship to cross our borders. The Sil care not about the humans, but rest assured, if you cross into our territory, you will be obliterated.
This is outrageous, Zenfor said, feeling her cheeks grow warm. In fact, her entire body had warmed.
You dare treat a fellow Sil in this manner? Don't forget, Rotgal. I am not so inferior.
Are you sure? He asked.
Had he been a human, she would have sworn she'd heard a smile in his voice. But that might have just been a side effect of living with him for so long. But before she could respond, the picture of Rotgal disappeared, replaced by another figure in a different place. This face was somewhat wider, but still hid behind a mask. It took Zenfor a moment to recognize the runes in the front and the purple glow from the gem above her head.
No, it can't be,
she replied. The figure reached up and grasped the gem, its glow going dark as soon as it was disconnected. Then it reached behind its head, unclipping the helmet, and removed it to reveal the disfigured face.
Zenfor,
she growled. The entire right side of her face, all the way to her eye, was charred and blackened, as if it had been a piece of wood in a fire. The bluish skin around the wounds had turned an ugly red, reminiscent of the crimson ponds in the Rutak province. The eye itself was partially damaged as well, the pupil having turned from sparkling to a solid gray, and her hair was missing over half her head.
Meless,
Zenfor whispered.
She couldn't quite believe it. What happened?
You and your precious humans, she replied.
The back of Zenfor's neck burned. She had never expected to see Meless again. Not after what Commander Geisen had told them about what happened to Starbase 8, where Meless had been stationed when Tempest left for Omicron Terminus. How had she survived the Athru attack?
I don't understand,
Zenfor said, trying to gather her bearings.
You assisted them in ways you knew were forbidden. I knew it the moment they began hiding reports from me. I suspected then what our own sensors tell us now. You gave them the micro-hole technology, rebuilt their engines. You advanced their own culture by using technology from our own. You have broken our most sacred covenant.
Her face was twisted and angry, and her wounds only enhanced the effect.
I did what was necessary, Zenfor said. Had I not, the ship would have been destroyed, and we would have had no knowledge of the Athru threat.
Meless laughed. Actually laughed. It was a sound she'd never heard from her before, as if the familiar part of the woman had broken off and been lost forever, and all that remained was this raging creature before her.
There was no Athru threat. Not to the Sill. Had you not gone off on their ship, you would have known that. The Athru are a superior species to the humans and others in the Coalition. We have no quarrel with them. If the humans were worth so much, how was it they couldn't stop the Athru from destroying them piece by piece? Before Zenfor could answer, Molest continued, You already know. It is because they are duplicitous. It is their defining characteristic. They lie and they deceive, and they do it all in the name of protecting the greater good, when in reality, all they are protecting are themselves. It caught up with them. This was not the same woman Zenfor had left back at Starbase 8. She had cared for Molest, and to see her like this, it was almost unbearable. She needed to know. What happened to you? She asked. She didn't care that they were on a mission anymore. She didn't care the entire bridge crew was watching her. I trusted the humans. I guided them without giving them our technology, and they improved, just as we discussed. But then I learned your ship reached the world they called Hypaxia faster than should have been possible, and I refused to help them anymore until I could speak with you. They didn't like that. They told me you were out of range and couldn't be contacted. And then they began hiding more reports from me, restricting my access. Finally, Admiral Sangvi told me I should stay in my quarters for my own protection, and I was locked inside. They locked you up? Cass asked. His face was a shade paler than it had been before. No doubt he was questioning his own decision to imprison Esterva. This, Molest said, pointing to her face, was my reward for breaking free, for stealing one of their ships and modifying it, allowing me to return to Sill space. But by then, they had bigger problems. The Athru attacked, Cass replied. Correct. Zenfor couldn't help but wonder what would have happened had Molest been allowed to contact her before they left for Omicron Terminus. She'd known at the time what she was doing was against what she'd learned as a child in Sill society. But the more time she spent with the humans, the more ridiculous those ideas had seemed. Had she been infected in a way? By their ideas or their morals? She'd done everything she could to remain Sill, and yet she'd helped them where Molest had not. Did you see nothing in them worth saving? Zenfor asked. No. I kept my distance, as you should have, as you told me to. We were there as consultants and nothing more. But now you've become a collaborator. Saving life is not a crime, Zenfor yelled, the heat rising in her cheeks. How quickly you forget your own superiority, Molest replied, her own anger abating. You've become bewitched by these lowly creatures, and as punishment, you will share their fate. Molest, stop this. Allow me to speak to the sanctuary. The Athru must be stopped. Molest grinned. No, they will not be stopped. They will continue to do as they please until every Coalition race has been subjugated. And we will stand by and do nothing, because it is not our concern. Your compassion has overridden your good judgment. You will never see the Sanctuary or Thesleia again. Captain, River said, I've got 5 incoming hostiles. Looks like they're all Athru. You gave them our location? Zenfor asked through gritted teeth. Ratgal told you. We have a treaty. It stipulates any human contact is to be reported immediately. And I see humans right there beside you. She grinned, then replaced her helmet, locking it in the back. She also replaced the gem above her head, causing her entire suit to glow purple for one moment. Zenfor turned to Cass. There's nothing more we can do here. We have to leave. He looked like he was about to argue, but going up against 5 Athru ships was suicide.
They'd have to find something else. Helm, point us toward open space and activate the undercurrent. Best possible speed. And get that thing off my screen. The blank-faced figure of Molest remained for a moment before cutting off and returning to an image of a starfield. Zenfor balled her fists and stormed off the bridge, seething. Lieutenant, change our heading a few times, just to be sure. I don't want those things extrapolating our course. Already on it, Captain, Rod replied. Cass tapped his comm. Tyler, she's probably on her way back down. Make sure you give her a wide berth. Understood, Tyler replied. Cass slumped back in his chair. So the Sill had entered into a treaty with the Athru. That complicated matters. But it made sense from the Athru's standpoint. It removed the only threat to their power in the quadrant. The Sill probably liked it, because they didn't have to lift a finger to assist. They could sit back and let the Athru take the coalition apart piece by piece, and never have to worry about any more meddlesome ships approaching their border. He didn't know who had initiated the treaty, but it had been a smart move. It also left Tempest high and dry. I'm open to suggestions, Cass said. They sign a treaty with our mortal enemies? And that Sill dares to call us duplicitous? Hank fumed. You can't trust anyone in this universe. How did you even manage to get in to see them the first time? Cass pressed his lips into a line. Subterfuge. Not exactly my finest moment, but it got the job done. But now...
Now, we don't have any recourse, Samaya said. They were our only hope. Without access to Sill weapons, there's nothing we can do.
Cass shook his head. He wasn't willing to give up on the Sill. This just meant it would be harder to get in and get access. The Athru had invaded and destroyed the coalition. That couldn't go unanswered. And he wasn't about to leave all of the rest of the coalition worlds cut off from one another, out there scavenging to survive. He didn't care what it took. He would find a way to rid the coalition of them one way or another. Cass tapped his comm again. Evie? Yeah? Is your mother out of the brig yet?
We just left a few minutes ago. Why?
He could hear an unspoken accusation on the tip of her tongue, like she was expecting him to tell her to put her right back in there. Just wanted to make sure you didn't have any problems. Cass out. Molest had been right about one thing. Humans were much too fearful of species that weren't part of the coalition. It was time to stop acting like they had something to fear from everyone and take a leap of faith, starting with the Sturva. 21. Evie had been avoiding the strange looks from the rest of the crew as she escorted Sturva from the brig and back to the general quarters. Frege hadn't been thrilled about her leaving, but at least he hadn't put up a fight, like the pilots in the other cell had. Evie hadn't heard insults like that since her academy days, back when the trainees used to haze each other over trivial things. Not that she couldn't hurl a few good insults herself, but the unrestrained vitriol coming from them had been palpable. She knew they hated her. They probably blamed her for the death of Ravenkel, not to mention every bad thing that had happened since. She hoped Chief Jan was making progress with their new living situation. Evie had been so absorbed in freeing Sturva, she hadn't even bothered to check. It was strange meeting the person you'd been looking for your entire life. She didn't know how to act around her, except that she needed to be cautious. She'd opened herself up to one Athru already, and that hadn't turned out very well. She needed to take her time with Sturva. And now that she had provided some valuable intel on the Athru, Evie wasn't under so much pressure to get some big tactical secret from her. Instead, she could finally begin asking the questions that had been plaguing her ever since finding Sturva on Sisk. Where had she been all these years? Why had she left Evie with her terrible father? And who was she, really? Was Evie supposed to be herself, or the other, Dagnya, who'd infiltrated her mind? There were so many questions. They walked most of the way in silence, the sheer number of things Evie could ask clogging up the pipe, so she didn't know where to start. Evie had tried pointing out certain aspects of the ship she thought Esterva might find interesting. But when the tall woman didn't respond with anything more than a nod or a mumble, she quit. She needed to stop trying to impress this woman. She needed to get her answers so she could finally have some mental peace.
"These aren't my quarters," Esterva said as they approached the crew door. "They're mine," Evie replied. "I'd prefer to talk where I'm comfortable."
The door slid open to reveal the room, close to immaculate in its condition. Evie led the way in and took a position near the bed. Esterva followed, the doors closing behind her. But her attention was on the room itself, Evie's trinkets, of which there were few, as well as her pictures and personal items.
"Have these always been your quarters?" she asked.
Evie nodded. Even when she'd been promoted to captain, she decided not to move. Though it would have meant more space, she liked her quarters, and moving was a pain in the ass. It turned out to be a good decision, since she would have had to move right back out again anyway. But let Cass have it. She didn't want the large captain's room. Her room had been more than enough space for just her, and she liked how it was cozy.
"I need to ask, did you have anything to do with that ship that attacked us?"
Esterva turned to her eyes wide.
"Still? You've been my biggest advocate. I would have thought for sure. Yes or no,"
Evie said, not allowing herself to be distracted. She needed to hear the woman say it to her face, instead of just making vague comments. Esterva crossed her wrists in front of her against her robe.
"No. Informing the Athru where we are is counterproductive to my goals." "Which are?" "I've already explained this to the Belmont boy. Must I go through a second?"
"Answer me," Evie said. Esterva stared at her a moment.
"I told him I wanted to remove the Athru from Coalition space, to destroy them if necessary. But I think you know there's more to it than that. I want to stop their incessant drive for destruction. They are so obsessed with turning themselves into the ultimate representation of what is possible, they've forgotten who they are. Humans, Bulak, everyone else, they don't deserve to die because the great Athru deem it so."
"You want to save them," Evie said.
"From themselves," she replied, not moving. "This path they're on will only lead to one inevitable conclusion. Once they've surpassed all other life in the galaxy, they will turn on each other."
Evie took a seat on the bed.
"Is that what they really want? To what end?"
Esterva shrugged.
"It seems that way. But even I don't know what the Athru leaders are truly after. All I know are the orders that come down through the system." "It seems to me they're only interested in humans," Evie said. "For now."
Something caught Esterva's eye, and she walked over to Evie's closet, which had been propped open. She reached inside and pulled Evie's sword from the back. The sheath had slipped away, and the polished metal must have picked up the light. The sword seemed to glow in Esterva's hands.
"You have it," she whispered. "My grandmother's sword?" "Yes, she gave it to me when I was young," Evie said, walking over to Esterva.
She took the sword from her hands and placed the sheath back on it. She returned it to the back of the closet, securing it so it wouldn't come loose again. The sword had nothing but bad memories associated with it, and she didn't want to see it again. She should recycle it.
"And your father's," Esterva said.
Evie furrowed her brow.
"No, he never knew I had it. She gave it to me in secret. He didn't like weapons of any kind."
She paused.
"Wait. How do you know about the sword?" "Because he told me about it. When we were on my ship together. He used to carry it as a young man. He told me he'd been raised to think of it as a cherished piece of his heritage."
"I never knew that," Evie said, staring at the place where she'd stowed it in the closet. But that only made her want to get rid of it more. If it had been tainted by his hands, there was no reason to keep it.
He renounced it before joining the coalition, or so he told me. He wasn't interested in becoming a soldier. Instead, he preferred to focus on science and art. Those were his passions. Yeah, I'm aware.
Evie could remember countless nights after she'd gone to bed where Osborn would be up working late on some set of calculations for the coalition. And when he got stuck, he painted. It was a rare morning when she came down to find overnight progress hadn't been made on at least one of his paintings. It was so strange to think of him carrying the sword in his youth. She couldn't picture it. Why then would my grandmother tell me to never mention it to him? If he'd owned the sword before me, I don't see... He was ashamed and angry at himself, Esterva said. She stood, stoic, in the middle of the room, as if it were the most comfortable place in the entire ship. Ashamed of what? Evie had never known the man to have an ounce of shame in his body. He certainly had no problem with his discipline toward her. Of what he had done. Of what the sword represented for him, she replied. Evie sat in the bed again, waiting for her to continue. When your father was young, he was much more... arrogant is the most appropriate word. Arrogant and brash. He was given the sword as a gift when he turned 15, and he wielded it with swagger. He told me the sword made him feel important, like he had power, and he enjoyed the attention. Evie stamped down the heat rising in her cheeks. She'd felt the same thing once upon a time, back when she'd first owned the weapon, and even until recently, until she'd actually had to use it for the first time. Everything before had been nothing but bravado and posturing. She liked the way people, especially when she was undercover, shied away from her while she carried the weapon. It was power. What happened? She asked. What always happens when arrogance goes unchecked for too long. It flourishes until there is pain or death. He killed someone? Almost. He was being careless and ended up stabbing one of his best friends through the chest. Powell, I believe his name was. Jasper Powell? Evie leaned forward. Yes. You know him? Her eyes glittered with interest. I know his son. We spent time at the academy together. But I didn't know our parents knew each other. Elias had always been kind to her, but she could never figure out why. He had never asked anything from her. She'd always figured he'd just been friendly. He had even helped patch up Cass after he got into that bar fight on Starbase 8. Oh, she said, her voice growing small. I guess he's dead now. Unfortunately, that's probably true, Esterva said. Did you ever meet the elder Powell? Evie shook her head. His son must have known who you were. Why does it matter? Evie asked. Because Osborn was convinced Jasper Powell had it in for him. After the accident and Jasper survived, they didn't part on very good terms. When I met Osborn, they hadn't spoken in years. And yet, he still felt guilty about it. Evie couldn't stop a laugh from escaping her lips. Guilt? From my father? Are you sure we're talking about the same man here? Esterva nodded. Guilt was the reason he renounced the sword. Swore never to pick it up again. He would have destroyed it had your grandparents not intervened. They saved it, I assume, for you. But why? Part of Evie wished her father had destroyed the sword. Then Laura might still be with her. Your grandparents valued legacy and personal heritage. That sword has been carried by generations of Diazols. They wanted you to carry on the tradition. That sword is cursed, Evie replied. Your father thought so too, which is why he never wanted you to have it. Evie shook her head, standing. Her entire life, her father had barely showed her any kind of empathy. And now she was supposed to accept he actually did care, and hadn't wanted what happened to him happen to her? Except it had. and now it was so much worse. At least he never killed anyone with a sword. Evie was up to how many? A dozen? Maybe more?
I don't believe it. He was too involved with himself to worry about my well-being. He made that much abundantly clear. Evelyn, your father was a warm and compassionate person, Esterva said. It was what made me fall in love with him.
Stop saying that, she yelled. If he was so compassionate, why didn't he ever tell me any of this himself?
He never opened up to me, instead preferring to remain closed off and distant.
I didn't even realize parents talked about their pasts with their children until I was over the age of 10.
No, he was not compassionate or warm. He was happiest when I left him alone.
Esterva creased her brow.
That isn't true.
Evie closed her eyes and rubbed her hands down her face.
I need some fresh air.
She pushed past Esterva out into the hall. As soon as the doors were closed, she gasped for breath. What was wrong with her? Her heart was beating like crazy, and her hands felt all clammy. She had to force herself to take deep breaths, otherwise she would pass out. As soon as her breathing calmed, Evie took a few steps away from the door and down the hall. She needed to think. All of this about her father was too much at once. The person Esterva described was the polar opposite of the man she'd known. It didn't make sense. But she needed to work this out. Otherwise, it would drive her crazy. Evie continued down the hall, not looking back to see if Esterva had followed her out or not. At this point, she didn't care. 22. The door to engineering rolled away. Cass had given her an hour to cool down, but they didn't have the luxury of time. Now that the Sill knew of their existence, they'd have every Athru ship swarming the area to find Tempest. Their only hope was to keep outrunning them, but they could only keep that up for so long. As he'd predicted, Zenfor had come right back down to engineering to work. Though Tyler said she'd stomped back in, sending anything not bolted to the deck plating flying off whatever it was perched upon. But when Cass glanced around the space, he didn't see her at her normal post. He caught Tyler's eye. It was still difficult to accept the one-time ensign was now older than Cass was, and he came strolling over. "Captain?" Cass bristled. He wished there was a provisionary captain rank. Despite all of this, he was just filling in. "Where is she?" Tyler pointed to the far end of the room, where Commander Sester lay curled up in his ball. Beside him, Zenfor stood, her hand on his immobile form. "Has she said anything?" Cass asked. "She worked at her station for maybe 5 minutes after she arrived. Then she went over there and hasn't moved since. I've instructed everyone to keep clear of her. But there are some power gauges on the other side of Commander Sester we need access to. It just seemed like the wrong time to intrude." He was right about that much. Disrupting her could turn out to be dangerous. But Cass didn't have a choice. Plus, he had sensed a change within her when they'd come back from the Athru planet. It wasn't as pronounced as it had been that first week, but it was still there. There was a way to get through to her, but he couldn't discount what had just happened on the bridge. "Can I offer you a pulse rifle before you go over there?" Tyler asked. Cass smiled. "Nope. I'll have to take my chances." He left Tyler and weaved his way around the equipment in the room underneath the second-floor catwalk they'd built to help monitor the new engine systems, and over to where Zenfor stood. "Don't take another step," she said, without turning around. "I want to be left alone." Her hand remained on Sester. "Are you getting anything from him?" Cass asked. "It's none of your business," she replied. "It is when I'm the captain." He took 2 steps further. In response, Zenfor roared and turned on him, her fist cocked back. Cass planted his feet and braced himself, his heart rate skyrocketed. Her fist came screaming in at him, and Cass closed his eyes, preparing to take the blow. Nothing happened. He cracked an eye to see her fisted stop centimeters from his face. Her own visage was a mixture of fury, disappointment, and pain. She dropped her arm and relaxed her own posture, stepping away from him. "You're a very stupid man, and I am a fool." "Maybe," Cass said. "I wanted to say I'm sorry about what happened on the bridge. With Meless. I know you and she were close, probably in ways I don't really understand. But you said you would try to help us, and you did. For that, you deserve my thanks. And the thanks of this entire crew, even if it wasn't the outcome we wanted." Her face twitched, and she turned away from him again, placing her hand back on Sester. "I betrayed my people," she said after a moment of silence. "I knew what I was doing, and I betrayed everything I had ever known. Meless wasn't wrong. If you hadn't, we'd all be dead. You did what you thought was right at the time." "No," Zenfor said, facing him again. "You don't understand. It was when I decided to be something other than a consul that I betrayed them. When I came aboard this ship and entertained the idea of leaving what I'd been bred to do for something more. I've always wanted more. I just never had the opportunity to have it. This ship gave me that opportunity, and I seized it with both hands, never looking back. I betrayed it all for my selfishness. And if I had the chance to do it again, I would." She glanced at Sester. "I knew then I was leaving it all behind, that I'd never be welcome back in Sil society ever again. I could have lived with it if—" She trailed off. "Zen, I promise you, we will find a way to revive him. If we have to plow this ship into the heart of the Coalition itself and land on Claxia Prime, we'll do it. But just know you're not alone here. The rest of us are here for you, too." Cass wasn't sure if she believed him or not, but he meant it. He was as concerned with Sester as anyone, but it seemed nothing would phase him out of this state. Not unless they found another Claxian. "That's generous, Caspian. But no one can be there for me like Sester." "We're not trying to be," Cass said. "We're just here. That's how a crew works. We all support each other." "I suppose," she began, then took a deep breath. "I suppose not killing you 18 years ago was the right decision after all." "Are you just now coming to that conclusion?" he asked. "I needed time to examine the evidence," she replied, a smile on her lips. It was gone as fast as it had been there. He decided that was as good as he was going to get. "Since now I know you're not going to kill me, how is the work on the new handheld weapons coming?" Her face immediately turned sour. "I've submitted a plan to Lieutenant Denna. She should be moving into production soon." "That's great news," he said. "I thought you might be having some issues." "I was. Until I realized I was thinking too hard about all of it." "The weapon will be simple but effective," she replied. "Good. Because we might need them. We need to find another way to speak to the Sil. I'm not about to let this go just because they have a document from the Athru which says they won't attack each other." She shook her head. "If the Sil have weighed the evidence and made a decision, it will be very difficult to convince them otherwise. It will be even more difficult to get in front of them before they kill you. We don't have a choice. There's nothing else that can stop the Athru. Either we need the technology, or we need to convince them to change their minds and help us." It was a long shot, he already knew it, but he was out of ideas. If only the Atlas hadn't been destroyed, they could at least harvest the weapon from that ship and maybe repair it. "What do you hope to accomplish?" she asked. "The Coalition is gone. Why not accept the losses and take the ship somewhere where no one will hunt it? With the advanced drive, we could go further than any human has ever gone before." He had thought about it. They'd even given it something of a trial run out near Omicron Terminus. But finding allies was easier said than done, and there were plenty right here. Plus, this was his home. He wasn't going down without a fight. And maybe somewhere deep within, Esturva's blame had gotten to him. Had all this been his fault? If it had, it was his responsibility to fix it. No, he said. We're staying, and we're going to drive those bastards out, no matter what it takes. She sighed. Then you will most likely die. Her dour mood had returned. Which means I will die along with you, since I am part of this crew. So we might as well try our best. That's the thing about you humans. You're persistent to a fault. He couldn't argue with her there. Since we obviously can't fly deep into Syl space without being obliterated, Zenfor said, we need to change tactics. If you really want to get in front of the sanctuary and plead your case, the best way will be to use the space beneath. Which means we need to find a Syl ship, get on board, and use their connection to the subdimension. Once inside, we can make our way to the sanctuary and speak with the council. It sounded good to Cass. However, realize once we are there, we will most likely be executed for violating Syl territory. You escaped an executioner once. I doubt you can do it again. Cass recalled all the blood and fur and guts all over the floor of the execution room. The stench had been horrible. He had no desire to go back. But what choice did they have? He'd pled to Zenfor once upon a time, and had been successful. He just needed to do it again. Which meant he needed to find something the Syl valued more than their treaty with the Athru. Okay. If you can get me in there, I can... You weren't listening. I said us. Zen, you're not sacrificing yourself for this. You said yourself what they'll do to you if you go back. I'll be treated like any other inferior form of life that tries to intrude on Syl society, she said, resignation in her voice. Obviously, I can't count on my friends, now that I've been reduced in status. Which is why I need to go alone, he replied. She shook her head. You can't access the space beneath unless you're with a Syl. The ships only respond to us. Have you forgotten your imprisonment? He hadn't. He'd nearly suffocated trying to get out. But it had turned out K4 had let him go and had followed him as he wandered the space beneath Zenfor's ship. You'd be willing to do that? Without me, you'll never find your way to the sanctuary, she said. Even if you manage to gain access. I have to go. There's no other choice. He was at a loss for words. He hadn't known Syl could be so noble. I don't know how to thank you, Cass said. Just promise me you'll tell the crew if we die, they'll revive Sester. If I'm not here, Evie needs to be. Or someone he's close with, but preferably her. Her voice had lost any humor and had taken on a hollow sound. Why her? Much like he and I, they have a unique relationship. Knowing she's there when he wakes up is the cost of my assistance. I don't want him to be alone. He's had enough of that in his life. Cass was touched, but he didn't dare say it. I'll relay the message, he said. When do you think we can begin searching for an appropriate target? There was no way they could go up against one of those behemoths, as Zen had called them. They needed a regular-sized ship, or even a scout ship, though the thought of chasing one down made him shudder. As soon as you're ready, she replied. If I'm not mistaken, time is short. 23. Evie made her way through the ship's corridors. The harsh light caused her to keep her eyes toward the ground, though there was nothing different about the luminosity levels in the hallways. She felt a headache coming on, and wilted back into oblivion, if only for a short while. Her discussion with Esturva played over and over in her mind. Primarily, the discovery her father had once possessed her sword. She hated no one had ever told her that they'd all decided to keep it a secret from her. Not only Osborne, but grandmother and the others before he finally scared them all away. He'd had the sword, he'd used it, and he discarded it. The way Grandma had made it sound was like he didn't even know it existed. She had been very clear to keep it a secret and never let him find it. Not that he had much chance. She left home only a few years later. She'd thought it was a secret between her and Grandma, something to bond them together. But it turns out it was just another lie. She hated them for it. Evie passed a few people as she walked. Most didn't show a hand or make any kind of acknowledgement. And it was all because of that damn sword. If she hadn't had it on the planet, she never would have killed all those crew members. Marshall would still be here instead of her mother. And Laura? Evie stepped into the nearest hypervator and took it down to 14. She hadn't had a destination in mind when she left her quarters, but now she did. She hoped Esterva was smart enough not to leave the room. She was probably more interested in going through Evie's things while she was away. That was fine. She could search through every pocket as far as Evie cared. There was nothing to find. It wasn't as if Evie kept secrets. It seemed things were only kept from her, not by her. She skirted around the main entrance to sickbay, crossing into an adjacent corridor, and headed down to a double door near the end of the hall. This entrance was technically for when they brought a body to the morgue, so they wouldn't have to move bodies through the general population. She entered her old command code Cass still hadn't deactivated, and the door whooshed open, revealing the morgue and the doorway to sickbay beyond. Evie checked to make sure it was clear, then stepped inside. It was cool in here, but not so cold she was shivering. In front of her was the wall of shelves where the crew had sustained themselves for seasons and years at a time, while Zenfor and the others rebuilt the ship. Now they contained nothing but the bodies of her victims. She placed her hand on the wall, noting the names of each person she'd killed. If she had just done one thing different, if she'd never have gone out searching for the Honduras, it wouldn't have ended up this way. Or if she'd fought harder against Rockron and not agreed to let him examine her mind. Or if she'd stayed up on the ship with Wave 3 instead of telling Wolf to do it because she was too worried about Laura. Or if her father had told her about the sword, maybe she would have just left it back on Sisk rather than bringing it along and wielding it like she knew what she was doing. Every decision she had made had led to this, and she would take it all back if she could. She choked back a sob and moved her hand over to Laura's shelf. Inside, the woman she loved lay peacefully, her body preserved until the funeral. The truth was, they'd had plenty of time to have ceremonies on the way to Sill Space. But Cass had said it wasn't the right time. Not until they could take a solemn moment and give their comrades a proper send-off. Everyone was on edge, and he didn't want an Athru ambush to disrupt the ceremonies. Evie found she couldn't disagree. "I really miss you," she whispered, her hand still on the shelf. "And I know I don't deserve to talk to you. Not after what I did. But I don't know who else I can go to." They hadn't been together long, but she'd never connected with anyone like she had with Laura. The woman just got her, instantly. And that had been a rare thing in Evie's life. Laura would have understood how hard this Esterva thing was. She would have been there to help and support Evie through it. She hadn't realized how much she'd leaned on that support until it was gone. "I want to tell you how sorry I am," she finally added. "I just wish you could hear me say it." She leaned down and lightly kissed the drawer. It was cold against her lips. Evie looked over at the shelf next to Laura's. Inside were the remains of Captain Green, having been inside for over 18 years. She sighed. "I guess I didn't turn out to be captain material after all. You should have chosen a different first officer." The sound of a throat clearing cut through the air, Evie spun on her heels to see Zack standing behind her.
"Sorry," Zack said. "I needed something from cold storage. I didn't know anyone was in here."
Evie dropped her gaze.
"It's fine. I just needed to clear my head."
The air hung between them, heavy with expectation.
"How are things going with Esterva?" Zack asked. "She's out of the brig now, right?" "How do you know?" Evie asked.
Zax shrugged her top shoulders. Her lower hands held a small screen.
"I like to keep track of potential unknowns on the ship. In fact, I'm still going over her scans. There's a lot to unpack here."
Evie nodded, then headed for the door before the silence between them became any more awkward.
"I'll leave you to it." "Have you ever read my personnel file?" Zax asked.
Evie turned back to her. Zax's top arms were crossed, and she leaned against the side of the door frame, her 6 eyes sparkling.
"Of course. I read it as soon as I came aboard. Why?" "Because none of it's true," Zax said, a smile on her face.
Evie narrowed her eyes. What was she saying? Was Zax a spy too? Was she like Marshall?
"Well, all the medical qualifications are true, but most of the history isn't."
"What are you talking about?"
"About 40 standard years ago, I was stationed out on Axinal Ilitaxica. Do you know it?"
Evie thought for a moment.
"It's a Yaxinax colony, a moon orbiting a gas giant in the Messer system."
She paused.
"Wait. 40 years ago? Your file has you listed as only 45. You were serving when you were 5? Unfortunately, that was a lie, too. I'm older than what my file says, by about 20 years. It was a conscious decision on my part to help it look like I had nothing to do with the incident."
"Incident?" Evie asked.
"I'm not sure how familiar you are with Yaxinax history, but at the time we were in the middle of colony disputes with the Remothians. It was before they joined the coalition. But because Axinal Ilitaxica was so small, we must not have warranted very high on the priority list. We called for reinforcements, and even the Yaxinax governing body put in a special request. But we were 500 colonists on a disputed world. What was the coalition going to do? Come in with guns blazing? They were trying to hammer out a peace agreement with the Remothians. They didn't want our problems to inconvenience the negotiations."
"I don't remember any of this," Evie said, thinking back about coalition history. There had never been a mention of a skirmish on Axinal to her knowledge.
"Probably because of me," Zack said.
Evie didn't know what to say to that, so she kept her mouth shut.
"I was one of the only people on the colony well-versed in biologics, and I volunteered to build biological weapons to show the Remothians we meant business. Except, I screwed up. A missile went off when it wasn't supposed to, and killed over 100 Yaxinax."
Her mouth turned down, as if she'd eaten something sour.
"I am responsible for the deaths of over 100 of my own people." "I'm so sorry," Evie said.
Zax nodded.
"Me too. At the time, I thought I was doing my duty, that I was doing what was necessary for my people, and it all blew up in my face, literally."
Evie had to work to control her breathing. It was horrific.
"What did you do?" "What else could I do? The Remothians weren't stopping, so I kept building weapons."
She couldn't even look at Evie anymore. Zax just stared at the floor.
"How?"
Zax shook her head.
"I don't know. Going back after the accident was the hardest thing I've ever done. But I had a job to do, and I was the only one who could do it. I had a responsibility, and as bad as it was, I had to see it through. More people died after that, and then a few more. And finally, the Remothians broke off their attacks, a condition of being admitted to the Coalition. I guess someone on Earth was listening after all. But both sides took heavy losses.
She laid the screen down and wiped the edges of 4 of her eyes with her hands.
Why isn't any of this in the official record? Evie asked. Because most of us knew we'd be tried for war crimes for being associated with the creation of biological weapons. We wiped our identities from all the systems, and a special branch of Yax-Inax security made sure we had alibis when Coalition Command came knocking, which they eventually did. It was why I changed my age, so it seemed like I couldn't have even been there. Of course, the Coalition didn't want the general populace to know 2 of their member units had been involved in a very costly war. It was bad for the Coalition image. So they spun it, declared Axonal Illotaxica off-limits long enough for the fallout to subside. Most of it was Zirfax's doing. She was a master at spin. To my knowledge, it was what propelled her to the highest levels of the media. She started out as one of us, but over the years, I feel like she became more of a foe.
Evie thought back. Hadn't Cass said Fax was at his trial for using the transdimensional weapon?
Why are you telling me this? You deserve to know, Zack said. And to let you know, you're not alone. Sometimes we can do everything we're supposed to, and things still go wrong. Terribly wrong. But that doesn't mean we stop trying. You couldn't have done anything different than what you did back on that planet, because you are who you are. You were always going to make those decisions. Maybe they were mistakes, and maybe they weren't. But you can't second-guess yourself. I spent a decade or more doing that, and it never led me anywhere. I want to save you the same amount of pain.
She was right. If Evie could go back, she'd probably make all the same decisions again. That's just who she was. She couldn't change her own nature.
If you feel you need to tell the captain, I understand, Zack said. Technically, I should be behind a force barrier for the rest of my life. Are you kidding? Evie asked. You're one of the best doctors the ship has ever had.
Zack smiled.
Don't let Box hear you say that. I'm not getting you thrown to the brig. Plus, I think Cass would be with me on this one.
She took a deep breath, exhaling through her nose. She did feel a little better. She hoped Laura would recognize she never meant to hurt her or anyone else. She might even be proud of Evie for overcoming what she had, even though it had come at a great cost.
Well,
Zack said, picking up the screen again,
I guess I'd better get back to it.
She turned to leave.
Wait, Evie said. Didn't you need something from cold storage?
Zack grinned.
I got everything I needed. Thanks for listening.
She returned to sickbay, leaving Evie standing near the stasis units, wondering how best to see this thing with the server through. She needed to reach back to her roots and stop dancing around the issue. She couldn't second-guess herself. She should just ask her questions, all of them. Whatever happened, happened, and she'd deal with it accordingly, no matter how horrifying the answer. Determined, Evie left the morgue behind. 24. Adjust the output to 72% and initialize the transitory particle interceptors, Zenfor said. The view screen had turned back into a map showing the surrounding area, but all that showed on the screens were stars and other stellar phenomena. The particle interceptors, Saul asked, but won't those? And keep an eye on the subharmonic oscillation, Zenfor added. If the frequency is too high, we'll never find them. She turned to Cass. The ships generate a specific kind of field that resonates between this universe and the space beneath. It's the quickest way to locate SIL ships in the general vicinity. That works for me, Cass replied.
He didn't know what she was talking about. He'd never heard of a transitory particle interceptor before. But given how much work Zenfor had done on this ship, he wasn't surprised she'd added some of her own systems, no doubt based on SIL technology. "I think I have it," Zal said. "But the signal isn't stable." "It doesn't need to be," Zenfor replied. "We just need to send out one burst. Whenever you're ready." Cass realized she was talking to him, and he sat up straighter in the captain's chair. "Talia?" "Ready, sir," she replied. "Activate the interceptors," he ordered. A white flash filled the screen for a moment, and then the map returned, this time with 3 small red dots on the other side of the SIL border. "There they are." Zenfor walked over to Zal's station and tapped a few buttons. "Those 2 there are the behemoths we encountered before. Our best bet is to use the one that's isolated from the others. Based on the feedback we got from the pulse, it looks to be a regular-sized ship, not a behemoth." "Too much to hope for a scout ship, huh?" Cass asked. A Coalition starship, even one with SIL enhancements, had never gone toe-to-toe with a SIL destroyer. The best anyone had ever achieved had been the Atlas and its ill-fated mission to retrieve a SIL scout ship. The scout ships weren't much larger than the biggest shuttles, and they had very few crew aboard. It was why Rutledge had chosen one as a target, rather than go up against something bigger. Because even though the Atlas had been larger, the scout ship still outclassed it in weapons and maneuverability. According to Samaya, it had only been because the then Captain Soon had lured them into a trap that the ship had succumbed at all. If Tempest was going up against a full-sized ship, they better be ready. "Scout ships aren't plentiful. It could take weeks to find one along the border. The SIL don't send them out often," Zenfor said, still messing with Zal's controls. "I think this might be the Bortos, but I can't be sure." She stared at the image on the screen. "Is that a problem?" Cass asked. "No. We can still get in. But it helps if I know the ship and its crew. They can be different. And as you witnessed, the ships change when they wish. They're temperamental. And Bortos has a reputation for being one of the less cooperative ships." "I still can't believe I'm hearing this," Hank said from the first officer's seat. "Living ships? Bonded with your people? It's kind of amazing," Samaya finished. "I'd love to know how your relationship with them developed. Are the ships built or grown? And how are the crews assigned? What happens if the ship doesn't like someone? Does it just blast them out of an airlock?" "The ships are cultivated," Zenfor said. "Because they are connected to the space beneath, we don't build them from scratch as you do. It's difficult to explain." "Are they a naturally occurring being, or did you engineer them?" Zal added. Cass put his hand up. "Listen, we're not doing 20 questions right now. We need to determine if this Bortos is a good target, and if we can survive a strafing assault. What sort of countermeasures should we expect?" "Assuming they don't try and destroy the ship on sight, the first thing they will do is set up a variety of gravity nets surrounding the area, in the hopes Tempest will fall into one of them. If that happens, they'll be able to crush this ship into a cube no more than 1 square meter in size." "God damn," Hank said. "It's a powerful weapon, but not without its disadvantages," Zenfor said. "Was that what your ship used on us back near the Quaval system when we first met?" Zal asked. "It is," Zenfor said. "Then you didn't have the ability to scan for the gravity nets, but now you do. If you can keep Tempest out of the nets and moving before they have a chance to fire, we might be able to get a shuttle down to one of the docking hatches." "Wait a second," Hank said, standing. "No one said anything about a shuttle. I thought we were poaching their weapons." Cass shook his head. "I've been down that road once before, and I don't plan on revisiting it. We need to get in and speak with the SIL ruling body, the Sanctuary, as Zen calls it. We have to make our case." "And tell them what?" "They've already made it clear they've sided with the Athru," Hank said. "What's going to convince them we've got something to offer?" Cass didn't want to admit he didn't have much of anything. He could give them the scans of Omicron Terminus, the Bulak, and the Athru planet, which might help with their star charts. But other than that, he had very little. They'd already incurred Molesses' wrath. He didn't want to exacerbate the problem. But at the same time, they were out of options.
"If you're accessing this space beneath," Samaya said from behind him, "why not just collect the negative mass particles from there and come back? Why risk pleading a case you know they won't agree to?"
He'd considered that option, but dismissed it because it meant stealing their technology again. Though if Astrva was right, and all of this was his fault, perhaps taking a second look at a backup plan wasn't a bad idea. They were right. What if the Sanctuary rejected them again? Which was likely. They'd be left with no recourse, and most likely Cass and Zenfor would be put to death. Perhaps stealing the particles was what they needed to do to survive. A pit formed in his stomach, but Cass ignored it, weighing the pros and cons. Would it be possible? He asked. Zenfor stopped messing with Zal's controls and turned to him.
"To remove negative mass particles from the space beneath? Yes, though dangerous. And not with your existing equipment. We would need a containment system. But the portals that open to this space are guarded."
"Can we get past the guards?"
"I can. But the ship will also know and try to stop us if we're not authorized. The ship can do what it wants. It could send you into a room with no doors and no windows, one that slowly shrinks until all the oxygen runs out, or you're crushed by the walls, whichever comes first."
"That sounds like a cheery prospect," Cass replied.
"What I can't do is collect the particles and lead you to the Sanctuary at the same time."
"You're saying we need a third person."
"I'll do it," Samaya said, raising her hand and standing. "I would love to see the inside of that ship."
"Commander," Hank said, "you can't be serious about going along with this plan. If anything, the captain shouldn't even be going. The captain's place is on the bridge, though some people seem to forget that." His eyes bored right into Cass, but he paid the larger man no mind. "I'm only here temporarily," Cass replied, "so my loss won't make that much difference. But I'm also the only one who has successfully negotiated with the Sill. It has to be me. I'm not sure they'd listen to anyone else." "They might listen to an Athru," Hank suggested.
"Send Astrva in?"
"I'm sure by now word has come from Sisk that she's a traitor, which the Athru have relayed to the Sill. We can't assume they aren't talking. And that means her word would mean absolutely nothing in there." Cass turned back to Zenfor. "How do we get on board the ship?"
"When a Sill ship generates a gravity net, it uses a lot of power to increase the relative gravity of a specific area. That power is drawn evenly from all over the ship, as to not make any one system more vulnerable than the other. But when a ship is holding more than 2 or 3 nets open at once, hoping to catch their enemy, their offenses and defenses are weakened. Our strategy should be to force the ship to generate more than 2 gravity nets, avoid them, then lay down cover fire while the small shuttle hides in the crossfire and docks with the Sill ship. If I can keep the ship calm, it won't immediately alert the crew to our presence. But the Bortos might not be cooperative, in which case we wouldn't have a lot of extra time to reach our destinations."
"Let's just assume everything that can go wrong will," Cass said. "Is it still possible to reach the Sanctuary?"
"Improbable, but possible."
"I'll take that," Cass replied. "And the particles?" Hank asked. "Will Samaya be able to harvest those?"
"Once I show her how, yes. But if we don't return, she may have to make it back to the shuttle by herself. I can't say if the ship will allow that or not. It depends on how it feels about her mood and her intentions."
Zenfor stared at Samaya, as if she were accusing her of something, and Samaya stared right back.
"My only intentions are to make it back in one piece, and to put a hurt on the Athru." "Make sure you keep an open mind while we are there," Zenfor said. "The ship may recognize your role in the destruction of the Atlas, which can only help our cause."
"The ships can read minds?" Cass asked. All of a sudden, he wasn't keen about returning. After what had happened to Evie, he didn't want anyone poking around in his brain, regardless if they were Athru or not. They don't read minds, but they can pick up on feelings. If a silk crew is properly aligned, a ship and crew will work together harmoniously, regardless of the goal. But true alignment is rare. Often, a few of the crew are out of place, or sometimes even the consul is assigned to the wrong ship. Adjustments are made over a series of regulations, eventually coming upon an optimal solution. Was your crew optimized? Cass asked. She bristled. They were, and my absence left a hole that could not be easily filled. The ship had to begin all over again to align with the crew. It is fortunate we are not attempting to siege Renglis. I believe the ship would attempt to kill me before I even stepped aboard. Cass didn't want to push her for any more information. It was clear this line of questioning bothered her. Zen had been through enough. If this was what they needed to do to succeed, he was willing, though he could already tell there was a good chance he wasn't coming back once he went over to the sill. The prospect didn't bother him as much as he thought it would. It was poetic, in a way. All of this had begun with the sill, and it would end with them as well. And if he didn't succeed, then he'd at least try to make up for his mistake. He could live with that. 25. On the way back to her quarters, the lights didn't seem as bright as they had been when Evie had left, and it was easier to take a deep breath. Whatever had happened to her inside had passed. Zax probably would have called it a panic attack, but it felt like something more. That was the problem with all this Athru DNA inside her. She had no idea if she was having a normal human reaction to anything anymore. The next symptom to pop up could indicate she was about to grow another set of legs and start spidering herself around the cargo bays. She took a deep breath before opening her door and stepping back inside. The lights in the room had been turned down enough so the stars out the window were brilliant specks of white. Esturva sat in the chair beside Evie's desk, her hands folded in her lap. "You stayed," Evie said. The question came out more like an accusation, though she hadn't meant it that way. Her mother didn't flinch. "Where else would I go?" "I don't know. I guess I thought if you were a spy, you'd try to sabotage one of our systems somewhere." "Perhaps I left and made it back before you returned," Esturva offered. "Maybe." She walked over to the window, taking in the beauty beyond. "You're a very stoic person when you want to be. It comes from years of listening to my peers speak of nothing more than the ultimate destruction of humanity, and needing to hide my true feelings on the subject." Evie nodded. "When I was in that pyramid and the other took over, she knew you were my mother, and Rockron seemed surprised to learn it was you. That's because I was a trusted individual for many years." Evie kept her eyes glued to the starfield. "Is that why you left me with my father? Why you abandoned me to that fate? Your reputation?" Esturva was silent for a few moments. "I didn't want to." "Then why?" "Because, had the Athru captured me and found you in my care, they would have killed you immediately, not understanding what you were." For the first time, her voice wavered. "What? That I was some kind of hybrid?" "Yes," Esturva said. "Because you look nothing like our people. I made sure of that." "But what was the point?" Evie yelled, spinning to stare at her mother. "I spent all of my life thinking I'm one thing, then all of a sudden discovering I'm something else. Why?" Esturva stood, her eyes pleading. "You have to understand. I didn't plan on falling in love with Osborn. We didn't even know it would be possible for me to become pregnant. I wasn't willing to terminate the pregnancy, though we had to make a lot of genetic modifications to make sure you were viable. While we did, I made sure your human genes would override your Athru ones, at least as far as your physical traits were concerned.
I didn't know what else to do. Viable. Modifications. You make it sound as if I was a science experiment. Tears stung at Evie's eyes, so she turned away again. She knew this would be hard, but it was difficult to imagine just how hard. You weren't an experiment, but you were unexpected. My entire crew worked day and night to sequence your DNA so you could survive. So many times we thought we'd lost you, and I'd begin to grieve, only for you to rally back again. It was stressful. Evie hadn't considered her dual nature had been difficult to create. After she'd learned she was part Athru, she'd just assumed it was something that happened. After all, so many species in the coalition mingled all the time. Though most were genetically compatible, many weren't. She'd heard of some species going to extraordinary lengths to have hybrid children, but nothing so involved as what Athru described. They did most of their work before the pregnancy. Hormone therapies, gene therapies, special foods. All of it designed to make the parents more compatible with each other. But to have two species compatible immediately, with one not being able to bring the baby to term on their own, was unheard of. Evie sighed. I guess I should thank you for all your hard work to keep me alive. No, that's not something I need thanking for. You didn't ask to be brought into this world, but I'm glad you're here. She walked over and stood beside Evie, staring out the window as well. If you can, tell me about Osborne. The reports I got from Marshall weren't very detailed. I'm not sure how much you knew, but he kept his distance, Evie said. She still didn't like the fact someone had been following her most of her life, and she'd never suspected them. She was supposed to be an observant, smart person. Perhaps that was part of the reason she no longer thought she was qualified for the captain's chair. Because if she had missed Marshall all those years, what else had she missed? He tried not to interfere in your life. I told him to always stay back and to only check in on you occasionally, to make sure you were okay. He wasn't watching all the time, if it makes you feel any better. I just don't like the idea of being watched, she replied. I'm sorry about that. Evie thought she might add something else about being a concerned mother needing to check on her child, but she didn't. What Evie couldn't understand was why she didn't just talk to Osborne instead of going through all the hoops with Marshall. Wouldn't that have been simpler? Osborne was... Evie found it hard to put into words what she felt. She'd spent so long burying him deep in the backyard of her mind, digging him back out again was arduous. I didn't think fathers could be any other way until I was at least 5 or 6. I started to see other parents dote and love on their children, and I wondered what was wrong with me that he never did that. Never? Athru asked. There was real concern in her voice. I think he tried sometimes. He'd buy me things, but they were usually things he liked better himself, or that he expected me to like, rather than what I actually liked. It was as if he tried to make me into a person I wasn't, and when I pushed back, he didn't want to hear it. That wasn't the man I knew, she whispered. The end was the worst, Evie said. What do you mean? Right. Marshall wouldn't know about what happened down in Hypaxia, because it had just been her and Cass, and she'd sworn Cass to secrecy. It was nice to know he could be counted on to keep some things to himself, especially when they were this important. Osborne died a few weeks. Well, I mean it was 18 years ago, but to me, it's only been a few weeks. Maybe a quarter of a season. I've lost track of time. I knew he had passed, Athru said, her voice soft. But I didn't realize you were there. I wasn't. Not when he finally died. But I was there a few days before. He'd gotten worse, much worse. And he... She choked off a sob, stopping it in its place. She wouldn't shed any more tears over that bastard. Not after what he'd done to her. Let's just say he wasn't in his right mind. He'd gone crazy. Though it was the first time he'd ever said anything about my mother. He called her Amanda Lawson, though I'm assuming that was just his brain deteriorating. She was one of the other officers on his ship. He never mentioned you. Esturva nodded. We had an agreement. Evie pushed out a long breath of air. You can rest assured knowing he honored it to his dying day. Nice to know he was good to at least one person. Esturva didn't respond. She only continued to stare out the window beside her daughter. Internally, Evie was screaming for the woman to at least agree with her, to tell her that, no, she wasn't out of line to say Osborn had been terrible. But it seemed all she was going to get was a series of half-hearted apologies. Typical, Evie thought. Why would I expect anything else? Esturva cleared her throat and opened her mouth.
26. Cass slid his hands over the smooth conference room table, considering Zen had done a decent job at redesigning the layout of the room to be more efficient than it had been before. The table still ran lengthwise through the room, but one of the walls was further out, which could allow a large group of people to congregate in the event they needed more than just the senior staff or a few specialists to join them. And it opened up the room, gave them more space to breathe. He wondered what had been behind the wall originally that she'd removed to make the space. Not that it mattered. But he couldn't help himself try and decode a puzzle when his brain was otherwise on autopilot. We're sure you want to go after this? Hank checked his notes. Bortos? That's our target? It is, Zenfor replied. She stood in her regular corner, her considerable arms crossed. I've spoken to Bay 1, Hank said. They have a shuttle prepped and ready for you. How long until we reach the Bortos? That's where we may run into a problem, Isaac Ron said. He tapped the control panel in front of him, and a 3D representation of space came up in the middle of the table. The sill border was on Cass's side of the table, but he was only half paying attention. Since he'd decided he most likely wasn't coming back, some things didn't seem as important as before. Natalia and I have been scanning the sill border, and we keep getting those trace filament trails we detected back on Sisk on the long-range scanners. I'm worried there might be an Athru blockade out there, waiting for us. It won't matter, Zenfor said. We should be able to run it as long as we don't smash directly into them. Captain, what do you think? Hank asked. Cass stared at the table some more, appreciating its smoothness, its uninterrupted and undamaged surface gleaming and clean. Captain? He blinked a few times. Right. Blockade. I agree with Zen. We blow right through. As long as an Athru ship isn't in our path, we won't have to slow down, and they can't catch us. What about the sill ships? Just the 3 in the area. I suggest we go in here, Zenfor said, pointing to an empty section of sill territory. That way, once the other 2 ships are alerted we are in their territory, we'll be on our way to the Bortos. There's a good chance it will be called as well, and will end up meeting us before we reach its current position. That should give us enough time to engage the ship, lower its defenses, and get our team on board. Tempest will then have to leave the area, swing around, and come back to collect us, assuming we stay alive that long. Or, Cass said, if we succeed in the negotiations, we won't even have to worry about it. Zenfor pulled her arm back and retreated to her spot without saying another word. Cass's comm beeped. Captain? Go ahead, Zax. I need you in sickbay. It's important. Cass ran his hand down his face. Can it wait? We're in the middle of something up here. No, sir, she said, her voice curt. It cannot. She ended the comm. Cass stood. Work out the rest of the details and get me a summary. I want to go over it once more before we engage. I'll be in sickbay if you need me. The heads at the table nodded, while Zenfor didn't move. Instead, her eyes stayed on him until he was out the door. What could be so important Zax needed to pull Cass away from strategizing? If someone had been hurt, she would have said so. But it sounded more important than that, if that was possible. More urgent, even. Cass stepped off the hypervator, and with new purpose in his step, strode to sickbay, where the doors parted for him automatically. At the far end of the room stood Zax and Box, leaning over a screen showing what looked to be biological information. As Cass entered, Box turned to him, his eyes flashing with excitement. "You're never going to believe this." "What is it? What's wrong?" Cass asked, approaching the pair. "Total game changer. The stallions have left the stables," Box announced.
"Captain, I wanted to speak with you first, because I believe this might involve ship security. Otherwise, I would have gone directly to the primary party involved. In a moment, I hope you'll see why I made this decision," Zax said. Her upper hands held a small screen, which she tapped while her lower hands wrung themselves together in a nervous sort of gesture. "Zax, you're freaking me out. Just tell me what's going on." "Here."
She handed him the screen she'd been working on.
"Those are Esturva's brain scans. I took them when she provided a DNA sample. I thought they looked familiar, but I couldn't understand why until I remembered something when speaking with Captain Diazol earlier."
She turned to the screen on the cart sitting between her and Box.
"Look at the brainwave patterns in your hand, and look at the ones on this screen," she said.
Cass did. In front of him, blue, light green, and light red lines moved up and down in a regular pattern, indicating electrical activity in the brain. When he looked at the second screen between them, Cass saw a similar pattern there, too. "Is it the same scan?" he asked. Zax shook her head.
"No. One is from Esturva, and the other is from Captain Diazol."
"Point of order. She prefers to be called Evie now," Box interrupted. Zax ignored him.
"But it's not her regular brain scan. It's the scan I made when she was having all those hallucinations, back when we were in orbit of Omicron Terminus, remember?"
How could Cass forget? Evie had almost killed herself and Commander Wolf on their shuttle, trying to land on an arch only she could see, but that had turned out to be real after all. "I don't understand. Are you saying their patterns are the same?"
"Almost. There are tiny variations."
She pointed to different areas on the screen, showing where slight deviations made the difference between the two.
"And these patterns don't match Evie's normal brainwave operations. It was only while she was having those hallucinations Sester helped her with. I don't know how to explain it. Perhaps it's something all Athru share, or it might just be unique to the two of them. But Esturva has some connection to when Evie was having all those problems."
Cass found he had a hard time swallowing. Does this mean Esturva caused the hallucinations that almost killed her? "That's the assumption, boss," Box said. "But we don't know how. Not unless Esturva was on the ship or near it when they began. There's no known method for transmitting something like this." His heart picked up its pace. "Is there any way this could be coincidence? Or explained by anything else?" Zax's face grew more serious.
"Every person I have ever examined has their own distinct brainwave patterns. I've never seen a duplicate like this before. If she didn't cause them, Esturva knows something she's not telling us, and it involves her daughter. This is why I wanted to come to you first. Evie might not be receptive to hearing this right now."
Now he understood why she'd called him down here. "I appreciate you bending the rules regarding patient confidentiality."
"You and I both know those rules don't always apply," Zax said. "Sometimes you just have to follow your gut. This was mine."
"Do any of the other nurses know?" Cass asked. Zax shook her head, her bottom hands coming together.
"I kept this off the sickbay record. Esturva doesn't even know I took the brain scan. But I wasn't about to waste the opportunity. She has some answering to do. I checked with the only other person I know who can keep medical records confidential."
She glanced to Box. Cass turned to leave. "I need to speak with her." "You want some backup? In case things get hairy?" Box asked. He shook his head. Your place is here, healing. If I need help, I'll call security. Zack stepped forward to stop him.
Don't underestimate her. If she finds out we've been going behind her back, there's no telling how she'll react. Whatever this is, whatever it means, it might be the thing that sets her against us. If I were you, I'd make sure she's back in the brig before I told her.
Thanks, Doc. I'll take it under advisement. He pointed at the screens. Send a copy of that to my personal files, will you? She nodded. As soon as Cass was back in the corridor, he tapped his comm. Saul? Where's Evie at the moment? The locator shows she's in her quarters, Saul replied. And Esterva? In Ms. Diazol's quarters as well, Captain. Is there a problem? No problem. I just needed to check. Thanks. He ended the comm. All thoughts of infiltrating Syl space had left his mind. Before they did anything, he needed to find out what this connection meant. And if Esterva was really hiding something. But he wasn't about to drag her back down to the brig and interrogate her, or blast his way into Evie's room with a security team. They'd been down that road before, and it had only ended up in disaster. He told the others they needed to start trusting people, so that was a leap of faith he was willing to take. He had to trust Esterva wouldn't kill them for confronting her with this information. He just hoped she could see past her prejudice of him to know he wasn't a threat. Besides, if she was holding something back, Evie deserved to know too. 27.
Evelyn, there's something you need to know about me and your father.
Esterva turned away from the window, instead standing with her back to Evie at the far end of the room. She'd put a lot of distance between them, and Evie wasn't sure if that was for Esterva's own benefit or Evie's. It was obvious whatever she needed to tell her was difficult, and possibly even painful. But Evie didn't care. She just wanted answers. She wanted to understand.
We came to an agreement once we realized we couldn't stay together. The Athru were closing in. They knew something was wrong, and I decided it was best that me and the crew abandon our ship and our mission and scatter ourselves to the stars. That way we could search out new ways to defeat the Athru, or at least change their minds. But I couldn't bring a human and a newborn with me. It just wasn't possible. But I...
A chime at the door cut her off. Evie said.
Hold that thought. I'll get rid of them.
She went to the door, and it slid open to reveal Cass, his face tight with worry and anguish.
What's wrong?
He glanced between her and Esterva. I need to tell you something. And she, he pointed to Esterva, has some answering to do. Evie bit the inside of her lip as adrenaline surged through her system.
Answer for what?
She stepped aside as Cass made his way into the room. He was careful not to get too close to Esterva, like he feared she might lash out at him. Esterva's face had gone from one of peaceful resignation, perhaps with a tinge of regret and remorse, to angry and reproachful. Evie knew she blamed Cass for the war, but that couldn't be it, could it?
Yes. Answer for what?
Esterva asked. Cass stepped over to Evie's desk, and on her display he entered his own credentials, bringing up his files. This is your brain scan from when you first came on the ship, Cass said, showing a series of lines displayed on a moving grid.
You took my brain scan without my permission?
Esterva seethed. She stepped forward, but before she reached him, Cass tapped the screen again, and a different image came up. And this is your brain scan from when you were first hallucinating, he said, ignoring Esterva and staring at Evie. Esterva stopped in her tracks. Evie squinted at the two images as Cass superimposed them over each other. They were nearly identical.
What?
Was all that escaped Evie's mouth. Did this mean what she thought it did? Esterva turned to her.
Evelyn, please, listen for a moment. Did you cause my hallucinations? Are you the reason I had those crippling visions? Why I could see the Athru structures through the time bubbles when no one else could?
Esterva put her hands out.
Yes, in a way. But not how you think. Allow me to explain.
You've had 5 days to explain. Why not tell her as soon as you came on board? Or even on the planet? Cass asked. Why does it take us finding out you haven't been honest with us to force an explanation? And why should we believe it anyway?
Because before you rudely interrupted us, I was in the process of telling her, Esterva snapped. I swear you have the worst judgment of anyone I have ever met. Mother, Evie said, fed up with the bickering, what is going on?
Esterva turned back to her.
I don't know if the other Athru told you this, but something that is unique to our species is knowledge and information is passed down through our genetic code, in the same way favorable traits are passed to an animal's offspring. We developed the skill long ago to maintain the sanctity of our traditions. It isn't perfect, and it's hard to transmit specific information, but all Athru children are born knowing the basic history of the Athru and our beliefs. They are also aware of their parents and understand they are whole people.
That sounds like quite the time saver, Cass quipped. Instead of teaching your children what they need to know, you just load it up into their genes, and bam, they're ready to go. Her mouth turned into a sneer.
If you must know, it doesn't work like that. We don't choose what information is passed along. It's determined by the parents' experiences. But because most people in Athru society agree about our goals as a culture, most children understand the same basic principles when they are born.
Evie felt a tremble move through her.
Is that what happened to me? I was born with genetic knowledge? In a way, Esterva said. Remember how I said we had to keep modifying your genetic code to keep you viable? Part of that process was trying to filter out the genes that transmit this information, because I didn't want you to know anything about Athru society. I wasn't sure I'd ever see you again, and I didn't want you saddled with the burden of knowing you could never join us. I had planned to have found a way to defeat the Athru by the time you became an adult. But in the event I failed, you wouldn't know any different. And therefore, you'd never have to experience that loss. So what then? It didn't work?
The tremble had increased enough, Evie felt it in her leg. It wanted to bounce, but she willed it to be still. Esterva hesitated.
Despite all our knowledge, I couldn't find a way to completely remove the affected genes without killing you. We had to do the next best thing, bury everything. Bury and hide it so deep in your subconscious it would never find its way out. But based on Marshall's last reports, it seems all I ended up doing was splicing off the Athru part of your personality and tuck it away so it could fester like a cancer within you. Dagnya, Evie said.
She sat down before she became lightheaded. Esterva sat as well, hugging the back of the chair.
You have to believe me. I never thought that would happen. I had no idea that was a possible side effect. We just thought you were you, and that was the end of it.
That doesn't explain these brainwave patterns, Cass said.
It does, which will become clear in a moment. Because Evelyn was a newborn, all we had to do was build a mental lock around the information contained in the genes themselves. We knew you wouldn't retain any memory of your time with me or the Athru as a baby. You were too young.
Evie leaned forward.
But you didn't just do it to me, did you?
Esterva stared at the ground a moment.
I want you to know, he and I discussed all of this at length. He knew the risks, but he agreed it was best for both you and him if I modified his memories, so he would never be tempted to reveal our existence.
Tears formed in the wells of her eyes, but she didn't blink them away or take her gaze off Esterva.
Finally, the answers she'd sought for so long were within her grasp.
I modified his memories, implanted a false story about another woman, your infamous Amanda Lawson, and about how she committed suicide. I created the illusion they'd been in space for all the months they spent with us, drifting in escape pods. And I did it, knowing it would eventually kill him.
A tear fell from Evie's eye, but she didn't interrupt.
You see, human memory is a fickle thing, and messing with it can lead to disastrous consequences. I knew giving Osborne the guilt of the woman he loved committing suicide, as well as obscuring his time with us, would wear him down. Eventually, it would tear his mind apart, which is what happened. Do you know why he was assigned to CISC?
Evie found forming words difficult, but she knew. Once he and the others had been discovered in the escape pods, they'd been taken back for debrief, and Osborne had taken a low-key job in CISC doing research.
He'd had enough of space. He wanted a quiet place. The truth was, he was deemed too unstable to return to active duty. They gave him an easy job on a planet far from the core, so he would stay out of the way. And his newborn daughter went with him, Esterva said. He was swept under the rug, as they say. I don't believe this, Evie whispered.
She finally wiped her eyes and stood, turning her back on Esterva. She had been the one who had ruined her father's mind.
When you modified his memory, it changed his personality, didn't it? It turned him.
She didn't have to turn around to understand the implications of the silence between them. She'd known.
I don't want to make excuses. We were in a tough situation, and we knew there was a risk he would lose some aspects of his personality after the modification. Unfortunately, that turned out to be his empathy and his compassion. I don't think they were gone completely, but I believe over the years they were chipped away until only an emotionless robot remained, Evie yelled, spinning on the spot. Her eyes filled to the brim once again. All those years of mental anguish, of me asking myself why I wasn't good enough, all of it was because you had fucked with his mind. If you'd just left him alone, if you'd let him be the man you knew when you met him.
She stared at the ceiling, the tears running down the sides of her cheeks.
God, all the fights, all the nights of me slamming my door in his face, or him looking at me like he didn't even know me. She couldn't believe it. It hadn't been her at all, and it hadn't been him either. It had been this woman who screwed him up before Evie ever got to know him. Half his mind was stripped from him before... That's why he was so frail at the facility on Cypaxia, wasn't it? Why he looked 30 years older than he actually was.
She dared a glance at Cass, whose eyes seemed to shimmer themselves. Esterva's voice had grown small.
Yes, I knew it would kill him one day. Eventually, the blocks I'd put in his memory broke down, driving him insane.
She glanced up.
I think that's what set off your hallucinations. The mental blocks I'd built in him were somehow used to open up your own neural pathways, to give you access to all your nascent Athru information. Though I imagined it was like trying to find one's way out of a dark room with only one door. It takes a while. He attacked me, Evie said.
Cass was the only other person who knew, unless she counted Sester. But Cass had been there. He'd seen it for himself.
Attacked? Esterva asked. He pinned me down.
Evie's eyes had glazed over, thinking back.
I couldn't understand how he was so strong. And he was spouting nonsense, saying something about someone making him promise that no one was supposed to know. I thought he meant Amanda Lawson at the time. But he meant you, didn't he?
Esterva nodded.
And all of it for what? So he could keep your secret? So no one would know about your existence? I hope it was worth it.
She turned to leave.
"You must understand," Esterva said, standing. "If the Coalition had found out about my people back then and gone looking, it would have been a disaster. I did everything I could to keep the Coalition in the dark, because I thought I could find a way to stop my people. I thought I could turn their minds, make them understand humans weren't the enemy. But I failed. And everything I feared happened anyway."
She stared at Evie.
"So yes, it was all for nothing. Everything I put your father through, everything I put you through, none of it mattered in the end." "It mattered to some people," Evie said. "It mattered to Marshall, and to a woman named Laura Yamashita. Because if that fucking thing had never been unleashed, she'd still be here right now. So don't tell me it didn't matter."
Her voice had gone cold, but there was a new strength in there she hadn't felt before, like a calm coming over her, focusing her mind.
"Cass, get her off this ship. I never want to see her again." "Evelyn,"
Esterva began, but Evie put a hand up, stopping her.
"Don't speak to me ever again."
She turned and left them there in her room. When Evie emerged into the corridor, she found her tears had dried and her heart had slowed. There was nothing more for her here. There was nothing more for her anywhere. 28.
"I never should have told her."
Esterva slumped back down to the chair. Cass remained quiet a moment. He wasn't sure what to make of the confrontation. Had this woman really been the source of all of Evie's misery? Although that wasn't fair. Not unless Esterva had known what she had done to Osborne would eventually open Evie to being vulnerable. Though Osborne hadn't been the only one on that ship. "What about the others?" he finally asked.
"What others?"
"There were 12 survivors from Osborne's ship," he said. "I assume you had to modify the memories of the other 11 survivors as well." She nodded.
"But none were as involved as Osborne. No one else needed to explain where a child came from out of nowhere. No one else had to live with the guilt that someone they thought they loved had committed suicide because they couldn't stand being around them or the baby. It was always going to be problematic."
It seemed like the circumstances around the story were more suspicious than they needed to be. There had to have been a simpler way. Why suicide? Why not just make the woman die in an accident? Esterva sighed.
"Believe it or not, that was Osborne's idea. He said unless he believed she forcefully tore away from him, he would have questioned why he hadn't done more to save her, including sacrifice his own life. If we, by accident, left him a memory of Amanda dying in the escape pod, he would have kept her body. It had to be something so visceral he'd never want to think on it or challenge it ever again."
Cass sat on the edge of the bed. "Sounds like we've both made some questionable decisions in the past." She glanced up, narrowing her eyes.
"I hardly think the destruction of one life compares to the loss of trillions. Not to mention planets, stars, other—"
"But you said yourself," Cass interrupted, "it was your responsibility to keep the Athru from even finding out about us. If you really want to go back to what started this, it was when they discovered our existence. Not when I stopped the Coalition from obtaining a weapon that could defeat an enemy we had little knowledge of." She didn't reply. "Why do you hate me so much?"
"Because you remind me of myself," she blurted out. "You want to do the right thing, but because of your naivete or stupidity, I don't know which, it often backfires, making things worse than they would have been otherwise. I was convinced if we sent the survivors of the Austin back to the Coalition, they would learn of the Athru within weeks. But if I could do my job properly, they never would have needed to know."
Cass rubbed at his temple, a headache brewing in the back of his head. What would have been the harm in giving the Coalition time to prepare, to let us know what was coming so we could build up our defenses?
Maybe even broker a treaty with the Sill, instead of trying to steal their weapons from them. She shook her head, a sarcastic smile on her face. Think about it. Not only would the Coalition have sent out envoys to meet the Athru and try to broker a peace with them, but they would have used it as an excuse to sanction more missions like the one you were on. The general population would have been kept in the dark, and the Coalition would have authorized more and more clandestine missions, all in the name of maintaining the species. If there's one thing I know about humans, it's that they will do anything to survive. And if that means burning a planet to the ground because the fumes will power a superweapon that keeps their enemies at bay, they'll do it. I was determined not to let your people fall back into old bad habits. Cass gave her a dismissive wave. What are you talking about? We've never been genocidal. You've never been pushed. You've always had the protection of the Klaxians, the Untu, the Lekmakal. You've had it easy. Never known true desperation. All of your conveniences are provided to you via the innovations of other species. All you did was bring them all together. And that's not important? Of course it is. But in the last 2,000 years, name a time when the entire Coalition was threatened with annihilation, when every planet was at risk, and you were so outmatched you didn't know what you would do to survive. Cass ran his hand along the edge of the bed, its soft covers tickling his hand. There was the Sill incident about 100 years ago. An incident you initiated. And that's not what I'm talking about, because the Sill didn't retaliate. But if they had, if they decided they would invade the Coalition and add it to their own territories, subjugating everyone within, how do you think you would have responded? Cass didn't know what to say. You wouldn't have turned over like the Klaxians, I can tell you that, Esterva said. She seemed to gather her anger and reset herself. You know her better than I do. Will she be okay? She's as tough as they come, Cass said. I don't know many people as resilient as she is. No matter what happens, she takes the hits and keeps on coming. But this could be different. I'm not sure she's ever been cut so deep before. I should go after her. Cass put his arm out, stopping her. Return to your quarters. She needs a break. You dare to order me around? I'm on my ship, and I'm the acting captain. So unless you're going to kill me right here, get back to your quarters before I have you dragged there. I'm not above using whatever means are necessary. Her eyes flashed, and she pushed past his hand. Will someone at least inform me my daughter is okay? I'm not used to inflicting harm on those I care about. Give her some time. We'll see what happens. Esterva's large eyes stared at him for a moment. There was no telling what was going on behind there. But for the briefest of seconds, Cass thought he saw something he could only describe as a humanesque quality. Her eyes upturned, and her mouth pulled down into a frown, and she looked like she might cry. But the move was so subtle, only someone practiced in reading expressions would have caught it. He'd never seen any other species do something like that. Up until that moment, he thought it had been confined to just his own, and he felt a strange kinship with her. Just let me know. She turned and left him alone in Evie's room, wondering what he'd just seen. Evie walked along the empty corridor, running her hand across the shallow metal shelf that sat up against the large windows on level 2. Beyond the reinforced polycarbonate panes were billions of stars, with unknown number of species on planets surrounding those stars. What if she could start over somewhere fresh? After all, what was left for her here? The Coalition was gone. Any family she'd once had was most likely long since deceased, and she'd lost the only command she'd ever had. It wasn't as if she could transfer to another ship and start over. Not that she would anyway. She wanted to mourn the Coalition, but after learning about its true nature, all its flaws and subterfuge, she wasn't even sure she was sorry it was gone. Her heart went out to all the lives lost and all those destroyed by what the Athru had done. But the actual coalition itself, with its backdoor deals and corrupt admirals, she didn't miss at all. It had become a decayed old thing that needed to die. But in its place was, what? A subjugated state where only non-humans were allowed to exist? If she wasn't allowed here, then why not leave? What if she just pointed a shuttle in a random direction and took off, looking for a new place to live? More than likely, she'd run out of air, fuel, and supplies before she found anything. It wasn't like the shuttles could go as fast as Tempest. Evie leaned on the shelf with both palms, her head sinking between her arms as she let out a long breath. Well, she'd wanted answers, and she'd gotten them. Her entire upbringing had been a manufactured lie, or at least based on one. She couldn't decide if Estreva was worse for implementing the procedure or Osborn for agreeing to it, knowing the eventual consequences. Despite knowing what Estreva had done to him, her feelings for him hadn't changed, and she wasn't sure they ever would. Regardless if his mind had been fucked with or not, he had still been horrible to her through most of her life. But she mourned the life she could have had. Maybe if she'd had a loving family, she wouldn't have been so eager to get away, to find something else. Hey! Evie raised her head to see Cass standing at the far end of the corridor, half his face shrouded by the shadows created by the large windows. I'm fine, she said, lowering her head again. You don't need to worry about me. I wasn't worried. I just wanted to come up here for the view, he said. She smiled, but didn't let him see. Did you throw her off the ship yet? Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't seen her lifeless body go floating by. He walked over and stopped a few meters away. She glanced up to see him lean against the window, his back to it. She's headed back to her room. When she didn't reply, he continued. I figured if she was a spy, she's the worst one I've ever met. A spy wouldn't try to psychologically scar you for life. They'd want you to feel comfortable around them all the time. Yeah, that is definitely not the case, Evie said. If I see her again, there's a good chance I'll shove my fist into her gray alien face. I'll make sure the sensors are off. No one will know. She turned to him. Did I ask for this? I mean, what did I do that makes me such a magnet for terrible things? All this time, I've been thinking my destiny was somehow connected to my heritage. That because I was part Athru, it was for a reason. That maybe all the death and destruction I've caused wasn't for nothing, and some good would come out of it. But it turns out I'm little more than a mistake that someone couldn't bring themselves to erase. So instead, they just lied to me my entire life. He locked eyes with her. It's more than one person should have to deal with, but it's not for nothing. Yeah? How's that? My entire history was manufactured, and I wasn't even supposed to exist. My presence has done nothing but make things worse. That's not true. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here right now. Box and I would have died along with everyone else when the Athru invaded. Your presence has made a big difference to me. And if it weren't for your suggestions and advice, we never would have come to Sill Space in the first place and found Zenfor. As a result, the entire crew would have died at the XL Nebula. She hated to admit he was right, because on some level she liked the self-pity. It wasn't a place she went very often, but when she did, she liked to indulge. And Cass's arguments for her value were throwing her off track. Plus, the whole heritage thing is bullshit anyway, Cass said. You're your own person. It doesn't matter where you came from or what your upbringing was. When I met you, you were one of the best officers in the fleet. You did that despite everything you went through. I should know, because I went in the opposite direction. I was born into a military family and ended up being a pirate. She chuckled. You weren't a pirate. You were a courier for a corrupt authoritarian dictator who cheated, lied, and killed to get her way. She shrugged. A job's a job. Isn't that what they used to say in the Sargan Commonwealth?
He moved a little closer. Yeah. You did what you needed to survive. We were proud we didn't need the Coalition watching over our every move, making sure we were being good little boys and girls. He sighed. But honestly, I wouldn't have chosen it. I think part of the reason I came back with you was because I missed all this. I missed at least trying to do something good, rather than just accumulate wealth and power. Not that I was any good at it anyway. Well, you're not a pirate now, she said, pointing to the makeshift rank he'd affixed to his jacket. He shook his head. This is only temporary, until you're ready to take over again. I'm not sure that day will ever come, Cass. I've lost the trust of the crew. Just look at the pilots down to the brig. They're just the most vocal ones. But I know a lot of them don't know if they can put their faith in me anymore. My actions had consequences. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Somehow I don't think that's going to stop you. I haven't seen anything that could ever do that yet. I was just thinking, she said, patting his hand, then holding hers there. Back when you first came on board, all you wanted to do was get away. To fly off into the void, go find something no one has ever seen before. I'm starting to see the appeal. His hand dropped away. Are you saying you want to leave the ship? Maybe. All of this has taken the wind out of me. I'm not sure I see the point anymore. He was silent for a moment. That's not where you belong, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Your place is here, with us. I think if you give the crew a chance, you might find out they're not as antagonistic as they might seem. Evie knew he cared, and he might be the last one on the ship who still did. And she knew he was trying to make her feel better about this whole situation. But if she wasn't a starship captain, and she wasn't a human or an Athru, then what was she? How were you supposed to know what to do if you didn't even know who you were? She sighed, staring out at the stars flying by, wondering just how far away each of them were. 29. He wasn't making much progress, if any. Cass had come up here to try and help Evie sort all of this out, but it seemed like he was only making things worse. But she wouldn't really leave, would she? Where could she go? He didn't want to lose her, not because she had to be there, but because she was his friend. Not to mention, going off by herself probably wouldn't be very good for her psyche. He'd been lucky he'd never had to be completely alone while working for the Sargans. And as much as he complained about Box, he was secretly glad he was around all the time. It made space seem a lot less lonely. Though he could never tell Box that, as he'd never hear the end of how much Cass loved his shiny metal body. But he was pretty sure, deep down, the robot already knew. Time stretched between them, and Cass could sense Evie was about to turn away in search of an answer that didn't exist. He hated to see her in so much pain, but what could he do? What Esterva had revealed had been horrible. In fact, everything she'd said to both of them had been worse than he could have imagined. At least, he began, testing the waters, at least you asked. But she seems to have no shortage of free advice from me. Evie turned to him, and he could see her concentration had been broken. What? Considering she blames me for the entire war. You know, nothing big. Evie scoffed. You don't actually believe that, do you? She's just... What? Angry? Confused? Her eyebrows drew down. No. I don't know why she seems to have such a problem with you. But you know it doesn't matter, right? You're obviously not the cause of the war. I know, Cass said. And he did. But I can't help but think, what if she's right? What if I had never gone against Rutledge, and we'd acquired the weapon 3 seasons sooner than they did? So Maya never would have sabotaged it, probably. And the Coalition would have had a real weapon to use against their enemies.
You don't know that, she replied. She stiffened, clenching her jaw. Someone recently told me that it doesn't matter if you could go back, because you'd always make the same choice again and again. You were who you were then, and you made the best decision you could at the time. Did any part of you think you were wrong when you stood up to Rutledge? Cass thought about it. He'd been nervous to do it, and the moment had come so fast, he knew he'd had to make a decision, and quick. Well, yeah. A big part of me questioned it. I wasn't sure at all. So, what pushed you over the edge? He squinted, thinking back to those tense moments on the bridge of the Atlas. Knowing that killing those Sill to take their ship was wrong. It just was. See? You couldn't have changed your mind if you wanted to. I'm not even sure if you knew at the time your actions might lead to a war that wiped out the Coalition, you still wouldn't have done it. Because you would have wanted to find another way. She paused. Tell me I'm wrong. Cass shook his head. No, I don't think you are. Plus, imagine what might have happened if instead of sending you out there to steal something, the Coalition had tried a diplomatic approach. They tried that already. It was not in the last 100 years. Who knows what might have changed in Sill society? He arched his eyebrow and stared at her, a skeptical look on his face. Okay, probably not much, I'll grant you that. But imagine if you'd met Zenfor's ship without the history of the Atlas. What might that have led to? We know the Sill are, or were, interested in the Klaxians. And if Tempest had approached them instead of your ship, or if any one of 1,000 different things had happened, we wouldn't be standing here talking about it. So don't try to shoulder the blame for all of this, because it isn't your burden to carry. Wow, you're really passionate about this, he said. I just don't like it when people are saddled with something that isn't their fault or their responsibility. You did what you thought was right at the time. That's all any of us can do. We can't go through life second-guessing our choices. She turned to stare back out of the stars zooming past. He had tried not to let a stir of his words get to him, and for the most part, he'd been successful. Had it been 2 seasons earlier, and he'd just come on board Tempest and someone had accused him of what she had, he probably would have fallen into the pit of despair and wallowed in grief and remorse for much too long. But Evie was right. Some things were beyond his control, and he was just a small cog in a much larger clock. The Coalition could have approached it 100 different ways, and they'd chosen to go with lying, stealing, and killing to get what they wanted. He tried to imagine what a meeting with the Sill would have looked like had there never been an incident with the Atlas. Would the Sill even have paid them any attention? Or would they have still considered the Coalition beneath them and unwilling to speak or negotiate? He bet if they had come up with evidence of the Athru approaching and an olive branch in the form of Sester or perhaps another Klaxian, they might have been willing to talk. They didn't hide the fact they thought humanity was well beneath them. But as Zenfor had made clear, that wasn't the case with all of the Coalition's races. Had diplomacy even been an option on the table? Or had Admiral Dix or one of the other higher-ups decided it was too much of a risk and approved Rutledge's plan to attack instead? Cass was sure Rutledge himself had a say in the matter, because at the time he was one of the most decorated captains in the entire fleet. Despite all of his accomplishments, he was a classic shoot-first, ask-questions-later kind of captain, which was part of what made him so successful in the field. He was willing to take risks others weren't, and that often inspired loyalty among those under his command. Cass had almost been persuaded by that blind loyalty, right up until the end. No, Rutledge never would have suggested they try to speak to the Sill first. He would have regaled the crew with one of the tales of his great-grandfather, a lieutenant commander in the brief Sill War 100 years ago. His argument would have been humanity hadn't changed enough, that the Sill considered them little more than an annoyance and not to be bothered with. He would have said it wasn't even worth trying, because, to the Sill, humanity would never advance fast enough. What are you staring at?
Evie had turned to him again, but her eyes had narrowed. Cass hadn't realized it, because as soon as he'd begun thinking about what Rutledge would have told them, an idea had popped into his head.
You,
he said. You're the key.
Key? To what?
She asked. Thoughts were forming faster in Cass's mind than he could articulate. Evie was still human, but yet she was more. You could be exactly what the Sill are looking for. If they could convince the Sill she was still human. What had it been that Esterva said? She was stronger than either species by themselves?
Cass, what are you talking about?
Evie asked, exasperation in her voice. She was clearly done with all of it, and her mind wasn't thinking in terms of strategy. But this might be the thing that would push the Sill over the edge. Don't you see? If you stood in front of the Sill sanctuary, allowed them to see how far humans could advance, they might be willing to help us. She narrowed her eyes.
I think that's a stretch.
Is it? Think about it. The Sill value those life forms they consider advanced enough to approach their level of development. We already know they've made a treaty with the Athru. And your mother said that you possessed all the strengths of both Athru and humans, with none of the weaknesses. The Sill won't be able to deny the evidence, because you'll be standing right there in front of them. Her eyes widened, and Cass thought they might have brightened as well, though he wasn't sure. But she remained skeptical.
How am I supposed to get in front of the Sill sanctuary?
The same way I was, Cass replied. Zenfor, Samaya, and I were going to board one of their ships and use the space beneath, as she calls it, to reach the sanctuary and make the case in person. They won't be able to refute or ignore you.
Uh-huh,
she replied.
You've already got this planned out?
We were in the middle of the strategy when Zax called me down to sickbay to inform me. He trailed off. She knew the rest. But we need to go speak to Esterva again. We need to make sure that you're not an aberration. Because you'll have to convince the Sill this evolutionary leap is repeatable. She shook her head emphatically.
Nope. No way. I'm not going back to see that woman. I don't care if it kills us all in the end.
It took all his willpower not to just grab her by the shoulders and drag her back down to the crew quarters. But she'd been burned. He couldn't forget that. Fine, I'll go. We have to send you in there with as much information as possible. If they think for a minute that you're lying...
Who says I'm agreeing to this insane
plan? She asked, crossing her arms. Cass fumbled over his words, taking a moment to get something coherent out. I thought... Don't you want to stop the Athru? To drive them from Coalition space?
It's not Coalition space anymore. It's their space. They've been here for almost 20 years. Outing an enemy that entrenched will be impossible.
Not with help. Not if we can convince the Sill it is in their best interest to help us rid them from our space. It may be too late for humanity, but what about all the other races out there? The Untu, the Axinax, the Klaxians, all cut off from each other, each stranded on their own individual islands of a planet. They don't deserve this, and we're the only ones who can give them a chance. She dropped her gaze a moment, as if she were considering it. Look, I know you've resigned, or whatever you want to call it, but I know you. Despite everything that was done to you, despite everything that you've done, you still want to help. You still want to make this a better universe for future generations. And the reason I know that is because it's what I want too. We have a lot of differences, but that isn't one of them. Help me in this, please. She kept her gaze down. So long, Cass thought he might have already lost her, that all the mental and physical trauma was too much, and she was just shutting down. But no sooner did he start thinking he might have to fulfill the mission after all, Evie stared right into his eyes and smiled. 30. Are you sure about this? Cass asked as they strode down the hallway, Evie moving at a fast clip. I can speak to her myself.
No, she replied. You were right. If I'm going to confront the Sill, I need to resolve this situation before we leave. I can't have this hanging over my head out there. I'll be too distracted."
He seemed to get the point. "If you're sure."
"I am. Get everything in motion. The longer we're out here, the more likely we'll run into another Athru ship. We don't want to waste any more time."
She had to admit, she felt a sudden vigor running through her. It had to have been Cass pointing out she might be useful after all, that everything she'd been through hadn't been for nothing. If Evie could use her unique physiology to draw the Sill into the conflict, they might have a chance against the Athru, but none of this would be easy. Good, she thought. She didn't want it to be easy. Where was the fun in that? And there was still the matter of Sester. She couldn't leave him, not like this. They needed to get back to Claxia Prime and help him one way or another. And the only way they could do that was if they drove straight into the heart of the Coalition itself, the Horus system. "Calm me as soon as you're done," Cass said. "Once I speak with Zenfor and we've plotted our course, we should be ready." She nodded, and he peeled off down an adjacent corridor as she continued down to the main crew quarters. Esterva was back in her own room, which Evie hadn't visited yet. When she reached the door and pressed the call button, it took a moment for anyone to answer. For a second, she questioned if she had the right room.
"Speak."
"It's me," she said, a hard edge in her voice.
"Evelyn,"
Esterva said. The door slid open to reveal her tall figure. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her hood was up. But Evie could see her eyes were wet with tears.
"You came back."
Evie held up a hand, indicating she needed to speak.
"I need information. The procedure you used to create me. Could it be duplicated? And how reliably?"
This forced a frown on Esterva's face.
"I suppose it could. With some refinement, I'd say we could have an 84% success rate."
Evie almost pitched over. 84? Was that it?
Any way to make that better? Somewhere in the 90s, maybe?
"Well," Esterva said, her head giving a small shake,
"I suppose we could get it to 90 over the course of a few months, after a sufficient round of initial runs. But as with any trial, there will be more failures than successes. More subjects are likely to experience adverse effects or die until we could reliably reproduce results. Why?" "Because it may be the key to saving our species," Evie said. "Do you plan on raising an army?" Esterva asked, raising her eyebrows. "Because these aren't plants. They're people. It will take them years to grow and develop." "No. I just need to make sure I'm not an aberration. That more people like me can be created."
Any amusement left Esterva's face.
"You are not an aberration. You're my daughter, and despite everything, I do love you. Right now, you are unique. Are you sure you want to change that?"
Evie liked how Esterva slipped the L word in there, nonchalantly, like she wouldn't notice. She wasn't sure if she was fishing for reciprocation, or if that was her genuine feeling, but now was not the time.
"We may not have a choice. It may be the only thing that will give us a chance to make it," she said.
Evie paused. This wasn't why she'd come here. Cass could have asked these questions. She needed to say something else.
"Would you like to come in?"
Esterva asked, her eyes searching Evie's.
"No, this will just take a moment. I want you to know, even though I don't understand all the decisions you made, I know you were doing what you thought was best at the time. And all the bad things that resulted from those decisions, I forgive you for them."
She couldn't let those feelings fester within her anymore. She'd done that with her father for decades, and it had done no good. She wasn't going down the same path with her mother. She needed to give herself permission to let go. Otherwise, all that pain inside would eat her up. And while she didn't feel immediately better, a weight had been lifted from her shoulders.
"I don't know what to say," Esterva said, "other than thank you. It's probably more than I deserve. Maybe. But that's not my call to make," Evie replied.
She'd gotten the information she needed. It was time to head back to the bridge and wait until they reached Sill space. She turned to leave.
"There's one other thing," Esterva said,
and Evie cringed. If she was about to blindside her again, she might go mad.
"If we do duplicate the procedure and can infuse humans and Athru together, every one of them will develop a split personality, like you did. Each of them will have to come to terms with that in their own way. Some may stay like you. Others may choose another path."
So that was the catch. Each person like her would be born with their own personal Dagna inside, waiting to be unleashed. Perhaps that was something the Scylla didn't need to know, and it didn't change the fact that she was faster and stronger than any of the other Athru. It just meant there was a roadblock further on down the line. But that wasn't her primary concern at the moment. No, for now they just needed to focus on one step at a time. They would have to deal with that when and if the time ever came.
"Thank you for the information."
Esterva smiled.
"Can I offer you something? Tea? Humans like tea, right?"
Evie shook her head.
"Can't. I've got a mission. Another time, maybe."
She turned and left Esterva standing there in the doorframe. Even though Evie didn't turn back, she could feel Esterva watch her all the way down the hall. "Zen, are you still in the conference room?" Cass asked as he jogged down the corridor. This was too important for walking. He could walk once the Syl were on their side.
"No. Commander Graydon asked me to return to engineering and await further instructions. I told him he had no authority over me, and I would do as I wished."
Cass grumbled to himself. At least it hadn't come to blows. "Okay. Where are you now?"
"Engineering. I came to assist Lieutenant Tyler with the undercurrent calibration. We want to make sure when we run the border we'll be able to sustain the undercurrent, even if we are hit by one of their weapons."
Cass rolled his eyes, stopping in front of a hypervator. "I think we might have a solution for the Syl. Evie has agreed to go with you instead."
"For what purpose?"
she asked. "Better odds." He stepped into the hypervator. "Bridge."
"You believe her unique physiology will provide a stronger argument for their help," Zenfor said.
"Bingo. If you can get her there, I think she can make a compelling testimony. Assuming you aren't killed immediately."
"What about our agreement regarding Sester? If both of us are on the mission and things go wrong, there will be no one left to ensure he is revived."
While her voice remained commanding, there was also a bit of panic in there. "I will do it. I may not have experienced the same things the two of you have, but I could speak to him. If you don't return, I promise I will find a way to save him." There was a pause on the other end.
"If there is no other way, I cannot disagree. However, whereas before I put the success rate at 0%, I've revised the probability to 1%. Taking Evelyn is the smarter choice."
"I'm surprised it's not 0.1, Cass thought. Thanks for the vote of confidence."
"Understand, the Syl are not prone to change. The treaty has been in place a long time. Moving them to abandon it in favor of humans will be a feat to behold."
Cass tried not to take offense at the way she said humans. He understood the risks. It was either this or turn and run, and he was done running. He may not have caused the war between the Athru and the humans, but he was damn well going to do everything he could to end it. "Meet Evie down in Bay 1 as soon as you're finished. We're running the border just as soon as I'm back in my seat."
"You'll run the border once we have finished these calibrations, and not a minute before," she replied.
"How much longer?" Cass asked.
"Another 30 minutes.
"Fine," he replied. "We don't have any time to waste." He ended the comm. He knew she meant well, but he really needed to curb her insubordination. Though calibrating the armor had been a good idea, he'd make sure to tell her after they returned from Syl space. The hypervator opened, and Cass stepped onto the bridge. "Commander, you get your wish," he said to Hank, who stood as soon as he saw Cass. A confused look passed over Hank's face. "Sir?" Cass took the captain's chair. "I'm not going to Syl space. Evie is. You're off the mission too, Samaya. We're not going to win this thing by stealing from the people we want to be allies with. The old coalition would have done that, and that's not us.
Hank and Samaya exchanged glances. Cass caught Talia give him a side-eye for a second before turning back to her work. Saul and the others remained impassive. "I'm not sure I understand," Hank replied. "Evie is unlike any other human out there. The Sill will give her a better chance to make our case, because on an evolutionary developmental scale, she's eons ahead of us. And if they see her as worthy of preserving, they might be willing to extend that to humanity as well." "But is it enough to break their treaty with the Athru?" Hank asked. "I hope so. But if anyone has a better idea, I'm all ears." No one else spoke up. "Do we still have a position on the Bortos?" "Yes, Captain," Ensign River replied. "She's 10 light years from the Sill side of the border, approximately 4 hours away at our maximum speed." Plenty of time for Zen to finish the calibrations. "Lieutenant Rond, set course for the Bortos, maximum speed." He nodded, altering the trajectory of the ship toward River's destination. Cass gave Hank a reassuring smile, but he didn't see much confidence reflected in the man sitting beside him. Instead, he wore a scowl full of worry. He couldn't say he blamed him. After all they'd been through, it was natural for the crew to be suspicious, especially of such an outlandish idea. But Cass trusted Evie to get the job done. She hadn't disappointed him yet, and she knew better than anyone how high the stakes were. He just hoped all of this would be worth it.
31. The whole system could go fuck itself. Saturina Yan laid on top of her space wing, her hands back behind her head as she stared up at Bay 2's ceiling some 60 meters above her. Flat against her ship like this, she'd be hard to spot from the ground. The only ones who could readily see her were the flight controllers up in the tower. Anyone else would be on the ground, and the height of the ship should block her from view. "Hey, rings!" Saturina cursed under her breath and didn't move. Maybe if she stayed perfectly still, no one would notice. There was no evidence she'd been spotted. Ryan could just be trying his luck. Maybe she was in the mess hall, or back in her quarters, sleeping. Though ever since she'd taken over operations of the remaining pilots and become chief, her quarters had seemed more like a cell in itself, with pilots coming by during all hours of the day needing her to sign requisition forms, or approve a parts replacement, or go over a new training schedule. Had they been this needy when Raffinkel had been running things? There was no way. She hadn't bothered the chief more than a handful of times, and each one of those had been a genuine emergency. Okay, maybe a few were more frivolous. But that was the point of a chief, right? To make sure the group ran smoothly? How did Cass do it, with more than 120 people under his command? "I'll tell you how," her inner voice said. "Department heads. That's what she needed. Someone who could filter all this crap and only bring her the most important stuff. The only problem was, the only person she really trusted to delegate it to was Dorsey. And he was the worst one of them all. "Yo, I see you up there. Don't pretend like you're part of the ship," he called again. She sat up and contorted her face into a visage of a demon. "What now?" He hooked a thumb back behind him. "Utley has a blown iodine compressor. She needs you to sign off on a new one from the quartermaster." If he even saw her expression, he made no acknowledgement of it. In his other hand, he held a small data pad, probably with a request on it. "I swear to Kor," Saturina said, hopping down on the wing of the ship, then stepping on the footholds along the neck until she reached the ladder and climbed down. "If one more of you comes to me with something as simple as, 'She needs it for the ship,' what's she supposed to do? Fly without one?" Saturina snatched the small data pad out of Dorsey's hand. "Tell her to quit fucking with her intakes until we aren't on call. If we need to scramble right now, she couldn't get off the ground, could she?" Dorsey shrugged. "You know how she is. Likes to tinker." Saturina grumbled, stomping past him. "What about the order?" he called. "I'll take it there myself," she said over her shoulder. "Give me a few minutes of peace away from you lot." As soon as this mission was over, she was turning in her resignation as Space Corps chief. She hadn't wanted the job in the first place, and this was exactly why. Cass should have known better. Maybe he should assign Utley to take over, see how she liked being on the receiving end for once. Although, knowing her, she'd probably end up sucking the spare parts division dry doing all her upgrades. Saturina made her way across into Bay 1. It was easier than exiting through the main corridor that connected to Bay 2, since most of the primary cargo bays were on this side of the ship. But she stopped short as soon as she caught sight of who was already in there, inspecting one of the transport shuttles. The woman looked up, apparently having heard Saturina.
"Chief Jan, I haven't had the chance to give you my congratulations on your promotion."
The former captain of the Tempest stood there with her hand extended for Saturina to shake. Saturina looked at it and stiffened instead.
"Yeah, thanks."
Diazol dropped her hand, resettling her face, but not before her cheeks flushed red. Saturina immediately felt bad about not shaking her hand. But that hand had killed 7 people who would otherwise be alive if it weren't for her.
"Right. Well,"
she said, filling the silence between them. She probably assumed Saturina agreed with the pilot still in the brig. But Saturina wouldn't consider those traitors her friends. They had tried to take over the ship, with Raffinkel herself trying to murder Diazol. Saturina didn't want her former captain dead, but that didn't mean she needed to interact with her. But she had to admit it was odd seeing her in civilian clothes instead of her uniform.
"It's just,
she said, waiting a beat for Diazol to reply with something snarky, but she didn't.
"It's tough to get past what you did."
Diazol dropped her eyes.
"That's something we share."
Her candor struck Saturina. She had to remember one of those people Diazol had killed had been, as Cass described her, someone special to Diazol. Saturina wasn't sure if that meant romantic or not, but based on the ashy gray her former captain's face had gone, it was hard to assume otherwise.
"But,"
Diazol added, her voice uncharacteristically bubbly,
"you probably won't have to deal with it much longer." "What do you mean?"
Diazol indicated the shuttle behind her.
"Mission. Going to try and negotiate with the Sill. So, as you can guess, there's a pretty good chance I won't be coming back." "That's not necessarily true. Cass came back."
Diazol forced a laugh.
"Yeah, that's Cass. I think we can assume it was a one-time thing. My luck hasn't been so good."
Saturina wasn't sure what else to say. Had she taken on this mission because she felt guilty about what she'd done? Or did she have a death wish? And why was Saturina being so hard on her? It wasn't like Diazol had done it purposely. If she had, she wouldn't be feeling so guilty. And she probably wouldn't have voluntarily given up command of the ship.
"Look, I'm sorry. There's just been so much."
She made a gesture with a hand holding the datapad.
"It's a lot."
"Tell me about it," she replied.
"I hope your mission is successful,"
Saturina added.
"I'd like to see you make it back in one piece."
She thought about it a moment, then held out her hand. Diazol's eyes widened, and a small smile played on her face as she took it.
"Thanks. I hope you make some progress in moving the pilots in the brig to more permanent quarters. Don't let Cass give you the runaround. He'll put it off because he thinks they deserve to be there. But it's inhumane."
For the second time in less than a few minutes, Diazol's humanity surprised Saturina. Even though the pilots in the brig hated her guts, she still wanted to make sure they were taken care of. She probably still saw them as part of her crew, even if they blamed her for every bad thing that had happened to them. Could that be what made her such a good captain, before everything had happened?
"I'll remember that,"
Saturina said. Diazol gave her one last quick smile before turning back toward the shuttle. At the far end of the room, Saturina saw Zenfor enter, headed toward the same shuttle. They were going off together on a mission to try and negotiate with a foe, and neither of them were official crew members. Saturina took a deep breath and nodded to Zenfor, who returned the gesture. Then she returned to Bay 2 instead of heading off to the quartermaster. "That was fast," Dorsey said, spread-eagled on the ground beside his own space wing, working on one of the landing struts.
"I've decided to help Utley with a compressor. Those things can be repaired with a little elbow grease."
Care to assist? Dorsey hopped up. Sure. Anything you need, Chief. Despite everything, she had a good crew. Maybe she wouldn't turn in her resignation until after those new quarters for the pilots were finished.
Evie to Cass, we're ready down here.
Acknowledged, Cass replied. Stand by. We're approaching the sill border now. He cut the comm and stared at the screen ahead of them, its grid display showing their relative position to the edge of sill space. They weren't far now. If the Athru ships were out there blockading the border, they would know very soon.
We are no longer detecting the disturbances we saw further out, Ron said. That may be a consistent trait in their time bubbles. We can see them from far away, but not up close.
That tracked with what they knew from Starbase 5's telescopes. Cass was no expert in relativity, so he had no idea how something like that might work, but it sounded plausible enough for him to go with, for now. As far as he was concerned, he had to expect there were a ton of Athru ships sitting right on the edge of sill space, waiting for them.
Priorities. Maintain the undercurrent. Under no circumstance are we to slow down. If we have to leave the current, they'll have us. We've seen what their weapons can do to planets and stars. Let's not give them a chance to use them on us.
Second, reaching the Bortos. I don't know if the Athru ships will cross the border, but I'm betting they won't want to piss off the only other species in the quadrant that can go toe-to-toe with them in a battle.
Sir, Rivers said, the Bortos has changed position and is heading toward us. The other two ships have moved to intercept us as well.
Sounds like they still are getting nervous we might actually try something, Hank said.
Will they reach us before we get to the border? Cass asked. No, sir, but based on our current trajectories, we won't have more than 2 or 3 minutes to engage the Bortos before we have to return to the undercurrent. Otherwise, we risk being overwhelmed by the sill ships.
Christ, Cass said under his breath. Evie, did you catch that?
We caught it all right, Evie replied,
a sour note in her voice.
We'll be ready.
Approaching the border, Ron said. Weapons? Cass asked.
Talia glanced up, fully charged and ready. But the only thing
that will stop them is the transdimensional weapon, I know. We're not using that here. Using it this close to sill space gives them a very good reason to not even let us reach the Bortos. And I don't want to let another one of those creatures loose. He nodded to her. Do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
Talia gritted her teeth and input a sequence into her controls. She was as steady as they came. Cass tapped his comm. Jan?
Are you aware of the situation out here? I've been reading my feeds, she replied. You need us?
Maybe. Station 2 space wings at Bay 2's opening. You might need to give the shuttle some cover fire. But you are not, and I repeat, are not to leave the bay. The only ship I want out there is the shuttle.
We can do that.
There was a shuffling in the background.
I've got them moving into position now. How long until our target?
Cass glanced at River. She held up all 10 of her fingers, 5 of which split into half to make 15 in total. Assuming we make it past the border, another 15 minutes.
We'll be ready,
she replied. Thanks. Cass out. He looked over to Samaya. Engineering?
Ready as we can be. Tyler has everything.
A massive blast cut her off mid-sentence as the ship rocked back and forth.
It came out of nowhere, Talia said. Just a glancing blow. We're still in the undercurrent.
Athru ship at 12N, Mark 0. A second ship at 45.6, Mark 18. Third ship at -61, Mark 7, Zol reported. On the screen in front of them, Cass saw the distinctive outlines of 3 black ships ahead of them. That was a blockade, all right.
Adjusting heading, Rond replied. We should be able to squeeze through 2 of them. Watch it, Isaac, River said. -61 is moving to compensate. They're firing, Talia yelled.
Cass gripped the armrest on his chair. Evasive! The image ahead of them swung wildly as they changed directions, the green undercurrent still enveloping the moving stars.
Undercurrent is holding, but barely, Samaya said.
Throw everything you've got at them, Talia. Let's see if we can't distract them. She nodded in response. Rond, do we have a way through?
Still searching for one, Captain. It seems like they'd rather let us kamikaze one of their ships than give us a clear path.
It makes sense, Hank said. If we're the last ones,
What is the sacrifice of one Athru ship to end the human plague? I think you're right, Cass said, which just made this much more dangerous. He neglected to consider the Athru might do anything to stop them. He turned around to look at Talia. Any luck?
Maybe some, but they're keeping up with us, forming a barrier wherever we want to go through. If we're having any effect on them, it's negligence. Incoming!
On it, Rond yelled, and the ship swung again. On the screen ahead of them, the green glow disappeared.
We're out of the undercurrent, back at sublight speeds,
Samaya said. She smashed the control system in front of her.
Tyler!
I know, he yelled back through the comm. Stand by. The Athru ships have slowed to sublight as well, and are closing, Zal said.
We're back up,
Tyler yelled. Cass pitched forward in his seat. Go! The green glow reappeared and enveloped the ship. The stars outside zoomed by.
Ha!
Ron said, cheering.
I used our momentum when we were thrown from the undercurrent to get out and around them. They're behind us.
Holy shit, Talia said, her eyes wide on her own console.
Captain, behind us.
Rear viewer, Cass said. The screen switched to the rear view, showing a bevy of energy weapons being fired at them. To Cass, it looked like the same weapon they'd used to destroy the Bulak homeworld. What can you do? Talia stared at him, shock on her face. A blast like that would tear through their armor like it was aluminum. Anyone? Cass asked. He estimated they had maybe 15 seconds before that energy pulse caught up with them. Leave it to me, sir, Rond said. He turned in his seat to Samaya. I need you to cut the undercurrent for 1.7 seconds and then reinitialize on my mark. Samaya glanced at Cass. He nodded his approval. Rond turned in his seat again. Mark. Tempest dropped out of the undercurrent as Rond pitched them down along the Z-axis, throwing the ship into an acrobatic flip Cass hadn't thought possible. He checked his own instruments to monitor the ship's movement through space. Had they been in an atmosphere, the shearing forces would have ripped the ship in two. But Rond managed to expertly pilot the ship in a complex series of movements that took it out of the way of the energy blast, while at the same time they crossed into Sil territory.
Initializing,
Samaya said, and the green glow returned as the ship slipped back into the undercurrent. Cass saw the energy blast go by on the screen at an odd angle.
Confirmation we've passed into Sil space,
Rivers said. We're back to speed, Rond added. They shouldn't be able to catch us. Cass turned to Talia. Any sign of pursuit? She shook her head. He'd been right. The Athru were scared of the Sil, and didn't want to violate their border. Good news, Captain. I believe I can absolve the Sturva of any blame regarding our last encounter with the Athru, Zal said. Comparing the two incidents leaves less than a 0.05% chance she exposed our location to the Athru. Great, thanks, Cass said. Frankly, he didn't give two shits about Sturva right now. He just wanted to make sure this operation had the best chance of success possible. Time to the Bortos?
At their current speed, Rivers said, we'll meet in 8 minutes.
32.
Shuttle Cytherin? Less than 8 minutes.
Evie stared at the computer, pursing her lips in distaste, despite no one other than Zenfor being able to see her. They'd had a line open on everything happening so far. She didn't need to be told when to be ready.
Space Wing units are in position, Jan's voice added, ready to provide cover fire.
Evie turned in her seat to look at Zenfor, who was going over some last-minute checks on the shuttle.
Give it to me straight. What are the odds we actually make it to the sanctuary?
Abysmal, Zenfor said, without looking up.
Then why are you going? Because you don't know the way. Without a proper understanding of the space beneath, you would be hopelessly lost forever. But why risk your life for this? You could stay on Tempest. What do you get out of it?
Zenfor had always been something of a conundrum to Evie. She had never officially joined the crew, and yet she'd become indispensable. In some ways she was better than all of them, because she voluntarily put herself on the line for the crew, rather than doing it out of some sense of duty, which had been all that had driven Evie at one point in her life.
The Sil are wrong, and they need to change. They need to grow. And sometimes the only way to make that happen is through force.
Evie supposed that was good enough for her. She hadn't had many interactions with the former consul, but it struck her that here they were, two former captains of their respective ships, working together to save what remained of the coalition.
I know how you feel. I feel like humanity, or what's left of it, needs to change too. We've grown too complacent for our own good. The backdoor dealings of the coalition were proof of that. Atrocities were committed and then swept under the rug. That was not what I signed up to pledge my life to.
Then it seems we are both in a position to accomplish our goals, she replied.
Yeah, as long as we don't die first.
Evie thought she saw the hint of a smile in Zenfor's face, but it was fleeting.
Cytherin, 3 minutes.
We better move the shuttle into position, Evie said.
Without an objection from her passenger, she maneuvered the shuttle at low power down to the end of Bay 1, setting it down at the edge of the bay. Beyond the edge of the force barrier, the stars flew by with a green tinge to them.
I've always liked the way stars look in the undercurrent, she said absently.
Zenfor didn't reply, but that was all right. Perhaps she didn't see them the same way, but they were beautiful. River's voice came through the comm.
Contact in 3, 2, 1.
Evie's heart rate picked up as she positioned her hands over the controls again. They'd only get one shot at this, and they couldn't afford to miss. Outside, the green glow disappeared, and the stars returned to normal. No sooner were they out of the undercurrent than did they begin making evasive maneuvers. Evie caught the edge of a sill ship fly by in the distance.
Did you see it? She asked. I saw it.
The lack of energy blasts outside concerned her. Shouldn't they be locked in combat by now? All she could see was the sill ship swipe past the opening as Tempest continued to move erratically.
I estimate the Bortos has already engaged one of its gravity nets. If Caspian is shrewd enough, he should be able to get them to initialize 2 more. Then we will begin.
Right. The gravity nets. Evie didn't understand exactly how they worked, other than somehow the sill localized areas of space where the mass of a given object was turned inward on itself, like a black hole. A ship could end up crushing itself within the affected area, and as far as she knew, there was no way out other than for the sill to disengage the field.
You should call them heavy mass nets instead,
she said, trying to keep the nervousness out of her voice. Her hands remained poised over the controls. Zenfor looked at her for a moment, then returned her attention to her own controls.
Space Wings, begin cover fire. Evie, go, Cass yelled through the comm.
Evie slipped into combat mode, and her nerves steeled, her hands executing a perfect launch from the end of the bay. They flew out into woven space as the energy weapons from the Space Wings still in Bay 2 lit up space all around them. Evie plotted a course to the Bortos, finding it on her scanner easily.
Tempest sent the locations of the gravity nets, Zenfor said. Avoid these 3 areas.
The information scrolled across Evie's screen.
Easy enough, she thought.
She flipped the shuttle back and forth to throw off any enemy targeting sensors, careful to mind the volley of blasts coming from both the Space Wings and now Tempest as well. It almost seemed too easy. A shudder ripped through the shuttle, nearly throwing Evie out of her seat.
Hull breach, she yelled.
This wasn't good. A blast from the sill ship had torn right through the primary hull plating on the port side of the shuttle. It was a miracle they weren't venting atmosphere yet, but the pressure wouldn't hold much longer. Not to mention, they lost all engine control and were spinning through space, still headed toward the sill ship. The shot had clipped them, and the inertia from the speed of the shuttle did the rest. Without engines, she wouldn't be able to regain control before they hit the ship, if the hull integrity even held. She'd trained on simulations like this before, and while sometimes recovery was possible in the sims, it rarely happened in real life. There were just too many variables. Evie tried rebooting the engines, only for a flashing red light to go off.
Damn. The primary control conduit has been severed, she said.
She glanced up, space spinning in an almost perfect circle out the window.
Is there no chance to regain control? Zenfor asked.
A hissing sound from somewhere near the back grew loud enough for Evie to realize they were venting atmosphere. The cabin would fail from that point.
No, the backups are offline, she said.
Zenfor jumped up and grabbed Evie out of the chair,
holding her to Zenfor's massive chest with one arm.
"What are you doing?" "It's our only chance to survive," Zenfor said. "What is?"
Zenfor walked to the back of the shuttle, still holding Evie with one arm. She opened the rear hatch. A wobble had developed in the shuttle's trajectory, and it now spun wildly, the sill ship only visible every couple of seconds.
"We have to jump. We won't make it otherwise."
"Into space?" Evie said.
"I'll suffocate or freeze to death before we get 10 meters. I'm not built like you are."
Zenfor had shown how she could sustain long periods in extreme cold and without air, back when she'd had to repair Tempest's engines, and the section was open to the vacuum of space. But that wasn't Evie. She wished she brought one of Reach's personal repel fields.
"No choice," Zenfor said. "Hold your breath." "But—"
Before she could finish the sentence, Zenfor jumped through the force barrier, and a shock of cold hit Evie's skin, going straight through her clothes. For a second, she thought the suddenness of it would cause her to cry out. But everything around them had gone completely silent. It wasn't quiet. Instead, it was the absence of sound. And while, yes, she was freezing, she didn't feel her skin crystallizing yet. So that had to be a good thing. Zenfor had jumped at exactly the right time, as the two of them were aimed directly at the sill ship. Evie glanced up at the shuttle in time to see it rip itself in half, exposing the crew portion they'd been standing in only seconds before. The air inside had finally decompressed the cabin where it had been weakened by the blast. The decompression threw the shuttle off in a wildly different direction, and it tumbled into the darkness out of sight. Evie still couldn't believe she wasn't dead. But what really amazed her was just how beautiful everything was out here. With no barriers between her and space, she felt like she was part of it in some way, and the beauty of the stars, the ships, even the energy blasts around them reached out to her, beckoning her to stay. Zenfor tapped her on the shoulder and pointed to the sill ship, which loomed large in front of them. Zenfor put her one free hand and both feet out, and Evie did the same, noticing her exposed hands still hadn't begun to form ice crystals in the skin, though they were changing color. What was going on? She should be a block of solid ice by now. But somehow her body was holding its temperature. The sill ship approached fast, and Zenfor hit the surface. She absorbed most of the impact, and Evie felt a rumble vibrate through her, like a grunt. But the silence around them allowed no noise. Quickly, Zenfor scrambled across the side of the ship, finding small handholds in different areas, and propelling herself forward until they reached a small hatch. She motioned for Evie to grab onto a hold while she addressed the door. Evie did, noticing her hands had gone sort of an ashy gray color. The exact same color as Athru's skin. Was this one of their latent abilities? Resistance to cold? Zenfor closed her eyes and placed a palm against the center of the hatch. Pressure formed to the back of Evie's throat, and she felt like she wouldn't be able to hold her breath much longer. Just as she thought she might start seeing spots, the hatch opened slowly, and Zenfor grabbed Evie by the arm, tossing her inside. Zenfor followed, and the doors closed behind them. There was a whoosh of air. Evie's ears popped, and she sucked in a deep breath. Inside, it was pitch black. She couldn't see a thing.
"Zenfor?"
she asked, breathless.
"I'm here,"
she replied.
"What happened?"
She continued to take in big gulps of breath.
"I had to convince the ship to allow us entry. Whether Bortos decides to keep our presence a secret or not, I can't say. She might decide to reveal us. Ships can be testy sometimes." "I can't believe I'm not dead."
Evie held her hands up to see if they were still gray, hoping a sliver of light would emerge from somewhere. But there was nothing. They'd gone from an absence of sound to an absence of light.
"Can you see?" "No," she replied, "but I don't need to. Take my hand and follow me."
Evie stood, crouching at first to make sure she wouldn't hit her head. She fumbled in the darkness for Zenfor, focusing on where her voice had come from, until she found her shoulder. She ran her hand down her arm until Zenfor's large hand closed on hers and pulled her further into the darkness. "Did they make it?" Cass asked, turning to his crew one by one. "What happened?"
I'm showing the shuttle decompressed after taking the hit, Saul said. It is currently tumbling through space, but I detect no life forms aboard.
They jumped, Talia said.
They what? Cass asked.
Sensors showed 2 heat signatures leaving the shuttle right before it decompressed, heading for the Sill ship. They landed on the surface and disappeared, Talia continued. Were they both alive? Unknown, but they were cooling fast when they landed. I can tell you that much. Sir, River said, the 2 large Sill ships are close. Our encounter at the Sill border cost us precious time here.
We'll just have to hope for the best, Cass said. Helm, get us out of here, any course. Just make sure that Bortos follows us. We can't lose it. Aye, Ron said, activating the undercurrent again. They took off, but without using Zenfor's upgrades, so the Sill ships could keep pace. All 3 Sill ships are confirmed to be behind us now, sir. Cass slumped back in his seat. He was exhausted.
I have to point out, Captain, Talia said, the longer we stay in Sill space, the more likely we are to run into more of their ships. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have a small armada behind us before long.
What are you saying, Ensign? Hank asked.
We may have to leave Sill space before Diazol and Zenfor can finish their mission, especially if the Sill try to corner us.
Cass ran his hand down his face.
Look at it this way, Samaya said. At least now you can finally say you've fired on one of their ships, on purpose.
A grin spread across her face. Very funny, Cass replied. He silently wished Zenfor and Evie safe travels. He didn't know how, but he felt like they'd survived that jump, as crazy as it had been. Now all they needed was a little time and a lot of luck. 33. They'd been walking in complete darkness for at least 5 minutes. The only reason Evie knew this was because she'd been counting her breaths, keeping time with how many times she would breathe in and out in a given minute. It was surprisingly regular. Beneath her feet, the floor was hard, like deck plating, but it wasn't as regular. Instead, it had more of an organic feel to it. She'd refrained from saying anything because she hadn't wanted to alert any Sill that might be around them. Nor did she want the ship itself to listen in to their conversations. She wasn't sure how sentient the ship was, or how much it understood, but she wasn't going to take any unnecessary risks. Somehow they made it this far, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes from here on out. Ahead of her, Zenfor stopped, and Evie hung back. She still clung to Zenfor's hand, afraid if she let go, she'd never be able to find it again, and she'd never find her way out of this labyrinth. Cass had tried to describe the experience of walking through a Sill ship to her, but until she'd experienced the phenomenon for herself, it was hard to imagine. He said he'd spent a lot of time fumbling around in the dark, but having light wasn't much better, as, except for the bridge, there were no windows or sources of anything to look at. Evie thought she'd lose it if she couldn't see the stars every day. Finally, a twinge of reddish light appeared in her vision. At first, it was little more than a dull glow, but it grew brighter. Evie almost asked what it was, except as it moved toward them, Zenfor ushered them backward. Evie could finally see the hallway they were in now. It was oddly symmetrical, and yet not. Above her, 2 long white bars were suspended in what looked to be a pinkish material. All around them, the walls and floor were a dull gray. Zenfor hunched down, and Evie followed suit, until she saw the source of the light. It was a Sill, clad in their uniform. Above them, a red crystal was situated over their head, glowing so bright Evie had to shield her dilated eyes. It passed by through an adjacent corridor without looking over at Zenfor or Evie, its feet barely touching the ground as it moved. It looked to be as tall as Zenfor, but only about half her weight. Evie was silently thankful Zenfor was on their side. Evie took the opportunity to look at her hands. Thankfully, they'd returned to their previous color. She was glad whatever had happened hadn't been permanent. The red light faded as the Sill moved further down the corridor, and Zenfor ushered them forward. They reached the same corridor it had appeared from, and took off in the opposite direction until they arrived at what looked like a portal in the wall, though it was hard to tell, as what little light remained from the sill faded fast.
"Here," Zenfor said, "the space beneath."
Before Evie could ask a question, Zenfor stepped through with Evie in tow. For a brief second, she was cold, then warm again. There was still no light in here, but she felt as if they'd passed through more than just an ordinary doorway. The air was different, not stale, but it had a distinctive taste to it Evie couldn't place. And there was a faint smell of sulfur in the air. She felt Zenfor's hand fall away, and for a second Evie panicked, until a bright light illuminated the space. Evie shielded her eyes for a moment before they adjusted to see Zenfor had brought along the emergency flashlight from the kit in the shuttle. She strapped it to her arm and examined the tunnel they'd come in. Behind Evie was the same portal they'd come through, though its surface was pitch black and featureless, like a piece of rubber had been stretched across it. Zenfor reached out and touched the side of the wall.
"We've come out in a good place," she said. "I was afraid we'd have to exit on another ship or station and find a closer point of entry, but this will do."
"How can you tell where we are?" Evie asked.
"It's something we've developed over time, an internal compass, though it's more complex than that. But I know we don't have far to go."
"And we're not in my universe anymore?" Evie asked.
"No. This is an adjacent dimension, smaller, stranger."
Her light shone on the walls, which reflected a light purple color. They were ridged, like they'd been made by some kind of machine, as if the entire tunnel had been dug.
"What's on the other side of these walls?" Evie asked.
Zenfor began walking along the tunnel, shining the light in front of her. Evie kept up.
"Nothing but the void. It isn't pleasant on the other side. Few still have ventured beyond the safety of the tunnels. Of those that have, none have ever returned."
"Then how do you know it's unpleasant?"
"The collectors," Zenfor said. "Those who gather the negative mass particles. They stand at the precipice of the void and gather them for our weapons. Imagine looking out to an endless abyss and being filled with sensations of dread, hopelessness, and despair. And imagine feeling as if stepping off into that void was your only choice. It is why the collectors must be restrained at all times. Otherwise, they would walk right off. It makes me glad I was born a consul."
"I bet," Evie replied. "This way," Zenfor said, continuing down the corridor. They traveled for only a few minutes before reaching a four-way intersection. In the middle was a small raised platform made of what looked like stone with some writing on it. Zenfor skirted it without a second glance, continuing straight. Moments later, they reached another one. This one a six-way, and another stone marker in the middle.
"What are these?" Evie asked. "The oldest parts of the space beneath are closest to the sanctuary itself. From millennia ago, when we first discovered this place."
"The way Cass made it sound was like you were from here."
"He was mistaken,"
Zenfor said, no emotion in her voice. Beyond the six-way was a large archway with the same black membrane. Evie noticed Zenfor hesitate. Then she took a breath and stepped through, motioning for Evie to do the same. It was a good thing Evie had already begun walking toward it, because as soon as Zenfor was gone, so was the light, and she was thrown into pitch black once again. She felt the same cold as she had when she'd come through the first time, but this time emerged into a large hallway, which curved away from them in both directions. Evie glanced up to see there was no roof, only stars in the darkness of space. But anything was preferable to the absolute night that had been down there and in the sill ship. Despite it being night, the sky was tinged purple.
"Space," she said. "We are on Thisleia," Zenfor replied, keeping her voice to a whisper. "Walk softly. We must be quick."
"This is your homeworld?" Evie asked. The air had a tangy bite to it, like it had been infused with an aroma Evie had never smelled before. If she had to place it, she would say it was the smell of the sea, but different, though the air was fresh and rejuvenating, fresher than anything she'd ever breathed in. Immediately, Evie felt invigorated. Zenfor crept along without answering, keeping to the wall while Evie followed. Every few moments she'd look up at the giant open structure above them, just to stare at the stars. She'd never seen them so clear from the surface of a planet before. Usually light pollution got in the way.
"Where are we?" "In the sanctuary temple in the capital city," Zenfor replied. "Then where is everyone?" "The temple is often empty, except for the council members, their aides, and other important people." "No guards?" "No Sil is stupid enough to try what we are about to attempt."
Zenfor's voice had dropped even lower.
"Which is what?" "To interrupt the sanctuary itself."
She paused.
"Are you ready?"
Evie couldn't say if she was or not. But what was she going to do? Turn back now? She nodded.
"Then run as fast as you can."
With that, Zenfor stood and sprinted down the corridor. Evie stayed right on her heels. The Sil should be able to outpace her, but thanks to Asturva, Evie had no problem piling on the speed. As Zenfor turned a corner and led her through an archway that had to be 40 meters high, she couldn't help but think what would have happened had Cass tried to do this. Would Zenfor have carried him on her back? She almost laughed in spite of herself. They ran down a long corridor with a series of massive archways on each side, all of them overlooking a landscape beyond. All of a sudden, Evie realized just how high they were. The bridge they were running across had to be at least 200 meters in the air, judging from the size of the lights in the distance. No wonder the stars were so clear up here. Beyond them, on her left, was complete darkness. But from the light of the city and stars, Evie could just barely make out the edge of a large sea brushing up against the shore. It had been the ocean she smelled after all. "Keep up," Zenfor said. And Evie realized she'd slowed to admire the view. She redoubled her efforts and caught up with Zenfor easily as they passed through another 40-meter-high archway. Evie stopped short, just behind Zenfor. Spread out in front of them were no less than 200 seats, each with a Sil seated, all of them staring in the opposite direction toward a small stage beyond the audience. They were arranged in a semicircle, ending at the same place on both sides, so the back half of the room was open to the elements. It overlooked the city beyond, and offered no guardrail or protection for anyone standing near the back of the stage. Someone could walk right off into oblivion if they wished. Above them, an open ceiling supported by only a few long struts extended out to above the stage. Evie figured they must not get much rain on Thyslea. The interesting thing was some of the Sil in the seats were still clad in their suits with their glowing gems, while others were like Zenfor and wore robes or other clothes. If Evie had to guess, she'd say perhaps only a third of the Sil were in the black uniforms. But the myriad of colors coming from the gems spanned the rainbow, from magenta all the way to cyan. On the stage was a Sil standing behind what Evie could only imagine was their version of a podium, though it seemed to have grown from the ground like a tree trunk, rather than just placed there in the middle where they could all see. They spoke in a language Evie couldn't understand, but abruptly stopped upon laying eyes on her and Zenfor. "Come," Zenfor said, leading Evie down the main aisle. They made their way down the aisle slowly, as if in the presence of a group of predators that might pounce if they made any sudden movements. She could feel the eyes of every person in the room on her as it had gone dead silent. The only sound was the light shuffle of a turning head or someone shifting in their seat. The speaker at the front stepped back from the podium and raised their left hand, looking to the right side of the stage. Someone from the crowd spoke, but Evie still didn't understand the words. Then someone else said something she did understand. "Human." From the right side of the stage where the Sil speaker had been looking appeared two Sil, both as large, if not larger, than Zenfor herself. "Disable them," Zenfor said. "What?" Evie asked. "Incapacitate them, or we die." The guards moved toward them, and as soon as one put his hand on Evie, she grabbed it, twisting it back and snapping it. There was a murmur of shock through the crowd as the Sill grimaced, but he wasn't deterred. He reached out with his other fist to punch Evie, but she avoided it easily, shoving her foot into his abdomen. There was an audible crunch, and he doubled over, clutching himself. Now that his face was in range, she bent over and pulled back with her fist, shoving it into his face with all the power she could muster. Another crack, and the Sill's body went limp, tumbling off the front of the stage. The second guard, who had grabbed Zenfor, stared at her with eyes wide. He let go of his charge and approached Evie. But before he could make a move, she shot forward and planted the heel of her foot into his knee, breaking it. He screamed and crumpled at once, grasping the injury with both hands. There was another series of shocked expressions from the crowd. Sill stood up, yelling things Evie didn't understand. The second guard seemed sufficiently incapacitated, so she stepped back beside Zenfor. Behind her, a soft breeze blew through the open space, ruffling the back of her hair. For some strange reason, she thought of the facility on Cypaxia. Zenfor held up both hands and began speaking in what Evie could only assume was the primary Sill language. It was a flowing language, with lots of vowels, and Evie understood none of it. She expected she'd hear a proper noun thrown in there somewhere, but it all came across as foreign. The Sill that had stood in anger sat back down, while the person who had been speaking disappeared for a moment, then returned with a small device. He handed it to Zenfor, who gave it to Evie. "Speak into this," Zenfor said. "It will transmit what is said back to you as well." Evie turned it over in her hand. It was an old, clumsy piece of technology. She wondered how long it had been since someone other than a Sill addressed what she had to assume was the sanctuary in front of her. The eyes of every Sill in the room, Zenfor included, were glued to her. Evie stepped forward, raised the device, and spoke. 34. "Mr. Rond?" Cass said, with some strain in his voice. He was back on the edge of his seat, watching the screen ahead of them. "Working on it, Captain. Their ships are maneuverable." "You can say that again," Hank said. "Lieutenant, engage pattern echelon." "Aye," Rond said. The ship whipped and twisted around the pursuing ships. Talia had been right. More Sill had been called to assist. In addition to the Bortos and the other two, 3 more ships had joined the fray. If they had to wait too much longer, they wouldn't have a choice but to engage Zenfor's advanced drive and leave Sill space. But Cass didn't like the odds of trying to find the Bortos again after they left. It would be like abandoning Evie and Zenfor. They had to hold out as long as possible. "That will buy us a few minutes at least," Hank said, winking at Cass. "I used to use that back in my academy days to get away from the security patrols when we make a run to Outpost Alpha. They could never keep up." "Hank, I never knew you were such a wild child in your youth," Samaya said. "Learn something new every day." Cass was glad to have him along. His evasive pattern seemed to have bought them a few extra minutes anyway. It was so hard to tell what could work in the undercurrent, because physics in here got weird. That was on purpose. Traversing space faster than light was a delicate operation, and Cass didn't like how much they were pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Their next move could be the one that tore the ship into a billion tiny fragments, and any hope for the future along with it. "They're closing again," Ron said. "Sir? I don't know how much longer we can keep this up." "We'll keep it up as long as possible," Cass replied. "I know it sucks, but you got this, Isaac." "Yes, sir." Behind him, Cass heard the hypervator doors open. When he turned, for a moment he forgot himself, and didn't recognize the person coming onto the bridge. He was lost in thought back to when Zenfor had appeared, pummeling the 2 traitorous members of their crew for their attempted mutiny. But instead of Zenfor, who obviously couldn't be there, stood Esturva, her hands clasped in front of her and her hood down. "Security breach," Hank said. Cass put up his hand, standing to face her. "What are you doing on the bridge?" "I wish to be of assistance," she replied. Cass couldn't see any deception in her face, but that didn't mean anything. It was entirely possible she'd come up here to kill them all and take the ship for herself. Wasn't she supposed to have a guard? Either she killed him, or Evie forgot to assign her one before she left. "Saul? Do we have any missing crew members?" Cass asked. He tapped a button on his controls. "Other than Ms. Diazol and Zenfor, everyone is accounted for." "And alive?" Cass asked.
"I'm insulted," Esterva replied. "If I'd wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be standing on your bridge. I would have cut your life support systems and waited for you to suffocate to death. It would have been much easier."
She must have seen something on Cass's face that amused her, because her grin reached her eyes, and she stifled a laugh.
"I'm only kidding, of course."
"You should return to your quarters before I have you escorted to the brig," Hank said.
"I may be of assistance. Don't overlook my potential contribution," Esterva replied.
"Which is what?" Cass asked.
"The Sill have a treaty with the Athru, correct? I am an Athru. Perhaps they will not be willing to destroy a ship with their ally aboard."
"Unless they've already communicated to the Sill who you really are," Cass said. "We still don't know those traitors from Sisk didn't tell the Athru about your appearance, and they could have related to the Sill." Her face became stern.
"Unlikely. They would never want to reveal cracks in their perfect union. As far as anyone outside the Athru is concerned, every Athru is united in their endeavor. They will not have told the Sill."
Cass glanced first to Samaya, then to Hank. "Do you really think they'll listen?"
"There's only one way to find out," Esterva replied. "Allow me to help."
"Aren't you afraid I'll make another mistake? That my judgment will put all of us in peril?" She stepped forward.
"I had some time to reflect on your words. You were right about me. I have made some questionable decisions in the past, and it was unfair of me to lay the entire war at your feet. You had a role, yes, but you are not wholly responsible, just as I had my own role in not informing the coalition of us sooner. Perhaps things would have turned out different if I had."
Cass had to admit he hadn't expected that from her. "Thank you," he said.
"All any of us can do is our best with what we have at the time. As long as we do that, no one can fault us. Now, allow me to do my best right now with my advantage. If it doesn't work, you can always go back to avoiding energy blasts."
Cass nodded, indicating for her to come to the front of the bridge and face the screen. "Zal, open a comm to the Sill ships." He could see his ops officer was about to object, but he cut him off. "I don't care if they don't respond. Just broadcast on all channels." "Aye," Zal said in his deep monotone. "Begin whenever you're ready," Cass said. Esterva took a deep breath and spoke.
"I know I don't belong here, and I'm not welcome," Evie said, standing before the Sill. "But as you have seen, I am no ordinary human. I ask you to hear my case, my evidence, then make a judgment based on all of the information. Otherwise, you are being willfully ignorant."
There was a murmur through the crowd, while one person called out, "Proceed," which came through the device Evie held in her hand. She scanned the crowd, staring into the blank faces of those still in their suits, the strange gems glowing above their heads. Then she looked into the eyes of those not wearing the suits, finding many rapt with attention, while others refused to look at her. They probably wished to kill her now and move on with their day, but they weren't going to get that chance.
"You have ignored my people, because you do not consider us advanced enough to exist with you. To you, we are little more than annoying insects, not worth your time or trouble. Even when we presented you with an existential threat, you deferred judgment, instead allowing one of your own to make the decision for you."
"The Athru threat turned out to be nothing more than a misnomer," a short Sill near the front called out. "It was not worth deliberating. A simple treaty solved the problem." There was murmur of agreement through the audience. A simple treaty. Bullshit. They weren't getting off that easy.
Sill Sanctuary, I present this possibility to you. Not only are humans your equals, we have become your superiors.
There was an uproar from nearly every member of the sanctuary, most of them standing and jeering Evie, others saying nothing, while their faces contorted with fury. The speaker who had been standing at the podium when they arrived stood in front of Evie and raised both arms. A string of words slipped from his mouth, which the translator caught.
Be silent, and allow the human to speak. She has given undeniable evidence. Evidence!
He pointed to the ground where the guard still lay. After a few moments, the chatter calmed down, and most still retook their seats, though a few remained standing. The speaker moved away, and Evie continued.
You have seen how easily I dispatched with your people. My physical capabilities are far superior to your own. As a member of this new human race, I demand you immediately end your association with the Athru and assist us in driving them from Coalition space.
She couldn't be sure, but she was greeted with what sounded like bouts of laughter from the group. It reminded her of Zenfor's laughter when they had been confronted with the interdimensional entity at the XL Nebula. A mocking sound intended to embarrass her. Someone else called out,
You are just one human. How do we know your strength is nothing more than an aberration? And physical strength is not the only attribute we consider when judging a species for its viability. Traditionally, humans have scored on the weak end of all characteristics.
She and Esturva had discussed this, and how she was to proceed in the face of this inevitability.
I am the first in a new breed of humanity. We are on the cusp of a genetic leap which will propel us into an advanced state of being. The fact I am standing here before you should be evidence enough. Not only is she stronger than we are, Zenfor added in her own language, she can withstand the vacuum of space as well, if not better, than I can. She is also faster, and her mental skills are significantly improved.
Why should we trust the word of a traitor? One called out.
Listen to me, Evie said, stepping forward. The only reason Zenfor and I are here today is because of this governing body's complacency. It is your unwillingness to act which allowed the Athru into this region of space. It is your lack of willpower which gave them license to destroy humanity, and thus it falls to you to rectify this mistake. Zenfor did what none of you could do. She made a choice that she and Meless would assist us. Her word should have more weight, because she made a decision based on presented evidence, while you sat there and deliberated ad nauseum.
She illegally shared our technology with you humans.
Because Zenfor saw what none of you did, our potential. While you were sitting here in your comfortable chairs debating something thousands of light years away, Zenfor was witnessing firsthand humanity grow beyond its bounds. And you, she pointed at the audience, you allowed this species to come into this area of space and disrupt the balance because you were scared. For the first time, you'd encountered a species you weren't sure you could subjugate if they didn't leave you alone. So you took the easy way out. You didn't make that treaty because it was convenient, but because it was safe. You are cowards.
Most of the Sills stood, yelling what she could only assume were obscenities in their language, as she'd removed the translation device. She needed to be defiant against their rebuke, but standing there taking the verbal abuse wasn't easy. At any moment, any one of them could rush her. Evie glanced over to Zenfor, who nodded her approval. She brought the translation device back to her ear.
You know nothing of us, one of the Sill in the audience said. How dare you judge us?
I judge anyone I deem inferior, Evie replied. Had there been no threat, this body could have made an easy decision when my ship brought you the information 18 years ago. But you were deadlocked. You left it to Zenfor to decide for you. You allowed others to explore the threat, while you sat back and watched, waiting to see what would happen. That is cowardly.
Evie made sure to look in as many sets of eyes as she could. She noticed some of the Sill who hadn't stood to argue, watching her intently. She turned her focus to them.
The humans you knew before were part of the old breed. They are dead. I am something new. Those who survive the Athru will become more than you can even imagine. And while you sit here doing nothing, humanity continues to change and grow. We are evolving to counter this threat. When is the last time you can say the same?
No one else spoke up, but Evie wasn't done yet.
The Sill have become stagnant. It is you who are obsolete and not worth our time. But unlike you, we do not write species off because they have not reached the evolutionary or technological level we have. We work with them to bring everyone to the same level. Because change is the key to thriving. Not static, but dynamic. If you remain as you are, you will only become more obsolete, and humanity will continue to surpass you in ways you can't even imagine. Are you willing to sit back and allow yourselves to become a footnote in history because you cling to this idea you've already reached your pinnacle? And because the alternative is too risky? Think of the potential of the Sill. If you changed, if you assisted us to drive them out, there is no telling what our two people could create together. But as long as the Athru infect this part of the galaxy, it is a future that is out of your grasp.
She paused, looking around the room.
Finally, something the Sill cannot do.
There was another raucous yell from the crowd, except this time it wasn't all directed at Evie. Some of it was from the members in the crowd who'd remained silent, standing and shouting at those attempting to rebuke her. If nothing else, her message had gotten through to at least some of them. She stepped back, placing the translator on the podium, and snuck a glance at Zenfor, who actually smiled. Evie had done what she could. Now it was time to see if it would bear fruit. 35. Cass stared at the two faces on the screen in front of him, though the term faces was being generous. Instead, he stared at the masked visages of two people on the bridge of the Bortos, a light red gem above each of their heads, glowing and pulsing with their words as they spoke. He didn't know if the image of a Sill in their uniforms was meant to intimidate, but if it was doing a damn good job of it.
Why is an Athru aboard a human ship? Have you taken the ship for your own?
One of the Sill asked Esterva. As soon as they'd broadcasted her image and her voice to the Sill ships in pursuit, they'd stopped any offensive maneuvers, and instead fallen behind Tempest to follow, and nothing more.
I am aboard because I wish to be, Esterva said, and this ship is under my protection. You are not to fire on it, based on the terms of our treaty. The treaty does not permit it to come into Sill space, nor does it grant you the right to fire on Sill ships, said the other Sill. You are correct, of course, she said. It was a mistake on the part of my human crew, who misunderstood my orders. Rest assured, I will put the current captain to death and assume command of this ship at once to prevent any further mistakes.
Cass screwed up his face. He didn't like the sound of that. Esterva turned to Talia.
Ensign, take Rabot into custody and escort him to the death chamber. I will be along shortly to deal with him.
Talia looked from Esterva to Cass, unsure what to do. Then Cass caught Esterva's eye, and she winked at him, out of view of the Sill. He stepped forward. I apologize for my actions. He stood and walked over to the door, nodding to Talia. He was ready to be taken into custody. She came over to him with a puzzled look on her face.
Hold my hands behind me, but keep us here, he whispered.
Zenfor must have found a way to keep her and Evie's presence from those on the Bortos secret. Otherwise, they would know they'd been boarded. But they seemed oblivious.
As you can see, the problem has been resolved, Esterva said. Except you remain in our territory, one said. And you have still not explained why you have not eliminated all the humans on your ship. It is our understanding the Athru mean to exterminate all human life, the other added. This ship is different, the Sturva said. Cass wasn't sure where she was going with this, but as long as it gave Evie and Zenfor more time to accomplish their goal, he didn't care. The humans aboard aren't like those remaining in what was once the Coalition. It is difficult to explain. But killing these humans would result in a substantial loss. What do you mean? The taller of the two Sil asked. These humans are in the process of evolving beyond normal human standards. They possess skills that eclipse those of my own people, and probably yours as well. Observe. She nodded at Samaya, who stood, walked over to Esturva, and took her arm, wrenching it back. Esturva screamed and fell to her knees. What the hell? Cass whispered. I have no idea, Talia replied. It is a trick, one of the Sil said. Samaya let go of Esturva's arm, which was now clearly broken in two. It hung at an odd angle. I can assure you, these humans are not like others you may have encountered. Council? We are getting word from the sanctuary, the Sil on the right said. One of these advanced humans is addressing them right now, and she has disabled two of our soldiers, breaking their bones. How is that possible? The ship's council asked. They made it, Cass thought. Way to go, Evie. You see, this batch of humans is different. Killing them is not in our interest. And I can assume you may now find them worth a second look as well. Esturva flinched as if she were in pain. Stand by. The screen went back to a view of the stars flying by. Zal, cut that comm. I don't want them listening in, Cass said. Comms are out, Zal replied. Cass ran over to Esturva. Are you all right? She nodded, holding her arm. I will be. I'm a fast healer. How did you do that? Cass asked Samaya. I didn't. I just pulled her arm back like she instructed me to on my control station. Esturva revealed a small transmitter from under her robe. You have had a communication device on you this entire time, Cass said. For self-defense only, she said. Or for cases like this. By moving my arm fast enough, I managed to break my own arm against the floor as Samaya pulled me down. It's painful, but not unbearable. Cass couldn't believe this. We need to get you down to sickbay. Not until we're done with them, she said. We got lucky Evelyn made it. But she still has to convince them. It will all be for nothing if she doesn't. I would think appearing before a bunch of Sil and taking out their own people should do it, Samaya said. Did you know she was going to do that? Cass shook his head. He'd left that part up to Zenfor, considering she knew her own people better than he did. They're calling in again, Zal said. Cass ran back to the door beside Talia, while the Sturva's face went from pain to neutral. Activated, the Sturva said. The image of the two Sil reappeared on the screen. Your claims have been verified. The Sanctuary are debating the merits of your human's argument and are in the process of a medical review of the human. Conclusions are pending. There has not been a formal announcement, but expect a decision shortly. Until then, do not attempt to move your ship or leave our space. Once the Sanctuary has decided on a course of action, we will decide how to proceed. However, if what you say is true, and you really are inferior, expect a swift death. No, Cass said, stepping forward. This Athru isn't bound by the rules of the others. You have seen that for yourself. She does not believe in their doctrine. I ask she be spared. She can provide valuable knowledge about the weaknesses of the Athru, if necessary. The Sil looked at each other. If the evidence deems her valuable, it will be considered. They cut off the comm again. I guess that was a good thing? Hank asked. I don't know, Cass replied.
But the important thing is Evie got her message across. Whatever they do now is up to them. Now all we have to do is make sure the Sill don't examine any of the rest of us." "That may not be easy," Saul replied. "They are dependent on evidence. They may insist upon it." "We will figure something out," Esterva said, wincing again. "Hank, take over." "I'm going to take Esterva to sickbay," Cass said, draping her long arm over his shoulder, despite the fact she was half a meter taller than him. "Do you want a security escort?" he asked. "No, I've got this," he replied. He walked her to the hypervator door while she held on. "I can make it on my own," she said. "But I want to thank you for that back there. You could have turned on me very easily." "I don't think Evie would have ever forgiven me if I had," he said, ushering them into the hypervator. "That's assuming she wants to see me again." "Trust me," Cass said. "She does." "That was uncomfortable," Evie said, stepping out of the contraption Zenfor assured her wouldn't harm her. Instead, it had felt like she was being squeezed all over, like every part of her body was in a giant vice, and for a few terrifying moments she thought it might never let go. "Well?" Zenfor asked. A Sill scientist stood off to the side, reading the various glyphs and runes that scrolled across the screen in front of him. Evie had left the translator back at the podium, so when the Sill spoke, it was in their native language. She couldn't tell from either the scientist or Zenfor's demeanor if the results were positive or not. As soon as the scientist finished speaking with Zenfor, he turned to her, giving her a last once-over, and then left them alone. "I assume that's a good thing?" Evie asked. "As good as we can hope for. He's confirmed you're not lying, and is presenting the results to the head of the sanctuary, who will then disseminate the data to the rest of them. Then what happens?" "We return to Tempest." "Both of us?" Evie asked. She found it hard to imagine Zenfor not wanting to stay among her own people now that they were finally back. "Despite your protestations, they still see me as a traitor. That's not an easy thing to change. It will be better if I don't stay. I don't believe my future is here anymore." She looked around, and even though they were in a small room without any windows, Evie detected a hint of wistfulness in Zenfor's eyes. The door the scientist left through slid away to reveal the speaker Evie had seen when they'd first addressed the sanctuary. He was tall, and his clothes were more ornate than those she'd seen at the audience, with purple and gold trim outlining the hems to create gorgeous patterns within. "Human Evelyn Diazol," he said in a baritone voice, "your claims have been substantiated. I have submitted your results to the sanctuary, but based on what I have seen so far, I do not believe the treaty with the Athru will stand after this. You have demonstrated your superiority to them, though we did find some odd discrepancies in your genome." "Yes, I've been told it is strange." The Sill regarded her. "You present a compelling argument. Never has the sanctuary been so enthusiastic about their respective positions. As humanity has, as you say, caught up with us, we will be more inclined to assist you in your goals. After all, had it not been for the Athru invasion, perhaps all of your species would have attained this level of advancement in time. But we also must consider it was the Athru themselves that pushed you to become more by challenging you." Evie glanced at Zenfor, who remained stone-faced. Did the Sill know she was part Athru? Or did they think Evie's genes were completely human? It was difficult to tell if they'd accomplished their goal or not, but she didn't want to ruin their potential victory by adding unnecessary information. Instead, she smiled at the Sill. "I suggest you return to your ship to await our decision. It may take some time." "Thank you," Evie replied. The Sill speaker turned to Zenfor. "As for your crimes, you showed initiative beyond the scope of your position, thereby violating your dedication to the Sill cause. But as your actions have had a positive effect in bringing this new form of life to fruition, we will not sanction you for it. He gestured at Evie when he said, "form of life." "If you wish, you will be allowed to return to your home in Cantor. However, you can no longer act as consul for any Sill ship." Zenfor gave a slight nod. "Thank you, Speaker. However, I will return to Tempest with Ms. Diazol and renounce myself from Sill life. I do not wish to embarrass my family further, and there will be no more concern over the possibility of me further violating doctrine. No one wants me to remain here." The Speaker regarded her a moment. "Had you not arrived with this human, you would have already been put to death. I don't make this offer lightly. If you decide to leave us again, you will never be allowed to return." "That is as it should be," Zenfor said, though Evie detected a hint of regret in her voice. "Very well. Your ship is currently in the Quavos sector, accompanied by the Bortos. You may use the space beneath to return as you arrived." "You were made aware?" Zenfor asked. "The Bortos herself informed her crew after they communicated with the Coalition ship, after you arrived. You are a talented consul, Zenfor. It is a shame you could not have fulfilled your duty to the Sill." "I will regret it the rest of my life," she replied. The Speaker took one last look at them, then turned and left, leaving them alone in the examination room. "You okay?" Evie asked. "Fine," Zenfor replied. "We should return." She led Evie out of the room and back through the myriad of connecting halls until they emerged back into the long, curved hallway with the open roof they'd first arrived in. However, this time Sill stood around the edges of the walls, watching Evie as she strolled past. Some craned their necks or moved others aside to see her. "They are just curious to see the new human. Don't let it concern you." It was hard not to. All those eyes on her made her feel more like an exhibit than a person. She was grateful when they finally reached the portal again. Before they passed through, Zenfor removed the flashlight again and strapped it to her arm. Evie took one last look at the place with its towering stone walls and the purple haze of the southeastern sky as Thistleia star began to rise. She stepped through and was enveloped in darkness once more, the only light being Zenfor's flashlight pointing the way forward. "Are you sure you're okay?" Evie asked after a few minutes of walking in silence. They'd already passed both of the stone pillars in the middle of the intersections. "I'll never understand the human preoccupation with my well-being," Zenfor replied, distaste in her voice. "We just don't like to see those we care about in pain. And if they are in pain, we like to try and help." "There's nothing you can do for me," she said. "I can tell you you're not alone, that I know what it's like not to be able to return home again. I'll never be able to go back to Sisk. More than likely, it's been obliterated. But even if it hasn't, they'll never take me back." "Perhaps," Zenfor grumbled. "So then, is your misery supposed to lessen my own?" "No," she said. "It's just meant to let you know you're not as alone as you probably feel. And even though I'm not captain anymore, I want to offer my appreciation for you staying with the ship on behalf of the crew. We wouldn't have made it nearly this far without you." "You're welcome," Zenfor said, though she didn't turn around, nor did she speak again for the rest of the journey. After watching Box reset Esturva's arm with a fair amount of pressure, he'd cursed at how difficult it was to set the ultra-dense bone and treat it so it was like new. Cass had gotten a comm from Hank saying Evie and Zenfor were back on the Sill ship, and they had requested a shuttle to return them to Tempest. Unfortunately, Box had heard and immediately volunteered. Cass hadn't wanted to send him, but the truth was he was more resilient than any of the other pilots, and if the Sill decided to change their minds at the last minute, he was better equipped to still return with Evie and Zenfor than anyone else. But it hadn't been like that at all, and with Esturva by his side, Cass watched Box pilot the shuttle back into the bay, incredulous they'd pulled it off. The shuttle set down, and the side door slid open to reveal Evie. Cass walked up to meet her at the bottom of the short ramp. "How was it?" he asked. She shrugged. "Like walking through the bowels of someone's intestine." "You got that too, huh?" He couldn't help but smirk, and before he knew it, she was hugging him around the neck. She pulled back after only a moment. "What was that for?" "For helping me find a purpose again," she said. "In this one rare instance, you were actually right." "I'll take that." Zenfor walked out past the two of them, headed in the direction of the exit. "Everything okay?" Cass called to her. She didn't respond, but before he could press further, she was already gone. "What is that about? What happened in there?" "It's not easy returning home after so long," Evie said. She turned to Esterva. "I heard you helped save the ship." "I'm afraid I may have only made things more difficult," she replied. "Now all the Sill will expect everyone to display your abilities." "We'll find a way to deal with it," Evie replied. "But until they make a decision about entering the conflict, there isn't much we can do." "I wanted to thank you for—" She screwed up her face. "For demonstrating you're not just interested in me. That you actually do care about all humans." "Of course I do," she replied. "I never would have fallen for your father otherwise." "You know," Bach said, as if appearing out of nowhere. Cass hadn't even seen him exit the ship. "Interspecies sexual relations are my specialty. I would love to hear more about the process you used to create Evie here, especially the intimate details, so I might document them." "Absolutely not," Evie said. "Go find some other guinea pig." "Why is it no one wants to help me with my research? God!" Box yelled, throwing his hands up in the air and walking away. "It's like there's some big secret to it all. I know how it works. You stick this thing inside that thing and go to town. You're all a bunch of prudes." He was yelling now, following Zenfor's path out of the bay. "Prudes!" His voice echoed through the cavernous space. "Why is the robot so obsessed with interspecies relationships?" Esterva asked. "We think it's because he can't have them himself," Cass said. "Don't worry, I'll talk to him. I'll just leave you to it." Evie smiled. "We'll be fine, I think. In time." Cass took a look at Evie's face, and could see where once there had been anger and resentment, now there was openness and acceptance. Even after everything, she was still willing to listen if there was yet more to be revealed from Esterva. Cass couldn't help but find it admirable. He nodded at them both and trotted off in the direction of Box, listening to his continued rants echo down the corridor. But as he passed the first junction, he caught sight of a large form at the end of it, standing with her back to him, but her arm on the wall. Cass broke off pursuit of Box, and instead walked carefully down the corridor, as not to startle Zenfor. "Zen?" he asked. "Leave me be," she replied. "I don't know what happened out there, but whatever it was, I want you to know I will make it worth it for you." "I have truly lost everything," she whispered. "No," he said, coming up right behind her. "You still have us. You have this crew, this ship, and you can count on us to be there for you. And I promise you, if it's the last thing I ever do, I will find a way to wake up Sester. I will drive this ship into the heart of the Coalition itself to make sure we reach Claxia Prime and find a cure for him. That's my solemn promise." She turned to him, and he almost stumbled back. Her eyes were wet. "Your promise is no good if you're dead." "No, it isn't. But this crew doesn't leave people behind, no matter the circumstances. As long as this ship functions, we won't stop looking for a way to help him. I'm asking for your trust in me and this crew that we will keep our word." He stuck out his hand. She looked at it for a moment, but reluctantly took it in her own. "Then I'll hold you to it." 36.
I'm just saying, I think they're jerking us around, Saturina said, stretching out on her side of the bed. She had on nothing more than a pair of shorts, and the sheets of Cass's bed were tangled around her near-perfect ankles. He'd had to get up to stretch out his back after that workout, and was dismayed to hear it pop at least a dozen times when he reached toward the ceiling. At least now that he'd stopped drinking, his gut had shrunk somewhat. But he still had a long way to go if he wanted to match Saturina's level of fitness. The woman looked like she never left the gymnasium, despite the fact he'd never seen her there before. Evie said it would take some time for them to come to a decision. We know they like to deliberate, Cass said, rubbing his left arm. He was going to be sore tomorrow. Yeah, but 2 weeks? She asked, incredulous. How long does something have to be debated? Cass didn't disagree with her. It had been much too long. They had essentially been in a holding pattern ever since Evie and Zenfor had returned, coming to a dead stop in Sill space with the Bortos out there as their escort. Cass wondered what would happen if the Sill decided not to enter the conflict. Would that ship force them out of Sill space to take care of the Athru on their own? Or would they insist on examining Evie and the rest of the crew further, just to make sure they were telling the truth? I'm starving, Saturina said, hopping off the bed and throwing on her undershirt. She went to the small kitchen and rummaged in Cass's stores. There's nothing in here but these protein bar things. Shouldn't the captain have a special stash of food or something? Acting captain, Cass said. Yeah, whatever. She slammed the small door shut and returned to the bed, donning the rest of her uniform. Guess I'll just have to hit the mess. Join me? Yeah, Cass said, pulling on a pair of pants and one of his overshirts. But before he could get his boots on, his door chimed. Just a minute, he called. Saturina gave him the look, the one that said he shouldn't have anything to hide, and went to the door herself. Before he could protest, she opened it. On the other side stood Evie, whose eyes went wide upon seeing Saturina. Chief, she said, her voice pitched higher than normal. Evelyn, Saturina replied with a smile. Come on in. I was just leaving. But, Cass began. Looks like you've got work. See you later, Captain. Saturina winked at him and nodded at Evie one last time before leaving her standing there in the doorway. Well, don't just stand there, Cass said, exasperated, as he pulled on his second boot. He felt strangely exposed, with the bed a mess and the rest of his clothes strewn all over the floor. So, Evie said, a smile in her voice, Box was right. You and the chief, huh? Don't start. Why are you in such a chipper mood? And was there something you needed? I persuaded Zenfor to let me be the one to tell you. The Sill have agreed to assist us. Cass almost fell off the chair. You're kidding. It wasn't unanimous by any means, but the Sanctuary has spoken. They've agreed to help drive the Athru from Coalition space, by force if necessary. She glanced up quickly, then back down again. What? I mean, how did... According to Zenfor, the primary argument was the Athru disrupted humanity's natural development. Had it not been for them, the human race would have developed into a worthy ally for the Sill, a counterpart, if you will. Personally, I think that's a load of shit. I think they just didn't like the idea of us surpassing them to take care of the Athru. They don't like being told they're cowards. Especially not by a species they consider inferior. He grinned. She nodded. Pending your approval, they're willing to send a small contingent over to the ship to continue upgrading our systems. Further upgrades? Beyond what even Zenfor had done? How does our resident Sill feel about that? Indifferent, so she says. Okay, but let's take it slow. And do we know if they're looking for further proof any of the rest of us are like you? They haven't said anything, but I suspect when they come on board and start working closely with the crew, it will come up. The first time one of our people can't lift a crate of piler bolts, or forgets to adjust to the undercurrent output, they'll start asking questions. and we better have an answer for them.
Any ideas? Cass slipped his jacket on over his untucked shirt.
Esterva and I have been discussing it with Zax. We don't have anything concrete yet, but...
What?
Do you really think it's best to begin a formal relationship with these people based on a lie? Isn't that what got the Coalition in trouble?
Her face was pinched, like she'd been dreading this. She was right, of course. They couldn't very well make the same mistakes of the past if they wanted to be successful in the future. If the Sill really were going to be their allies, they couldn't deceive them. Cass nodded. We may have no choice but to tell them, and let the cards fall where they may.
And if they decide not to help us anymore? She asked.
Then there's not much else we can do. He paused for a moment. But at least we'll have a clean conscience. I'll take care of it as soon as the first teams transfer over. And that... He reached up and plucked the insignia off his jacket, holding it out to Evie. Will be my last official act as captain. Her eyes went wide, and she held out her palms to him.
Whoa! What are you doing?
This belongs to you. It has always belonged to you. Saturina, Chief Jan, told me about what happened at the bay before you left. She says she thinks she might have misjudged you. I think you'll find similar sentiments across the ship now that things have calmed down. No one can blame you for being under the influence of an alien presence, he said. Then he thought of the pilots who had just been transferred to their new larger cells only a day before. Well, almost no one. She reached out to take the insignia, but instead folded Cass's hand around it.
I appreciate it. I do. But that's not where my future lies. I've been spending a lot of time with Esterva, learning about the Athru, about my parents and my own hidden history. If we manage to expel the Athru from Coalition space and find a way to bring all the shattered pieces back together, I'll be content to stay in one place, rather than explore the stars. I've been running for a long time. It's time to stop and look around for a bit. Cass looked at the insignia in his hand. But this was never supposed to be anything but temporary, until you got back on your feet again. Sometimes things don't always work out like we suspect they will. But look on the bright side. This is your ship now. Until you die or retire, she's yours. I know you'll take care of her. She gave him one last smile, then turned to leave. Evie, he said. She turned, tilting her head slightly. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, she replied, because I know you won't let us down. The first contingent of Sill will probably be here within the hour. See you up there? He nodded. She left him alone in his room, staring at the rank. Cass stood there a moment, then walked over to his mirror and affixed it to his jacket again. But this time, he made sure it was straight. Let's try this again, he said. One last time. This has been Memory's Blade, Infinity's End, Book 8, by Eric Warren. Narrated by Larry Gorman. Copyright 2019 by Eric Warren. Production copyright 2020 by Eric Warren.